And then for Q, how do you want to handle Q? Do we know how Q&A is going?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeremy Collins. I'm the Senior Director of Programs here at the National World War II Museum's Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. It's my pleasure to serve as the Master of Ceremonies today, and it's so great to see so many familiar and friendly faces back here in the Higgins Hotel and Conference Center, the Madeline and Paul Hilliard Conference Center. Thank you for being here. We've got a great lineup of speakers and sessions for you today that is, of course, going to follow up the wonderful opening that Richard Frank gave us last night. I would like to also welcome all of our friends, followers, members that are watching on the museum's live stream, but also our friends at C-SPAN and their audience members who are watching this live today. Thank you for joining us virtually. We hope to have any and all of you down here in person at some point. On August 9, 1945, 80 years ago today, the B-29 boxcar, piloted by Charles Sweeney, delivered its atomic weapon over the city of Nagasaki. You all know this story fairly well. We're going to learn a bit more about it today. But this is why we've hosted this symposium over this week, so that we could take a deeper dive into the closing phases of the war, the closing phases of the war in the Pacific. We've got with us the best and the brightest in the field, and also pretty much the friendliest in the field, too. We're going to start this session with one of our very own historians in the Institute, Dr. Erica Landsberg. She is our DPAA Research Partner Fellow. The DPAA is the Defense POWMIA Accounting Agency, and they are the government organization that works with nonprofit partners such as ourselves to go and help recover the remains. In World War II alone, there's just under 72,000 World War II service members, American service members, who still are unaccounted for. And they travel the world. They work with historians to research where planes may have gone down, who was in what tank during what battle. And it's one of the most important things we do here at the museum. And we've got this great young historian, Erica, who completed her doctorate, summa cum laude, from the Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich. She's been a great addition in just about a year that she's joined us. It's only been a year, but it probably feels longer with all she's accomplished. And we were delighted this week for her latest accomplishment when she received her first hard copy of her author copy of her first book, Encounters in the Rubble: American Interactions with German Children and Youth in Post-War Germany. So to chair our very first session, it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague and turn it over to her, Dr. Erica Landsberg.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to start the day's events with a panel on VE Day and its effects on the Pacific War. The panel will provide context into the closing moments of the war in Europe, setting the stage for the final acts of the war in the Pacific. I'm joined by historians Michael Nyberg and the museum's own Bradley Hart. Bradley Hart is the senior historian at the Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. Hart received his PhD at Churchill College, University of Cambridge, and is the author of 2 books, including Hitler's American Friends, The Third Reich Supporters in the United States, recipient of the 2019 German Studies Association Sybil Halpern Milton Memorial Book Prize. Hart has also published numerous articles on interwar politics, diplomacy, and intelligence history. His current research focuses on information warfare in World War II. Before joining the Institute, Hart taught at California State University, Fresno, and worked as an International Affairs Fellow on Capitol Hill. Michael Nyberg is Professor of History and Chair of War Studies at the United States Army War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. His published work specializes on the First and Second World Wars in global context. His 2015 book, Potsdam: The End of World War II and the Remaking of Europe, won the Harry Truman Prize. The Wall Street Journal named his 2011 book, Dance of the Furies: Europe and the Outbreak of World War I, one of the 5 best books ever written about that war. His latest book is When France Fell: The Vichy Crisis and the Fate of the Anglo-American Relationship, which won the 2022 Society for Military History Book Prize. So we will begin with Bradley Hart's presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Landsberg, and thank you all for being here, and thank you to our viewers here in the U.S. and around the world for joining us this morning, or whenever you're actually watching this event. It is my real distinct pleasure to talk us through some of the critical, really, weeks and months that lead up to what we're going to be talking about for the rest of today, which is the end of the war in the Pacific primarily. But it's my job to sort of take us through the backdrop of what takes place between sort of April of, let's see if we can advance, there we go. Sort of the events of April of 1945 all the way through sort of the beginning of demobilization in Europe. And I think, for those of us who know quite a bit and study the Second World War, it's easy to overlook, really, the drama that takes place, quite frankly, in April of 1945. This is a month where, you could argue that centuries happen, effectively, within just a few weeks. So this map sort of shows the disposition of Allied forces and Axis forces at sort of midway through that month. But I want to give you sort of a litany of what takes place over the course of just a few weeks here. So April the 1st, going from Europe over to the Pacific, of course, is the invasion of Okinawa, so an event that we'll hear quite a bit about later on today. But that event in the Pacific is taking place simultaneously with a whole host of events in Europe. So on April 12th, less than 2 weeks after the invasion of Okinawa has happened really a world away, Franklin Roosevelt dies. So we often forget that FDR does not live to see the end of the war, and in fact, Adolf Hitler outlives Franklin Roosevelt, a fact of the war that I find incredibly tragic in so many ways. But that same day, April the 12th, the Berlin Philharmonic has this very famous performance in which it performs the Wagner opera Götterdämmerung, the Twilight of the Gods. And literally as that opera is wrapping up that evening in Berlin, about the time that Roosevelt himself is passing away in Georgia, the Hitler Youth is handing out cyanide caplets to the people who are actually leaving that opera. And so simultaneously, we have this, what I find incredibly moving, simultaneity of activity, where literally we have this very dramatic culmination of literally the Twilight of the Gods, as the Nazis see it, in Berlin, simultaneous with Franklin Roosevelt himself passing away. April the 16th, just 4 days later, the Battle of Berlin begins in earnest. The Red Army has now reached the outskirts of Berlin. There's actually sort of an encirclement taking place, and that encirclement is completed by April the 24th, and so now the end of the Third Reich is truly at hand. Benito Mussolini, the former dictator of Italy, who's been essentially on the run with sort of a German-supported faction, is captured and killed on April the 27th, and 3 days later, Adolf Hitler commits suicide. So this is all in the course of 2 weeks, right? I mean, imagine just the simultaneity of this activity, and this is all in Europe. Right? So a week later, May 7, 8, 9, depending on where you are, the Germans fully surrender and the war in Europe comes to an end. So this is the sort of situation on April the 13th, so the day after Franklin Roosevelt has died. And I think this sort of shows essentially what the situation is in Europe effectively. Now, what does this mean militarily for the U.S.? How does this set the stage for what we're going to talk about the rest of today? Dwight Eisenhower, Supreme Allied Commander, has 61 divisions in Europe at this point, 1.6 million men in Germany itself, and a total of 3 million in the European theater. So a massive force. By comparison, however, the Red Army has 2.5 million men in Berlin itself. So this is a massive mismatch of forces, and of course that will set the stage for the sort of post-war settlement we'll talk about later on. This is what Berlin looks like. I mean, we've all seen photos of sort of war-torn Berlin, but I would describe Berlin at the end of the war as a combination of a graveyard and wasteland. There's been 75,000 tons of bombs dropped on Berlin by the U.S. and British air forces. There's only 300,000 undamaged dwellings at the end of the war out of a total of 1.5 million prior to the war. So there's a huge housing shortage, effectively. Some of the descriptions of Berlin are absolutely harrowing. There are makeshift graves everywhere, and those are only the marked graves. There is the stench of death because of the unburied bodies sitting beneath the rubble of these buildings. Most of the bridges over the canals, if you've been to Berlin, you know the canals and the river sort of bifurcate the city. Most of the bridges have been collapsed either through bombing, through fighting with the Red Army, or simply through the Germans dynamiting them towards the end of the war. The sewage system has collapsed and been bombed, and so there's raw sewage flowing into the river, and for months afterwards there'll be typhus outbreaks and things like this. So this is it's a humanitarian crisis in many ways. And of course, this is an Axis capital. And so, of course, there is sort of not only the politics of this, but also how do you deal with a humanitarian crisis, I would argue almost unprecedented in history. This is one of the most sort of modern capitals in the world prior to the Second World War, and now it is in a really dire situation. Add to this just the sheer human numbers of this, and these are really mind-blowing. And the reason that I want to highlight these is because when we think about the scale of this, it becomes almost intimidating to even think about. There's 5 million POWs in Germany at the end of the war. I mean, imagine this. This is a massive number. Most of these POWs are in the American sector. Why are they in the American sector? Do you want to surrender to the Americans or to the Soviets, effectively? Which side do you want to go to? So the remains of the Wehrmacht and even the SS are sort of moving to the west, trying to surrender to the Americans. Add to that, so 5 million POWs alone at the end of the war, 5.2 million displaced persons. Now, displaced persons could be any variety of people. These could be people who were refugees, essentially, from various places affected by the war. These are people who had become slave laborers, who the Germans had brought into the country to replace population being killed in bombing or being conscripted or otherwise being involved in the war effort. These could be people who were Holocaust survivors. It could be people who were otherwise displaced by the Germans. And then you have the Germans who have been resettled into the east, who are now moving west because they've been now displaced by the Soviets after living for a few years, perhaps, in these areas of occupied Poland or other places. So this is a really huge humanitarian crisis. And put yourself in the position of these displaced persons, right? You've been taken out of your homeland potentially by force. You've lost all your identity papers. How do you even establish who you are? Do you have family left? Do you even have a country left, potentially? One other aspect of this is that 1.3 million, by estimates, of these 5 million displaced persons are now Soviet citizens. Some of them were Soviet citizens before, some of them suddenly became Soviet citizens, whether they'd like to or not. And so for years, there will be this dispute between the Soviet Union and the Western allies as to, will you return our citizens? Well, maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe they don't want to go in some cases, or maybe they weren't Soviet citizens before. So this displaced persons issue sort of goes on for years. I know Dr. Landsberg has done quite a bit of work on this as well. But how do you resolve this? How do you even establish what one's identity is? And perhaps that national identity has changed, whether you like it or not, over the course of you being a displaced person. So the Soviets will insist on sort of the return of many of their people, whereas the Western allies will dispute that. So that's the situation that faces the United States and all of the allies at the end of the war. A city that's completely destroyed, millions of displaced persons, millions of POWs. How do you even begin to deal with a humanitarian crisis of this scale? And that will become the basis, of course, of some of the early post-war discussions. There's another issue, though, that is more directly relevant to the United States, and that is, of course, what do you do with that 3 million men and women who are serving in Dwight Eisenhower's forces at the end of the war? So the question becomes, how do you determine who's going to be sent to the Pacific and who's not? So the U.S. military comes up with what's called the Adjusted Service Rating Score, and this is again, I pose the question to you here, how would any of us solve this question, right? How would we resolve this sort of question of who gets sent home versus who gets sent potentially to fight in the Pacific? So they come up with a system in which service members are assigned points based upon certain factors of their service and certain factors of their personal lives. So this is an actual card here from our website here at the National World War II Museum. That's just one example of this, and I've sort of shown an example of how one service member sort of filled this out, but also, more importantly, for us, the instructions of how to fill it out. So to be discharged under the original scheme for demobilization, one had to have 85 points on this. Now, 85 points, what does that really mean? Look at how you actually get your points. Every month that you were in military service, you got 1 point, right? Now, no one's going to get 85 points this way. There's almost no way. But a month in service overseas is 1 additional point. in addition to your months in service. So if you were purely in the United States for some period, you could sort of divide these points. Each of your combat awards, which is a fairly limited number, everything from the Medal of Honor down to a Purple Heart, that was only worth 5 points. Every child under the age of 18, up to 3, they capped it, was worth 12 points. So really the only way to achieve your 85 points for immediate demobilization after the German surrender of May 1945 was to have probably 3 kids under the age of 18 back at home. And there's a great cartoon, this reference in actually the Green Book, the official U.S. Army history, where a GI is returning home and picks up this little kid and says, oh, there's my 12-point bundle of joy right there. But this becomes a running joke, right, that the only way is to really have this sort of maximum number of kids or to have won essentially every medal possible. And so the point scheme really begins to generate in sort of the summer of 1945 a great deal of resentment. But I pose the question to you, how else would we do it, right? How else would anyone do this? How do you determine who's going to be repurposed into the sort of Pacific Theater versus who gets to go home? And so they use this sort of point scheme to determine individuals' dispositions. Now, what does this look like in terms of the overall U.S. military, specifically the U.S. Army? There's actually 4 categories of units that they intend to create out of this system. So every service member gets this little card, you fill it out, vast majority of people are not going to get to 85 points, right? But within that system, your point total determines the type of unit you're going to go into. So there's 4 main categories. The first one is if you don't have 85 points, you might be in a unit that's going to be part of the occupation force. And in fact, they're planning an occupation force initially of about 350,000 U.S. service members in sort of the American sector. I'll show you a map in a moment. I know Dr. Nyberg will talk about this in more depth. So you might be quote-unquote lucky and end up not being immediately demobilized. You might end up in the occupation force, meaning you're going to stay in Germany, part of that 350-ish thousand occupation forces. Category 2 is the one that many service members, of course, do not want to be part of, and this is the immediate deployment to the Pacific. So I'll show you a number in a moment here, but the immediate plan is to take about 400,000 of that 3 million service members and send them almost immediately to the Pacific. So imagine that you have fought, let's say you get to 75 points out of that 85, and you're 1 kid under the age of 18 short, you've won some medals, and you're going to be sent now, as you're literally reporting about the Battle of Okinawa going on, right? I mean, imagine being in Berlin, or not being in Berlin, but being in Germany. You've fought maybe for months and months, but now you're going to be sent to the Pacific Theater. So Category 2 units are going to be deployed to the Pacific. And one thing I should mention here as well, what are these units composed of? They're literally remaking every unit of the U.S. Army as part of this. So because individuals might have differing periods of service, you might have been a replacement that came in early 1945 after the Battle of the Bulge or something like that, you're not going home. But the guy that you've served next to, he's going home because he has a few more months of service and more kids back home or something like that, right? So they're recomposing the entire U.S. Army as they're thinking about this redeployment question. So Category 1 occupation, Category 2 immediate deployment to the Pacific or as quickly as possible. Category 3 is we don't really know. We're going to reorganize you for the Pacific, but it's going to take some time. These are largely Air Force units in a lot of cases, right? So units that have been, for instance, the 8th Air Force being a good example, the Air Force based out of East Anglia. What are you going to do with the 8th Air Force? Well, they're planning to take them into the Pacific, but there's so much turnover. There's been so much churn within the 8th Air Force that you've got to determine this on the individual level. So Category 3 is kind of a punt of maybe something will happen eventually. And Category 4 is the guys, and men and women, I should say, who have 85 plus points. So they're going to compose entire units that are going to be sent immediately back to the United States. So again, put yourself in the position of a soldier who has fought maybe even since D-Day, right? You have a number of months in the European theater. You've been inducted since 1943 perhaps, or even earlier, and you have 80 of 85 points, right? And now you're thinking, I'm going to the Pacific Theater. What does that actually mean effectively? So what do these numbers amount to? Let's put some actual numbers behind it. The immediate plan had Operation Downfall, which we'll hear a lot about today, taken place. An estimated 1 million U.S. soldiers, mostly from the U.S. Army, some other units as well, but almost exclusively the Army, would be redeploying to the Pacific. 400,000 of those, again, these are men and women who have served in Europe already, are expected to arrive between September and January of 1946. One thing we'll talk about a lot today is what is the actual timing of Operation Downfall. It's not until really the fall of 1945. So had Japan not surrendered, this war would have gone on for quite some time, and these 400,000 men and women would have arrived effectively. Of that, about 200,000 of them would be Air Force personnel who would be arriving largely from the United States. So 400,000 immediately, another 400 or so thousand would be going to the U.S. for retraining, to train into the type of combat they were seeing in the Pacific, and then you'd have this sort of massive number arriving later on. Add to that an occupation force, as I mentioned, about 300,000 or so anticipated to remain in Germany indefinitely, potentially, although, as it turns out, that force number is initially reduced and then expanded again. And eventually, the occupation of Japan will be about 430,000 U.S. service members. So this is a massive sort of period of human movement. Again, think about those numbers I mentioned earlier: 5 million POWs, millions of displaced persons, millions of American soldiers and service personnel were going to be redeployed. One of the first questions, actually, that the U.S. military faces is, what are you going to do with these personnel as they're waiting? As they're waiting to find out how many points they're going to get, as they're waiting to find out, are you going to be redeployed to the Pacific? Are the point totals going to change? This is all sort of a moving target. You have questions about fraternization. Is fraternization legal? Is it authorized? Initially it's not, then later on it is. You have an army that's just won the greatest conflict in human history, and now in Europe has almost nothing to do. So the question marks in April through September of 1945 are absolutely massive. And add to that, as Dr. Nyberg will talk about, the question of what's going to politically and physically happen with the country that started the war in Europe effectively. What are you going to do with Germany? One thing we often, I think, overlook is that Germany's borders have shifted dramatically over the course of the war. One of the estimates the U.S. military is using is, what's the percentage of territory we're occupying, not against Germany in 1945, but against Germany in 1937, because Germany has annexed so much territory effectively. What are you really going to do with this country physically, and how are you going to prevent, ideally, another world war from being started in Central Europe? And so the division of Germany into these various sectors, of course, will become the subject of, in many ways, the Potsdam Conference that we'll hear about in a moment. But this is another big question, is what are you going to physically do with this? How many American soldiers do you need? Another aspect of this is, how are the Germans going to respond to being occupied? There are many, many stories in 1945 of the theories about the Werwolf, right? This idea of an insurgency, effectively, that the Nazi Party won't give up, it'll fight on in Bavaria. And Adolf Hitler himself sort of briefly considers this option before determining that he wants to end his own life in Berlin. But will the Germans accept occupation and defeat? There's a great deal of concern that they won't, in fact. As it turns out, of course, the German occupation turns out to be much less militarized initially than many people fear. But in fact, in 1945, none of these questions are resolved. So as the day goes on, keep these questions in mind. I mean, put yourself in the position of a serviceman or woman who is in Europe at the end of the war, potentially seen a great deal of combat, trying to count up whether you're going to get to those 85 points, maybe regretting you didn't have another kid back at home to help you get there. But the question is, who's going to be deployed to the Pacific? What is that going to look like? And really, how do you wind down this huge conflict in Europe? So that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Nyberg. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you to all my friends, excuse me. Thank you to all my friends here in New Orleans for putting together this terrific event. It's always a great pleasure to be here. As Pete and Mike know, since I am a federal employee, after I get a drink of water, I need to tell you that everything you're about to hear from me is my view alone and does not represent U.S. government policy or the views of my dean. Give me the first slide, please. Okay. All right, these are the big three at the end of the Potsdam Conference. This is Clement Attlee, who replaced Winston Churchill midway through the conference. The Potsdam Conference takes place July to August of 1945, and it mostly deals with Europe and Germany. But given the theme here, I want to highlight three things that are relevant to this conference for what happens in Asia. The first is the awareness of the Americans that they were going to need Soviet help, even if the atomic bomb worked. And many of you know it is during the Potsdam Conference where Harry Truman receives the note telling him that the test in Alamogordo had succeeded. Even if the bomb does what the Americans want it to do, there's still going to be the problem of the large numbers of Japanese troops in Manchuria, estimated at about 1.2 million, and there's still going to be the need to get Soviet help to build the new world order that Truman and the Americans have in mind. Second is the uncertainty of what Japan will actually look like in the post-war period, which no one knows. What kind of involvement will these three states have to engage in if Japan does not become the peaceful country that, of course, we know it becomes? And the third, represented both by Churchill and by Clement Attlee, is the concern about the weakness of the United Kingdom and concerns about what the European empires will look like when the war is over. As I'm sure most of you know, Franklin Roosevelt had a distinctly anti-imperial viewpoint. He did not want, especially the French Empire in Indochina, but even the British Empire after the war, to continue in the way that it was going to continue. Now, this man, Clement Attlee, was very different from Winston Churchill in a lot of ways, but Attlee believed, just as Churchill believed, that the parts of the British Empire were not yet ready for self-governance, and therefore the British were going to have to maintain an active role in what would happen in the empire after the war. This is something that it's not yet clear the United States is able or willing to commit to. We got the slides a little bit out of order, but that's okay. Here's a map of the decolonization of Asia at the end of World War II. And what I really want to stress here about decolonization is that it's not something that comes up very often in the Potsdam discussions. This is a subject that they just missed. They were looking at other problems. They were looking at how to rebuild Japan. They were looking at how to rebuild Germany. They were looking at the ways that these three states were going to interact with one another. And this is something that they had not fully anticipated, that the real security problems that were going to happen after the end of the Second World War would in fact be in these areas of decolonization. And as we know, the United States will shift policy under Harry Truman from opposing the empire, especially in the French Empire, to a shift of supporting the French to recover parts of Indochina, recover all of Indochina. So this is something that they miss. The other thing that they do not discuss at all at Potsdam, which to me is very interesting, has very little to do with East Asia. There is no discussion of the Holocaust. There is no discussion of what to do with the Jewish survivors of the camps. There is no discussion about where these hundreds of thousands of concentration camp survivors are likely to end up when the war is over. So two things that the leadership did not have their eyes on as they were debating these questions. Yeah, these are out of order, but that's okay. This image looks like something out of a James Bond movie. Maybe it even looks like something out of an Austin Powers movie. This is the signing of the UN Charter in San Francisco in June of 1945, and there's a couple things about this that I want to highlight. The first is the awareness under Harry Truman, the awareness by President Truman, that he had to avoid the mistake that he thought that Woodrow Wilson had made. Wilson had gone to Paris before the United States Senate had approved the idea of a League of Nations. What that meant was Wilson had to come back to the United States, and he had to have that grueling fight that eventually leads to his own stroke and the end of his own administration to try to get a multinational organization approved. Truman did this the other way. What he did is make sure that he got the UN Charter approved and signed before he went to Potsdam, so that the international multilateral organization that he wanted to see happen would already be in place. And of course, as all of you know, there's a tremendous difference between the United Nations and the League of Nations in that the United Nations gives the United States a veto power, which meant that it was far less controversial than the League of Nations had been. Nevertheless, before going to Potsdam, Truman made sure that this instrument of power would go through. The other thing I want to highlight, just to foot stomp for what I'll talk about in a few minutes, there are in fact two Chinese representatives here. China is a charter signatory, but because of the ongoing civil war that was going on in China at the time, there is a representative both of Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists and a representative for the Chinese Communist Party present at this ceremony. And that's going to be very important for what I want to talk about here in just a bit. Truman also made sure that he had another instrument of American power signed, sealed, and locked before he left for Potsdam, and that was the Bretton Woods International Economic Agreements, which meant that the world center of finance, the world center of global financial power, would shift largely from London to the United States. And again, Truman was very careful to make sure he did this. And the fact that he had been a U.S. senator, I think, was important to him because he knew what a fight Wilson had had in the Senate, and he very cleverly pitched this to even people in the opposition party and people who were opposed to some of these ideas as the last wishes of President Roosevelt. So there's an emotional appeal here as well. So again, the key points here are the signing of this charter before Harry Truman left for Potsdam, and that China was, quote unquote, present at the creation. And we'll talk about that in just a bit. There was, of course, also the other card that Harry Truman knew that he was playing, a very interesting story that I hope some of you know. Harry Truman, as senator, had found a $2 billion hole in the U.S. budget, U.S. government's budget. He went to Henry Stimson, the Secretary of War, and said, hey, what is this $2 billion that is missing and unaccounted for? And Stimson said, I'm sorry, Senator, I cannot tell you. After taking the oath of office, Henry Stimson took Harry Truman into a side room and said, now I can tell you what that $2 billion was for. Really fascinating episode here. I could talk a little bit, if anybody's interested, about the way that Truman dealt with this issue at Potsdam. It's at Potsdam that Truman and Churchill decided to tell Joseph Stalin about this weapon without using the word atomic. There's a very famous recollection by one of Stalin's bodyguards in which he says that Truman simply replied, how interesting, and walked away. And Churchill and Truman took away from that Stalin had no idea what they were talking about. Now, of course, we know now that Stalin may have known more about the physics and the organization of the Manhattan Project than Truman himself knew. The key here, though, is the one bit of discussion about Asia that did take place at Potsdam took place about the future of Japan and the issuance of something called the Potsdam Declaration that will shape a lot of what I know we'll talk about at the end of the day today about the occupation of Japan. It had 6 elements to it. The first was a call for the end of militarism in Japan. And again, these are things that continue to impact the world in East Asia and Japan today as Japan begins to rethink its own defense needs in the face of a growing China, what kind of a military Japan can have while still staying to this principle, which remains in the Japanese constitution. Second, a rollback of Japanese territorial gains so that Japan is defined as the home islands of Japan. Third, that there would be war crimes tribunals at the end of the war. Fourth, that Japan would have a democratic form of government. Fifth, that there would be an occupation of Japan, which I know we'll talk about at the end of the day. And then sixth, the very curious language that they use in the Potsdam Declaration to signal to the Japanese that while the surrender should be unconditional, quote unquote, the United States did not intend to do anything to destroy the Japanese people, destroy where they were in the home islands, and most importantly, sending signals that it might be acceptable to leave the emperor on his throne. So unconditional surrender with asterisks, if you will. And this takes place at Potsdam in the middle of the conference. I want to highlight this because it's really, really interesting. There is a Chinese view of the Potsdam Conference and of the Second World War and the great power conferences more generally that I think is worth noting, and it's very important. The lead scholar here is a guy now at Harvard, formerly at Oxford, named Rana Mitter. And what Rana has been able to show, and I think it's really fascinating, and I'll come back to it in just a bit, is that China has repurposed this history to make the case that the Chinese Communist state, the current government of China, was just as present at the creation as the Americans, the British, and the Russians. And the way that they do this is in part by making that argument about the UN delegate that had been there from the Chinese Communist Party, and by making the argument that China had a place in these great power discussions, even Potsdam, where there was no Chinese representative. And one cultural example of this, which is really, really fascinating, the image on the right is an actual photograph of Chiang Kai-shek on the left and Mao Zedong, the Communist Party leader, on the right. The image on the bottom left, of the great power conferences of the Second World War, China only sent a representative to one of them, and it was the Cairo Conference. And the representative was a representative of Chiang Kai-shek. This movie, which was a blockbuster bestseller in China, depicts the Cairo Conference. That's what the text says there. But as you can see, in this version of the movie, it was in fact Mao himself who was present. So the argument either goes, Mao himself was there, or a little more subtly and a little more accurately, the argument goes that yes, it was Chiang Kai-shek who was at Cairo, but just remember what happened to the UN at the end of the war, at the end of the Chinese Civil War, when the Chinese seat in the UN shifted from Chiang Kai-shek's government, which is now in Taiwan, and that the Chinese Communist Party took that UN seat. So the more subtle argument is, even if it was Chiang Kai-shek, who was at Cairo, just as the UN seat that Chiang Kai-shek had came to the Chinese Communist Party, so too should all of the rights and benefits of the Cairo conference and the conferences that followed come to the Chinese Communist Party. In other words, since we were there, again, present at the creation, to borrow Dean Acheson's phrase, then the United States and the West more generally has no right to set the rules of the liberal, rules-based international order without China having a say in it. So it's an interesting argument, an important argument, historically a really difficult argument to make. You could use other words too, but we're on C-SPAN. But it's important because it is forming a major part of the way that China understands what it thinks it's doing in Asia. What it thinks it's doing is not overturning the rules-based international order, but saying for 80 years this order has existed without China playing a role. China is now deserving of a role. And the historical anchor goes back to Potsdam and most especially back to Cairo, which is why I wanted to make sure we mentioned it here. So this is what Rana argues, and this is a book that I would recommend to anybody, Rana's book, China's Good War, in which he argues that China is making this argument. They're making two arguments coming out of the Second World War that I think are worth us thinking about. One is that China was on the winning side. Here's the argument about Cairo and the argument about Potsdam. At the same time, China was a victim of the Second World War, and Rich put those figures up yesterday about the tremendous human cost of the war to China, much of that through famine, much of that through disease as well. China has opened up, it's a little thing that I was a little surprised to read about, but they have an active Holocaust education program. And the reason for that is to connect the horrors that China underwent at the hands of the Japanese to the horrors that the Jews underwent under Nazi Germany. In other words, the argument is that China is owed something both by its role in the victory and by what was done to it. Again, second, that the rules-based international order does not belong to the West alone, that China has a role in this as well. And coming from that, that the United States has no moral right to use the victory of the Second World War to exclude anybody else. And again, I'm not saying this, as I hope everybody knows, especially anybody watching on C-SPAN there, mom, my boss, whoever. I'm not telling you this to tell you that this is a correct interpretation, but just to tell you that this is part of the problem that we're currently having geostrategically with China, which, as Rana argues, is a very different memory of the Second World War than the one that we have here in the West. Okay, we missed a couple slides here, but let me go on and talk about a couple of other things. Another issue that the United States is trying to deal with as we're looking at all of this, we're trying to figure out what Russia actually is and what the Russians might want in East Asia. And I'm glad that Rich talked about it a little bit obliquely yesterday, these kind of revisionist arguments that the use of the atomic bomb in 1945 was designed in part to keep the Russians out of Japan. Now, there's very little evidence to support this, but it is an important consideration for the United States. If the atomic bombs don't work, or if we decide to give Russia a role in the actual invasion of the Japanese home islands, what will the Russians want in return? Do we actually want the Russians as part of an occupation in Tokyo? The answer to that is no. Do we want them occupying some of the northern islands? The argument to that is probably not, but maybe we could live with that. The better argument is keep them out of Japan altogether if it's possible to do. Are the Soviet interests in the Far East incompatible with America's own interests in the Far East? A question that nobody really knows the answer to. The key here is that the United States, especially Harry Truman, was trying very hard to figure out what the Russians actually were. What motivated them? What drove them? Was it a Bolshevik ideology, as some argued? Was it the historic geopolitical position of Russia, which George Kennan argued? The first Russian Harry Truman ever met was Molotov, which is a really interesting way to start. And trying to figure out what the Russians might actually want. Now, as I mentioned, the Potsdam Conference itself did not deal very much with East Asia, but while the Potsdam Conference was going on, a young State Department official by the name of Dean Rusk came up with the idea that the best way to deal with Japanese occupation forces in Korea was to divide Korea at the 38th parallel and have the Chinese take the surrender north of that, and the Americans and British take the surrender south of that. And as many of you know, the 38th parallel is more or less the border that's been there ever since. So some of these decisions that were made in 1945 that we're still dealing with. Again, the issue of Britain, I want to make sure that we come back to just quickly here at the end. There there is this issue of the British Empire, as I mentioned at the outset, of what to do about the British Empire. Winston Churchill is out of government, but that doesn't mean he's not still a very powerful voice, arguing for the reconstruction of Britain based on the empire, based especially on India. Churchill had a particular blind spot about India, about Calcutta, about Bengal. Many of you know about this terrible famine that took place in Bengal during the Second World War. I'm not here to talk about Churchill's culpability or lack thereof in that, just to say that it was a particular blind spot for Churchill, who, when told about the famines in India, typically responded, if India is starving to death, then why is Gandhi still alive? Churchill's belief, and it wasn't only Churchill's, was that the only way to rebuild Great Britain after the war was to lean on the empire. If, as many people, including the famous economist John Maynard Keynes, argued, Britain was going to lose its place as the great banker of the world, as the great financial center of the world, then the money was going to have to come from somewhere else. And it is from India that many Brits expected that to happen. And as I noted, Clement Attlee, although, again, very, very different from Winston Churchill, when he took over from Churchill in the middle of the Potsdam Conference, there were Americans who said we just went from the big 3 to the big 2.5. Nevertheless, Attlee's an important person and a really interesting guy. But Attlee shared Winston Churchill's belief that India could not leave the British Empire. And as you know, within 2 years, that's exactly what's going to happen. There is, of course, the further question of what the United Kingdom and France might be able to do, and should the United States do anything militarily, diplomatically, or economically to help the British and French and Dutch recover their empires. And Truman, at least at this stage, believes exactly what President Roosevelt believed, that those empires are not only morally problematic, they're economically problematic. And by which I mean, as long as those imperial preference systems exist, American firms cannot trade on equal terms at that point. I wanted to add one more thing, just because it came back in the news just this week, and I want to make sure that we're always keeping pace with what's going on. When the proposal for the Potsdam Conference came up, the big question was where to have it and when to have it. Harry Truman wanted to have this conference, and the Americans did, as late as possible for 2 reasons. To give Truman an opportunity to learn. He knew shockingly little about what was going on. When he became president, he asked for a record of the Yalta Conference proceedings, and no one could give him one, which is amazing. He also wanted more time to let the scientists in New Mexico do their work. The other question was where to have it. Now, they ended up choosing Potsdam, this suburb of Berlin, where there were plenty of undamaged houses, and Potsdam had a particular symbolism. Potsdam is the place, the Neue Palace in Potsdam in 1914, where Kaiser Wilhelm signed the declaration of war in August of 1914. There was a nice symbolism about 31 years later, signing the final German surrender in that same town. The other proposal, though, and here's what I want to end with, it was very important to the Americans to get Joseph Stalin to come to the United States. So they proposed the conference to take place in Washington. Stalin responded by saying that he wouldn't go anywhere that the Soviet troops couldn't control. He was paranoid about security. So the Americans came up with a very interesting alternative. Would the Russian leader come to Alaska? Which was the other proposal. Now, I mention that for 2 reasons. The first is, of course, the news that hit just this week. But the second is a thought experiment of what might have happened if this conference had taken place in Alaska. Might it have driven the leaders of Britain, the United States, and the Soviet Union to think more about Asian issues than they did? Now, as you know, as Harry Truman was on his way back from Potsdam, literally at sea, is when the bombing of Hiroshima happened and changed, I think, really forever, the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union. It went from a relationship that many people at Potsdam thought could be reasonably productive to a relationship that was going to become quite confrontational. Now, had it been in Alaska, and had they been thinking about Asian issues, it could have turned out a little differently. And just by conclusion, let me note some of the curious ways, as some of the things that I've talked about here over the last 20 minutes, that Potsdam and the end of the Second World War in Asia continue to impact our world, from our dealings with the Russians all the way to our dealings with China. Thank you.
Thank you both so much for great presentations.
I have a question that I think both of you can speak to, and then we'll open up the floor for audience Q&A. So how did American soldiers on the ground in both the European and Pacific theaters experience VE Day? What were some everyday perspectives and experiences?
Yeah, I mean, you pointed out beautifully in your presentation. I mean, it's obviously joy that the war in Europe is over and terror that they might end up going to Japan. So Paul Fussell, the famous literary critic at the University of Pennsylvania, titled his memoir, "Thank God for the Atom Bomb," because he was going to be one of those people without 4 children under the age of 18. So there's obviously great relief at the beginning, and then there is real concern. You can also read plenty of memoirs of American soldiers, and I know, Erica, you've dealt with a lot of these, looking at Europe and saying, what will this place become? I mean, it's not, there's not a lot of optimism, I think, among a lot of American soldiers, looking at the devastation in Europe, looking at liberated concentration camps, looking at all of the problems that are happening and wondering, what happens if we just let this go again? Do we have to come back here and do this again? So I would say it's joy and relief combined with a real deep feeling of anxiety and trepidation.
I'd agree with that. I mean, there's a very famous photo from Okinawa. I mean, remember, the Battle of Okinawa was still raging when VE Day takes place, of soldiers sort of with parkas on in the rain, listening to the radio and hearing about VE Day and not looking too happy, right? Because it means nothing to them, effectively. They're still in it for the foreseeable future. And so it's this very, I think, sort of mixed moment. And I always try to put myself in the sort of trying to understand how people might have felt about this at the time. But imagine that you are the mother or the wife of a service member who's been in Europe for years, potentially at this point. What's going to happen now? Don't have 2 kids, don't have 3 kids, right? There's not enough points, right, for them to come home. And so the other side of this, I mean, and I meant to touch on this more, is that think about the pressure on members of Congress, right? I mean, every member of Congress is getting inundated by the summer of 1945, when is my loved one coming home? Right, like the political pressure is really mounting here. And so in some ways, I think VE Day is it's kind of this moment of obviously relief and joy, but on the other hand, a muted sort of sense of that.
And if I can say one more thing, getting back to Rich's talk yesterday, Rich, wherever you are, the lights are shining in my eyes, but Rich's point about the Japanese counting on American morale to crack, I'm not sure that it's so unreasonable a presumption that the United States might opt for a negotiated surrender rather than an invasion of the Japanese home islands, or that Japan could inflict enough damage on that invasion to force the United States into a negotiated position. Given everything you talked about, it may not have been such an unreasonable position.
Well, it's a great point as well. I mean, and keep in mind that, I mean, the U.S. has experience with Germany in World War I, right? That ends in a negotiated Treaty of Versailles settlement, but there's no experience at all fighting Japan.
Right.
Japan was an ally in World War I.
Right.
So, great question.
Yep, great. Thanks so much. So we'll now open the floor for audience Q&A. So there will be microphones floating around, so please raise your hand and someone will bring you a mic.
Well, a round of applause to our panelists, please. Thank you. We're going to start to your right, towards the front, please.
Hi, wonderful presentation, guys. My father was one of those GIs in Europe, right, on VE Day. And the biggest controversy that he writes about right afterwards, was the anxiety of what's going to happen now. Then it was the point system. It just drove the GIs crazy because it also kept changing, you know, as there was more and more pressure. And my father organized a letter writing campaign amongst his unit to, you know, telling the guys, some of them who were hardly literate at that point in his unit, what to say. And, you know, because they really wanted to get home. And the point system kept changing, and then other exceptions kept being made. So I just wanted to mention that. It was really a serious issue at that point. But thank you for bringing that up, too.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And the other part of this, I mean, what do you do with this massive army in Europe, right? I mean, they start setting up, you know, ice cream shops and, you know, places where you can get college credit, things like that. But suddenly you have a boredom problem, right? I mean, you've got millions of men who have suddenly have been fighting this huge war. Now they have nothing to do effectively. So thanks for bringing that up, yeah.
Next question's going to be to your left, please.
Good morning. I'm just curious, how much did the average soldier in the European theater know about what was going on in the Pacific and the differences in the war and the way that, you know, the European front's often thought of as gentleman's war, and whereas the Pacific was not?
Yeah, I don't think it's a gentleman's war after Malmedy and some of the other massacres. So I mean, there's a point at which that ends too. It's funny. Even today, I mean, you talk to soldiers; they typically know their kind of regimental stuff, and everything beyond that is just something that happens out there. They know what's in Stars and Stripes. They know what they're reading to the extent that they're caring. But my impression from the stuff that I've looked at, they are focused on the immediate problem. How many points do I have? When do I get to go home? What am I doing about Italy? Or wonderful stories about Italian Americans who are trying to go back and do something to help Italy in the post-war. They're not thinking about big strategic stuff until the moment comes. There are exceptions, I'm sure, but for the most part, they're worried about the problems they're trying to solve in their units with their soldiers.
All I'd add to that, though, is they know about Pearl Harbor, right? I mean, Pearl Harbor, of course, is the backdrop against which all this is happening. I think that the fact that this is how the U.S. gets into the war, I think, sort of shapes both these theaters.
Yeah,
in
no, I
different
think
ways.
that's right.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the center aisle, about halfway back.
I was listening to you describe the, I'll call it a reorganization plan, where you kept some units intact, others you're in occupation, the rest of them will figure out what to do with you. How would that, or did people worry about, okay, you had a very fine fighting machine in Europe, and now you're breaking up the team. How did people think about that? Because as we know, part of it is the bonds you have in a team, and now you've broken up the team. How did folks feel about that?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, there's a lot of concern about it, right? I mean, you have people who have come in as replacements very late on, and you're losing some of your most veteran soldiers. There's a lot of worry about what the U.S. Army is going to look like if you break up these units. Some of the estimates I've seen, I mean, none of this really proceeds far enough for us to know. It's kind of a counterfactual, right? But something like 60% of the officers in some of these units are being rotated out because they've actually been in longer, and perhaps they're older and have those kids back home to get the point. So, yeah, we will never know what that would have looked like, but there's a great deal of concern about that. Absolutely. Okay.
And if I may, in our Arsenal of Democracy exhibit, we have a small exhibit on an airman named Ben Kuroki, who was, his crew was going to be shipped over from the ETO to the PTO, but because he was Japanese American, he was allowed to fly in Europe. They did not want him to fly in the Pacific, and the crew basically said, if he doesn't go, we don't go. So I invite you all to walk up to the Arsenal of Democracy exhibit and see that case on Ben. Next question is going to be center aisle towards the back here.
A question about the level of devastation in Europe at the end of the war, especially in the cities in Germany and Poland. I'm just curious, how did they avoid massive outbreaks of dysentery and cholera? Because all those sewage systems broken and toilets don't flush. I mean, how did they avoid that?
You want to answer that?
Yeah, great question. That was a major concern, especially the breakout of epidemics. As we know, after World War I, there was the 1918 Spanish influenza, so there were similar worries after World War II. So for some reason, that didn't happen after World War II, but it was a huge anxiety, I think, for the officials. And of course, we did have more advances in medicine, immunizations and everything compared to after World War I. But definitely a very good point about sort of post-war chaos and just, official worries about further chaos, basically.
And the other thing I'd say there, is starvation, right? I mean, who's going to feed these people effectively? And the U.S. Army actually steps in and begins issuing rations, essentially, to German civilians. We heard last night in Rich Frank's excellent lecture about feeding Tokyo after the occupation begins. That's politically a tough thing to do. It's how do you begin feeding people who were your enemy just a few months before, effectively? So, yeah, this humanitarian crisis is on a scale that I think is almost unfathomable in a lot of ways, and it's remarkable that it wasn't worse in a lot of ways.
Next question is going to be to your left towards the center aisle with Connie.
Great presentation, both of y'all. It was very, very informative. My question is for Michael. I really enjoyed, I thought it was very fascinating stuff about the China and I know revisionism is not there. They're just the changing interpretations of history.
This is revisionism. When you're putting Mao in a place he never was,
Yes.
that's revisionism.
Right. But there was other things that you said that were like, okay, like the Holocaust.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, there were some horrible
Yeah.
atrocities in China. So that seemed a little more reasonable. But I've watched on Netflix and some other places, there's lots of, I'm being exposed to a lot of foreign films and a lot of foreign films about World War II. India has some very interesting ones that are very different interpretations. And China does as well. Do you have any recommendations for other movies, or just can you talk about that a little bit? Just that whole.
Yeah, so the joke I've been using with my wife, like if it's a movie, I haven't seen it unless American Airlines has it in flight. But there has been a lot of work done recently to look at what we're calling strategic empathy. That is, you don't have to sympathize, you don't have to agree with how China or Russia sees things, but you have to understand the way that the past is different for them. And the books I would recommend, she's written 2 short books that are really brilliant. A British scholar named Jade McGlynn, McGlynn, who's written 2 books on Russia and Russia's way of looking at the past. Very similar to the way that George Kennan was arguing in 1945, 46, 47, that to the Russian experience, this is not a victory. This is a pause before the next round of conflict. And that's what he was really trying to tell Truman, that the war was going to increase paranoia. In the place that I study most, in France, I mean, of course, it's seen as much as a civil war as it is almost anything else. So it's the point that we try to work on a lot at the Army War College, to say, you don't have to agree with the way another place understands an event in history, but you've got to understand it. And you've got to understand the way that vision of the past is influencing the way they're thinking about the present and the future. But as to movies, I can't help you.
We're going to be to your right, about halfway back with Connie, please.
Thank you, gentlemen and lady. This was a great presentation. My question is, the point system, what entity was conjuring this thing? It seemed to be changing, and was there a group of people in a small room, or how did this come about?
Group of War College graduates, probably. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's the War Department. I mean, it's a convoluted scheme, right? But again, how else would you do this? And what the point system gives you, I mean, for how controversial it becomes, is you can slide the scale. Yeah. Right, 85 points is where you start, but they reduce down to 55 at some point, right? 55 points is relatively easy to get to if you've been in any form of combat. So yes, it's the War Department system. But again, this is designed entirely to mobilize as many men as possible for the Pacific, right? You've got more than 1 million, think about the logistics, 1 million men heading from Europe all the way to the other side of the world, effectively. One of the bottlenecks they have, one of the reasons why this doesn't actually happen more quickly, is they can't get the shipping. There's not enough ships to actually ship them, right? How are you going to retrain people who have fought in the Battle of the Bulge to potentially fight in the invasion of Kyushu, right? I mean, these are very different battle spaces. So yeah, it's essentially cooked up by the War Department as a way to fairly and transparently figure out who gets to go home or not.
Yeah, scalability is the key. Like you said, the Army phrase would be, you can change the rheostats on this, right? You can change the formulas, and Joseph Heller satirized this in Catch-22 as well, the way that you think you understand what they're doing, and then the dials change, and all of a sudden you find that you're not where you thought you were.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're going to go in the back here to your right, please.
Hi, I have a couple questions just as a grad student is trying to learn more about this. I've done more with World War I and the Paris peace negotiations, Robert Kluger's wonderful work on the road to Paris. So I was curious if there are works like that that get more in-depth to what plans people are making before the conference. You talked a lot about how, there is a shift from Wilson's ideology of trying to get everything done at Paris beforehand, then bring it home, to Truman's do everything at home, then show up to the conference. Are there other works that someone like me could read, or someone who's at home with C-SPAN, that you would recommend for either Potsdam or Yalta or several other of the conferences that happened throughout the war?
Yeah, I don't know if she's finished with it yet, but the fabulous historian and one of my favorite people, Margaret Macmillan, is working on a book about all of the conferences. So once Margaret gets that book done, I think everybody should read it because she's brilliant. And she's done a book on Paris 1919 as well, so she has that context and that understanding. But I don't know where she is with that. The last I talked to her, she was about halfway drafted through it, but she's brilliant. I'm sure she's made a lot of progress. There's a British scholar, Andrew Stewart, I believe, who's working on the Cairo conference and working on a book for that as well. So I know of 2 books that are coming out. I'm not sure how much is out there right now that has been done recently. I think this is something that is ripe for somebody to take a look at, how much the Wilsonian experience influenced the way that Truman and his advisors were looking at things. My off-the-cuff answer is they wanted to get to the same place, but they wanted to do it with different instruments and different tools. And if I can blather on for just another second, the big difference between Truman and Wilson is that Truman understood that the great power of the United States in the late 1940s would be economic, which is something that Wilson missed for the early 1920s.
We're going to go straight ahead all the way in the back row, please.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that Potsdam conference, there was no mention of the Holocaust survivors. And I'm curious because the Wannsee conference, which was in 42, 3 years before, was where the Nazis confirmed the final solution. And Potsdam is surrounded by the camps, the murder of the Holocaust victims, and I'm just curious. It had to be intentional.
So it's not just that they didn't talk about it in Potsdam. Truman's briefing books, these big leather-bound books that they had him read on the way over, there's no mention of it there either. Now, Truman was certainly aware of it. What I think is going on, there was a Soviet belief, it remains a thing in Russia, and it remains sort of a thing in some circles in Poland too, that it's not always okay to talk about the Jews as a special class of victim. In other words, 25 million Soviet citizens died. We're not going to single out any single part of that. And I think what it was an intent by the part of the Americans and British not to bring up a subject that they knew the Soviets had a different view on. I also think it was a belief on the part of the Americans that this was something that, at least in the American and British sectors, we wanted to handle differently than the British wanted to handle. And here I mean something both positive and negative, both to eventually help these people and because the US system still went by the quota system for migration. If the United States had made a very big deal out of Holocaust survivors and what to do with them, the Soviet response might be, well, then why don't you take as many as you can into the United States? To which Truman's answer would have had to have been, I don't have that authority as president. So intentional, yes, but I don't think it was intentional and crass. It was intentional as in there's no policy Truman can put on the table at Potsdam other than the opening of Palestine to solve the problem, and talking about Palestine would have inevitably upset Churchill. So I think it was something they thought, we'll deal with this later and figure out a solution. And as you know, they don't find the solution until 1948.
The other side of that, this goes to the question of displaced persons, right? If you're a Holocaust survivor at the end of the war, you might be from a country like Hungary, right? Hungary is now, congratulations, you're part of now the Eastern Bloc, right? And then that's even known as early as 1945. So, where do you send these people? Do they want to even go home? Is there a home to go back to? And so I think I'm absolutely right. They kind of bracket off the issue.
And they do not want to go back to Poland, Slovakia. They do not. The place they want to go is either Palestine or the United States. The United States is closed, and Churchill doesn't want to open Palestine for fear of, and neither does Attlee, for fear that they create a security situation that they can't handle, which is exactly what happens. So there's a lot more we could talk about, but I don't think it's intentional in the sense of we don't care about these people. It's intentional in the sense that there is no policy solution even for us to discuss.
Well, it's only resolved years later. Really,
it takes years to resolve.
Yep. Next question is going to be all the way to your right, towards the back corner, please.
In August of 1945, the United States gave an amazing gift to China. And in the middle of the night, all of the Japanese soldiers in hundreds of villages across China packed up and left. Some of these soldiers had occupied those villages for as long as 6 and 7 years. Is this taught in Chinese schools today? And of course, the wonderful gift that the United States gave China was Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
So I don't have an answer to that, but I think what I would say is that I'm following Rana here because he knows this stuff better than anybody that I know. What the Chinese are taught is that it is China that defeated the Japanese army. And again, there's a case to be made. I think the figure is right. It's something like there were 3 Japanese casualties in the Second World War killed by a Chinese soldier than killed by an American. I mean, because of all of the fighting that went on inside China that is not taught in our histories normally. So as far as I know, the Chinese histories focus on Chinese agency in defeating the Japanese and not waiting for the Americans to come along and solve the problem for them. But that's all I would want to say without getting in an area that I just don't know enough about. Read Rana's book would be my advice.
The next question is going to be almost all the way to the back to your right.
Hi. Regarding the point system, was there a difference in the use of the point system for demobilization for individuals who had joined the armed forces after hostilities had begun versus those who were a member of the armed forces before hostilities began?
That's a good question. So this is one of the controversies with the point system is you literally get 1 point for every month in military service. So yeah, there is no distinction. It's just how long you were in effectively. And then you got additional points for the period overseas and then for any awards that you receive. So yeah, this is one of the big controversies is you have people who have been in for quite a while at that point. Absolutely.
All the way in the back with Connie in the center, please.
What was the thinking behind the selection of Hiroshima and Nagasaki as the 2 cities that were to be bombed of all of the other cities in Japan?
I think Dr. Curatola is going to be getting to that in his session later this afternoon. Okay. So not to steal our panelist's thunder now, but John's bigger than me, so we'll let him give the answer. Please raise your hand for that question if John doesn't cover it this afternoon. Next question will be with me in the back to your right, please.
Still thinking about the point system. And I know I've heard that VJ Day, the first to come home were the POWs in the camps, in Asia. But I wonder if you were a POW in a German camp and then you were released, did you get more points?
I think POW is a special
He
class.
just went home.
Yeah, he just went home at that point, yeah.
You didn't have to do the point system?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not subject to the point system, yeah.
Center aisle with Connie, please.
Yeah, great presentation. You talked about the arbitrary nature of U.S. redeployment plans and American misgivings about Soviet redeployment in the theater and the final struggle with Japan. What were the plans, if any, for British redeployment in the final struggle with Japan, and what was the American perspective about that?
Yeah, I mean, the issue is where are the British going to go? Are they going to support the invasion of Japan, or are they going to go back to Hong Kong and Singapore and try to build back their empire? That's the question that is still an open question by the time that Hiroshima and Nagasaki happened. There is a great fear among Americans that the British are not going to do the thing that we need them to do. They're going to go back into their empires. There's a fear that the French will do the same thing. They'll go back into Indochina and they won't support the landings in Japan. And I think that's a strategic debate that was still ongoing.
I mean, there's a whole theater of the war that the British are involved in that we often don't think about, which we abbreviate to CBI, China, Burma, India, right? I mean, there's serious fighting in Burma and India, and the Japanese at one point tried to invade India, right? So from the British colonial perspective, which Churchill certainly adheres to, the empire is incredibly important to protect. And so I think, it's a counterfactual of history what would have happened had the British gotten involved in the Asian theater and tried to redeploy there, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's again, it doesn't come up in U.S. histories, but somebody mentioned India. I mean, the airport in Calcutta is not named for Gandhi. It's named for Boshu, Subhas Chandra Boshu, who fought with the Japanese against the British.
Yep.
So what the British are worried about is that Boshu's movement, Boshu gets killed in a mysterious plane crash. Maybe not that mysterious. I mean, planes did crash. But what the British are really worried about is that Boshu's movement is gonna catch fire, and it's not a nonviolent one like Gandhi's. So that's where their focus is. And like I said, even Attlee, who is a very different person and has very different geostrategic views, Attlee doesn't think that India can be allowed to fall under Boshu's rule either. So it's an open question as to what the British would have done, just as it is with the French.
We've got time for at least one more question, maybe two. We're going to go to your far right.
Wonderful presentation as usual. What did the United States Navy, either as both officially and as people in it, and the U.S. Marine Corps, there seems to be a somewhat asymmetry in this relationship with these points. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, so U.S. Army is heavily engaged in Europe, Navy and Marine Corps is fighting in the Pacific. So as far as I'm aware, they don't really get to the demobilization plans because they're going to be fighting to the bitter end.
I'm not sure, but I'm going to tell you the answer that I give whenever anybody asks me any questions about the United States Navy. Craig Simons is right there. So that's the man you want to talk to. When I have Navy questions, that's who I ask. So Craig is right there. He's a nice guy. You should ask him.
We're going to go to the front row to your right.
Thank you for a wonderful morning. And I'd like to see if you could expound a little bit more on the linkage between the end of war and World War I and the conscious decisions for the international order that they set up in World War II. You know, the United Nations, International Declaration of Human Rights, International Monetary Fund, tying of world economies to the dollar. It seems like there's a very interesting connection here between the way World War I ended and World War II.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way I sometimes teach the Potsdam Conference to students at the War College, if they didn't know what else to do, they did the opposite of what had happened at World War I. In other words, the presumption was, the reason that we're here is because the peacemaking process at the end of World War I had failed. So whereas there was no occupation of Germany in World War I, there will be one in World War II. Whereas there were reparations, heavy reparations in World War I. In World War II, at least the British, French, and the Americans pumped money into Germany rather than taking it out. When they didn't know what to do, they sort of did the opposite. And both Truman and Roosevelt were deep admirers of Woodrow Wilson's idealism. Truman took the oath of office under a portrait of Woodrow Wilson. What they believed he'd gotten wrong was his understanding of where American power lay. So for Woodrow Wilson, the power of America was the power of ideas. And when he couldn't convince David Lloyd George and George Clemenceau to see the world the way he saw it, he tried to go over their heads to the European people, the same way he did in the League fight back here. What Truman very quickly figured out is that America's power is money. And America's power is the ability either to rebuild, as in the Marshall Plan, or forgive loans, or do economic sanctioning, or any of the economic tools that the United States had at its disposal. So the way I sometimes teach this is Truman wanted to make sure Truman was a famously good poker player. He wanted to make sure he had the high cards in his hand before he sat down with Joseph Stalin. And not incidentally, Winston Churchill, who Truman understood right from the beginning that American and British interests overlapped in some places and clearly did not overlap in others. So to take your point, Pete, they admired what Wilson was trying to do. They wanted to get there by a very, very different route.
Well, let's have a round of applause. Thank you to Erica and to Bradley and to Michael. They three will all be outside at the retail and book signing area during our break. Also during our break, I invite you to go check out the information desk where you can learn more about upcoming programs that will feature some or all of these individuals, including our educational travel programs that go around the world. And Michael has been involved in some, and Bradley has been involved in one. And we got to get Erica on one too soon. Thank you very much. We will be back on time to start at 10:45. And I think this has been a great kickoff for this session to get us right for the symposium. 10:45. Thank you very much.
And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
On May 8, 1945, thousands of people took to the streets and cities around the world to celebrate news of Germany's surrender and the end of World War II in Europe. The day became known as VE Day, for Victory in Europe. This is World War II in two. I'm Sean Scanlon from the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. In the spring of 1945, Allied forces were converging on Germany from the east and west. As they crossed into Germany, advancing soldiers encountered fierce resistance, cities devastated by bombing, and horrific evidence of Nazi crimes. Seeing the looming collapse of his regime, Adolf Hitler took his own life on April 30th. Within days, his successors surrendered unconditionally to Allied forces, ending nearly 6 years of bloody fighting in Europe. President Harry Truman, who had only assumed the presidency weeks prior, following FDR's death, addressed the nation by radio, proclaiming, "General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe." News of Germany's surrender ignited joyous celebrations. In New York City, bells tolled and car horns sounded as 250,000 soldiers, sailors, and civilians gathered in Times Square to sing and celebrate. Across the country, expressions of joy were accompanied by moments of thanksgiving and somber reflection. People flocked to houses of worship to give thanks for the victory and to pray for a swift end to the war in the Pacific. And in the United Kingdom, May 8th was declared a national holiday. But the people didn't wait to celebrate, packing pubs and lighting bonfires the night before. Restaurants created victory menus, and the Ministry of Food made sure there was enough beer supplies in London. Winston Churchill had just cheering crowds on VE Day saying, "This is your victory." But the crowds shouted back, "No, it's yours." On the island of Okinawa, American forces marked VE Day by firing a barrage of artillery rounds at Japanese positions at midnight. It was a grim reminder that while fighting had ceased in one theater, World War II still raged in the Pacific.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations. connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
July 16, 1945, nuclear scientists working for the Manhattan Project successfully detonated the plutonium-based device in the remote New Mexico desert. The world had entered the atomic age, and there was no going back. This is World War II and II. In the 1930s, scientists discovered the possibility of atomic fission, which split the atom, creating a powerful explosive force. After the German invasion of Poland in 1939, Albert Einstein penned a letter to President Franklin Roosevelt warning of the danger if that technology fell into Nazi hands. FDR heeding the warning, and by June 1942, he approved a U.S. Army program to develop an atomic weapon. Initially set up office space in Broadway in New York City, the effort was soon referred to as the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was a nationwide effort by labs and universities to develop fissionable materials and the means to produce an atomic bomb. Los Alamos Scientific Lab in New Mexico was a central location for scientific research and was led by scientists J. Robert Oppenheimer and Army Brigadier General Leslie Groves. To create isotopes of uranium-235 and plutonium-239, facilities were built at Hanford Engineering Works in Washington State and Clinton Engineering Works in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Thousands of people worked on the Manhattan Project, but information was compartmentalized, and a top-secret classification meant only a few select people understood the project's goal. A uranium-based bomb was thought to be a reliable design, but a major challenge was finding enough uranium-235. Plutonium, on the other hand, was easier to produce than uranium, but a plutonium-based device was more complex. A bomb using plutonium-239 could only go supercritical if compressed from all directions uniformly. Because this method was so unprecedented, Oppenheimer felt it was necessary to test it. In July 1945, the gadget was detonated at Jornada del Muerto, 35 miles south of Socorro, New Mexico, validating the plutonium-based compression design. The flash, seen in this archival footage, was so bright it temporarily blinded the observers, and the heat melted the desert sand into a radioactive green glass called trinitite. After witnessing the test, Oppenheimer famously quoted, "Now I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." The successful Trinity test confirmed that the United States had two viable weapon designs and could easily produce several such devices. Days later, at the Potsdam Conference, President Truman called for Japan to surrender or face prompt and utter destruction.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press.
I was angry that our ships were sunk and people were killed. I was going to get back at them.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
I didn't know how it would affect me at the time, but I certainly soon found out.
I enlisted the day after, which was on Monday, Tried to get permission from my father.
I was still 17.
It was a new world for me. I didn't even know they had blacks training as Marines. As an Afro-American going to be in the Marines, it was a proud moment.
I heard on the radio that the Marines were going to enlist women. I'm going to apply.
Yeah, I was scared all the time. We all were scared.
When they first started coming at us, I said, they're trying to kill me.
First, I had to change from a civilian to a soldier. Then I had to change from a soldier to a killer. The whole country was at war. 1 out of every 4 employees in war plants were women.
The home front was unbelievable. The unity and the sacrifice.
Bastogne was tough, cold, and we went through holy hell.
We took an awful lot of flack, and I seen one of our planes was hit, and I thought to myself, those boys are not going to make it.
It was a brutal, brutal war. If you were able to survive it, you were one of the lucky few.
Who knows if we didn't beat Hitler, what would have happened?
You can imagine the feeling that the war's over. It's something you can't explain.
It made me a greater American. Made me feel that I'd done what I was supposed to do. I want to give the boys credit that never made it home. Their parents, their mothers, their fathers. They are the ones that really sacrificed.
When I walked into the museum, I called my wife. And I said, you need to walk with me. I see the D-17 hanging there overhead. I said, that needs to be taught.
The people that come after really do need to be reminded of it, and I think this museum is doing a terrific job.
There are few veterans that are left, there are few survivors that are left that can tell them firsthand I was there.
This city is much better off because of the World War II Museum. May it grow, may it prosper, may it continue to serve as a reminder of what freedom's all about.
Heroes are those that died. I did my job, they did theirs, and we should be eternally grateful for this wonderful country.
Our kids need to know what this nation was made of.
After World War II, we became a super nation for one reason. The people were together.
By August 1945, the Japanese Empire was on the verge of defeat, but still refused to surrender. But a new weapon, unlike any other, would help lead to the end of the war and have ripple effects for decades to come. This is World War II and II. I'm John Curatola at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the Allies prepared to invade the Japanese home islands, any assault would be extremely costly for both Allied forces and the Japanese people. But with the success of the July Trinity test, the U.S. was ready to leverage atomic weaponry to help end the carnage of the Pacific War. The 509th Composite Group, led by 29-year-old Colonel Paul Tibbets, was assigned the task of dropping the atomic bombs. On August 6, 1945, Colonel Tibbets in a B-29 superfortress named Enola Gay took off from Able Runway on the island of Tinian and headed for the coastal Japanese town of Hiroshima. Loaded in his bomb bay was a uranium-based weapon nicknamed Little Boy. Tibbets arrived over his target at 8:15 a.m., aimed for the T-shaped bridge at the city center, and dropped the weapon. 43 seconds later, at an altitude of 1,600 feet, the bomb exploded in a brilliant white flash. Much of Hiroshima vanished under a rising mushroom cloud. The ensuing explosion signaled the death of approximately 80,000 Japanese. But the Japanese military showed no signs of surrender. Just days later, on August 9th, a second B-29, nicknamed Boxcar, piloted by Captain Charles Sweeney, left Tinian carrying the plutonium-based bomb called Fat Man. Sweeney's target was the Japanese city of Kokura, and he was directed to drop the weapon by visual means only. But when the plane arrived over its target, the city was obscured by haze and smoke. Boxcar moved on to its secondary target, the Japanese port city of Nagasaki. The plane arrived over the city around 11 a.m. and dropped the bomb. The explosion killed approximately 60,000 Japanese. In Nagasaki, everything within a mile of ground zero was annihilated, with immense heat causing widespread fires. Archival footage from the days after shows some of that devastation. People close to the blast were vaporized, while others suffered horrific burns and fatal radiation poisoning. Running low on fuel, Sweeney headed for Okinawa and landed his bomber just as the fuel-starved engines shut down. As a result of these two missions and other wartime considerations, Emperor Hirohito determined that Japan's war was over.
We were in Honolulu.
You never knew. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the Arcadia Ballroom so we can begin our next session. On your way, please find your cell phones and silence them. Seats and cell phones. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For our next session, Tightening the Noose by Land, Sea, and Air, we have brought four great scholars who happen to be four great friends of the National World War II Museum, involved with many of our programs both here and abroad. It will be chaired by a great guy, but also the author of the forthcoming book, 1942, Crux of War. I've been waiting for this book, and I'm still waiting just a little bit because we want John, A, to get it out there, B, for you all to learn from it, and C, to get him to come speak on it at one of our international conferences. John Parshall is the co-author of Shattered Sword, The Untold Story of the Battle of Midway. He is a frequent contributor to publications throughout the country and the world, and as well as digital platforms, podcasts, videos, etc. He is, I'm going to say, the foremost American English-speaking scholar on the Imperial Japanese Navy, and that may cause a fight, but I will stand behind it. John is also integral in our travel programs in that many of you who have been on those tours, you've seen our map books, our guide books. Those maps are all created by John. That's also one of the reasons why I want this book to be finished, so we can get him back on those wonderful maps for our tours. Ladies and gentlemen, for Tightening the Noose, it's my pleasure to turn it over to John Parshall.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you, Jeremy, and I'm not even going to bother to stand up here just to kind of keep the conversational vibe going. The panel that we have here with us today needs no real introduction to any of the, frequent visitors from the museum, but for the sake of our C-SPAN audience, we have with us James Scott, John McManus, and Craig Simons, who are collectively the authors of 40 books on military history, American military history, and will be respectively covering the air, land, and sea portions of this panel, and I will be chiming in with Japanese Navy, Army, and home front stuff as needed. I think that there's a perception at 80 years remove that when we get to about the middle of 1945, say the May-June timeframe, that the Allies are marching inexorably towards victory over Japan, because at this point, of course, American military supremacy over Japan is both absolute and overwhelming in scale. And yet I would argue that this time period is a period that is full of stress and uncertainty, and that if you look at both the level of the individual soldiers and sailors, you see a lot of uncertainty and angst about what is coming down the pike for them. And also at the level of senior command, there are a lot of very tired and anxious senior commanders as well. And so I want to explore some of those things. But the first thing I want to start out with, actually in my time-honored tradition of never really knowing what I'm going to talk about until I see the panel before me, I want to go into the point system issue once again, because John and I were both chuckling about this as we were watching up here, that the whole point system thing is yet another example of sort of the effete, elitist European theater approach to things. That when Bradley asked the hypothetical question of how would you construct a point system, I think if you were to ask a number of the people in the Pacific, they would answer simply, it ain't over until it's over. Get on the boat and get out here, because there was no comparable point system for any of the combatants in the Pacific. And you have a lot of people in organizations like the AmeriCall Division, 32nd Infantry, 41st Infantry, and obviously the Marine Divisions as well, who have been here since 1942, and nobody's passing out little yellow cards to me to ask how many kids I have. So I just wanted to sort of start in on that. And John, do you have any further comments on that? I want to talk about the Navy too.
So I'd add like the 32nd Infantry Division, which of course had fought at the Battle of Luna in 1942, as a very salty division. By then, the 7th Infantry Division, which had fought from Attu onward, the 96th, which is deeply involved in Okinawa. So, I mean, the preoccupation, I'd say, especially for ground troops at that point in time, is what's going to happen with the invasion of Japan. I mean, everybody's looking forward to that. They don't know how this is going to turn out, and they're thinking, how will I possibly survive? So points that might as well be, just in a different universe. I mean, I think it was Eugene Sledge, the famous, member of the 1st Marine Division, who was talking about how when they heard about the end of the war in Europe, he said something to the effect of, well, that might as well have been happening on the moon, almost. Right. They were happy, but it was completely irrelevant to their immediate situation. So when you talk about points in relation to the war against Japan, it's really more obviously of a post-war thing, an occupation thing, a seniority thing as to who's going to be in on the occupation and who's not. It certainly has no bearing in the summer of 1945 when the preoccupation is completely different.
Yeah. Craig, any comments from the
Yeah,
Navy?
well, of course, it's different for the Navy, too, because if you can imagine a senior chief who's accumulated the necessary points, which didn't really exist in the Pacific Theater, if you pull all the chiefs off a ship, that ship's not going to function. So the ship is the unit. And so it's where the ship goes and what the ship does and the ship's role, rather than individuals within the crew or the officer corps, or certainly within the chiefs.
Yeah. So with respect then to the naval combatants that were in the Atlantic, there was no such thing as a point system for them either, right?
No, it doesn't really work for the Navy. I mean, you can't really pull a guy out of a ship and say, all right, you can go home, the rest of you stay here. The whole idea of replacements, and there are replacements, of course, sooner or later. I mean, new boots come into an older command, but it just doesn't function in the same way that it did for the Army.
Yeah. Any comments from the AAF?
Yeah, no, and this is just actually more of a general comment on that. We were talking about what it was like for VE Day, and there was a pretty famous article by a military correspondent from Okinawa at that time in May of 1945, and he said, he looked at what the troops were doing, and he framed it around this cemetery on Okinawa, and he said, well, everybody's celebrating in Europe, and people are pouring out into Times Square. I'm just watching these white crosses mushroom across this landscape here, and it was indicative, of course, that the war was still going on, and of course there was this tremendous fear as to whether the American morale would keep up. I mean, it was very legitimate. Rich talked about that last night, as to whether or not you could keep the American public on board. And as far as that goes, it's not just the wanting to have your loved ones home and whatnot, but there's also tremendous pent-up consumer demand at this point. The population is really tired. They're going to start building the first consumer cars in 1945. People wanted sewing machines again. They wanted, they really wanted to return to that domestic life that they had had pre-war, and so all of that's kind of baked into that sort of the end of the war there in that time period. The last thing I'll say too is going through Truman's letters at the archive there in Missouri. There's a letter actually when some of the controversy came up in the post-World War II surrounding Hiroshima. He had a letter from a GI from the Pacific, and he said, look, all the stuff that the heat you're taking, Truman, don't disregard it, please. He said, I had 3 landings in the Pacific, and I didn't think time was on my side for many more of them. And so I think, those guys who had landed on places like Saipan, they'd fought in Peleliu, of course, Iwo Jima, Okinawa, I mean, they'd seen the hellaciousness of those battles, and they understood what was facing them if this was going to continue on to Kyushu and then on to the Tokyo Plains. So.
Yeah, and just for context setting too, when VE Day actually happens, of course, we're stuck in front of the Shuri line on Okinawa, and it's a complete meat grinder for both the Marine and Army divisions that are on that island. I do want to have a follow-up question, though, with respect to the ground forces in particular. How are the senior officers viewing this whole notion of bringing over units from the ETO and then integrating them into the PTO force structure, and what remedial training or any other remedies have to be put in place to take account for the fact that you've lost all your high point guys?
Yeah, I mean, I would say in terms of the senior commanders, it's a mixed sense of anticipation and resentment on some levels too. And what I mean by that is, I think there's a sense among many who are leading formations in the Pacific that the fair-haired guys are in European theater. That they're the ones who have drawn most of the war correspondence, that's been the priority from the beginning, the Germany first policy, and that from a kind of senior officer professional level, some of these guys then are going to kind of redeploy to the Pacific and then get the glory in the Pacific at the end, the way they would have thought of it. Certainly the average soldier isn't thinking that way. They want all the help they can get. But in MacArthur's headquarters, there is certainly some level of trepidation as actually who is going to be reassigned from the European theater. MacArthur does not want necessarily big prominent personalities like Patton or whatever who are going to compete for headlines, of course, obviously. But you certainly will have that dynamic. But at the same time, too, I think he has thought over quite concisely about who we would like to add to his command. And so officers like Ridgway, for instance, he's going to welcome them with open arms.
Lightning Joe?
Lightning Joe Collins, too, who, of course, had originated in the Pacific as the commander of the 25th Division at Guadalcanal, then eventually becomes the commander of 7th Corps in Europe and might be going back. Courtney Hodges in his first army is supposed to redeploy, and honestly, I don't think that would have been the first choice for many in the Pacific to have Hodges come over. I think I probably would have preferred maybe Sandy Patch, who had also originated in the Pacific and was a pretty successful army commander by the end of the war. Just as examples off the top of my head. So you see a sense of welcoming of, yes, we need all the help we can get. We want to add these formations, and boy, we're going to need them for Operation Downfall. And much less maybe the end of if you've still got fighting going on in the Philippines, which you were likely to have, or Okinawa or wherever else. You certainly see that, but also I think that there's a sense, too, that those who have been in the Pacific from the beginning ought to be the ones still calling the shots from MacArthur on down.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to just ask all three of you, what do you see as the biggest challenges facing the respective services when we get to about the May-June time frame? And I'd like to start with Craig, actually.
Yeah, well, obviously, April 6th of 1945 is the day the Japanese first unleashed the full-scale terror of the kamikaze. The Navy, the Allied navies, the United States Navy in particular, had pretty much dominated. The surface combatant war is over. The Italians, of course, had given up in 1943. After Leyte Gulf in October of 1944, the Imperial Japanese Navy virtually ceases to exist. They've still got the Yamato, and we can talk about that too on another case. The last German capital ship is sunk by the Royal Air Force in November of 1944. So by 1945, there's no surface enemy to take on. What the Navy is doing then is savaging the lines of communication, the supply lines, the transport ships, and particularly the oil tankers of Japan, trying to get their supplies and raw materials from what had been the Dutch East Indies, now Indonesia, up to Japan. And by 1945, they're running out of targets. I mean, if you look at the sinkings of Japanese ships, the dominant year is 1944. In 1944, American submarines just in the Pacific sink over 600 Japanese ships. In 1945, only 158. And it's not because they're not trying as hard, it's because they are running out of targets. So the only new problem existing for the United States Navy in this critical period of April-May of 1945 is the emergence of the kamikazes, and that is something they had really not foreseen. Chester Nimitz famously gave a talk to the Naval War College in 1946 after the war, trying to praise the planners at the War College in Newport, saying that everything that came up in this war, we had anticipated, we had gamed out here at the Naval War College. And then he paused and said, except the kamikazes. We didn't see that coming. So the big problem for them is how to deal with this. And it's interesting, Michael Nyberg in the last panel said something about, this Japanese notion that if you can inflict sufficient punishment on the Americans, at some point they'll crack and agree to negotiate. That never happened. But Mike suggests that's not completely an insane notion. But there is a cultural differentiation between the two sides. They really just don't completely understand one another. And I think that's part of the problem too. How long will this have to go on with kamikazes sinking our ships at the rate they were sunk off of Okinawa? How long can we sustain this? How long can we survive this? I think that's a concern.
Yeah, I mean, the challenges are absolutely immense for the ground forces. And I mean, if you think about it in terms of the point Craig just made and Mike made earlier, about the reasonable nature of the Japanese position on whether or not the Americans will crack and agree to something short of unconditional surrender. Agree to some sort of settlement that perhaps saves some semblance of the empire, some semblance of the Japanese occupation in China. I mean, there's a lot of ways this could have gone. And so this is what you're fighting for in 1945 as the average GI, whether we are going to see it through. And this was no sure thing. I mean, the level of violence and ferocity of the operations in 1945 is absolutely indescribable. It's unfathomable. And if you think about the European theater too, our casualty rates in the US Army in April 1945 are almost as high as they had been in the Battle of Normandy the previous summer. So we've got that. And so finally that nightmare is over. But if we're thinking what's going on in the Pacific Asia theater at this point in time, well, yes, the Battle of Okinawa has just ramped up. We've just gotten rid of the nightmare of Iwo Jima. And oh, by the way, there is the largest campaign of them all raging in the Philippines. And that is absolutely not coming anywhere near to an end. Sixth Army is enmeshed on Luzon from January 9th all the way to September 2nd, 1945, dealing with an attritional kind of battle. Eighth Army under Robert Eichelberger is carrying out dozens of amphibious operations that spring and summer of 1945. And so from that perspective, we are worried about what's in front of us with the next battle, with the next tactical struggle against these guys who are basically fighting to the death. Yeah. But we are waging that attritional struggle too, so that by the summer of 45, if you're a Japanese soldier in the Philippines, the greater threat to your life at that point is starvation and disease versus American firepower. And believe me, American firepower is immense. Yeah. So the question then is the challenge in front of us. Oh, by the way, on the horizon is Operation Downfall, the invasion of Japan, which is going to be very ground soldier-centric, of course. And so we're already running out of infantry. We're already running out of trained combat manpower in other MOSs. Can we bring in new replacements and sustain? Can we redeploy from Europe? How will that work administratively? How will it work morale-wise? I mean, these are really difficult issues to kind of sort through. So I would say there's really no sense of triumphalism as we get to midsummer 1945. There's a sense of palpable dread about what everybody expects, which of course is the invasion of Japan.
Yeah, and I'll say, the air is actually much slower to kind of come online in the Pacific Theater for the air war against the Japanese Empire and the homeland there. And, and that's all because we just don't have the bases until the summer of 1944. And for those who want to learn more about that, I would suggest you come with my good buddy John and I on the Pacific tour where we go to Guam, Saipan, and Tinian, and we discuss these battles and why these battles were so pivotal for the air war. And what it was is we basically needed to have bases within range of Japan's key industrial cities, places like Tokyo, Nagoya, Osaka, and Kobe. And we didn't have those until we captured the Mariana Islands. The Mariana Islands are about 1,500 miles south of Tokyo, and so even that's a tremendous distance, but we were able to bridge that distance because of the creation of the B-29 bomber, which was, of course, the largest and single most expensive weapon system of World War II, actually costing more than the atomic bomb, but it was a hemispheric bomber that was capable of bridging that great distance. And so we don't actually introduce the B-29 into theater until the fall of 1944 as a strategic bomber. And of course, at that point, we are bringing the tactics over from the air war in Europe, which is going to be daylight, high altitude precision bombing. The idea being that we're going to first go in and we're going to knock out Japan's capabilities to rearm through planes and things of that nature, going after engine factories, fuselage, things of that nature. And of course, we run into all sorts of challenges in the fall of 1944, namely the fact that Japan's weather is really, really difficult, and that it's an island nation. It has frequently it's cloudy, it rains. I mean, there's some months we get literally as few as 3 to 6 clear days to bomb there, which if you're trying to do high altitude daylight bombing, you need to be able to see what your target is. On top of this, we discovered the jet streams, which we had no idea existed at that point, which would literally, they were so powerful that it would literally freeze bombers over their target, which would make them susceptible to anti-aircraft fire. And so we really tried to kind of work around that throughout the fall of 1944 with Brigadier General Haywood Hansel, but he wasn't making any real headway. In fact, by the end of that year, he'd not been able to knock out a single Japanese factory or war plant, and it leads to Hap Arnold's firing of him and replacing him with Kurt LeMay. And of course, Kurt LeMay was everything Haywood Hansel was not, but he ultimately embraced Hansel's philosophy and strategy for bombing until it didn't work. He spent about 6 weeks trying to tinker with high-altitude daylight bombing, tried to bring them down a little bit under the jet streams, worked on maintenance, things of that nature, pilot training, navigation, all that, but ultimately realized it simply wouldn't work. And So it's in March of 1945 when he makes a dramatic shift in American strategy. And that's going to go from precision bombing to low-altitude fire raids on Japanese cities. And that's going to be a game changer. Of course, that first raid is going to take place a little after midnight on March 10th, 1945. He's going to send almost 300 bombers over Tokyo, and they're going to create one of the largest firestorms of World War II. It's going to lead to about 105,000 civilian deaths. 16 square miles of Japan are going to be obliterated by 6 a.m. Literally 1 out of every 4 buildings in Tokyo vanishes. And so that then, LeMay realizes that this is a game changer. He immediately begins launching a very aggressive campaign after that. And within the span of less than 10 days, he actually burns out 32 square miles of several of Japan's key cities, Nagoya, Osaka, and of course Tokyo. He's going to accelerate that up until he literally runs out of incendiaries. He's got to wait on a resupply of those. Then he's going to kick back in again. But by June, he's going to have destroyed 102 square miles of Japan's key cities. And at that point, most of Japan's industry is centered around a half dozen cities, and at that point, they're pretty much all burned out. So the Air Force is really, by the spring and summer, really ramping up into the fire burning campaign, and really LeMay has essentially kind of hit his stride at that point.
James, I don't want to poach on your territory, but I just want to add to that to read the justification for why this shift in March of 1945 takes place is really fascinating, because the idea is, well, we're going to knock out Japanese industry. The argument between the Americans and the British all along had been the Americans said, we can hit that factory, we can make them stop producing ball bearings or wherever it is they're doing because we have the Norden bomb site and we're going to have the B-29. But when LeMay figures out this is not working, he says, well, it's almost as good to take out what he calls the housing units of the workers.
Yeah.
And so the justification is, we'll shut down the factories by burning down the homes of the people who work in the factories, and therefore we're really striking at Japanese industry, when in fact, of course, it was terror bombing.
Well, and I'll tell you, and Tokyo was a unique one in that literally about 50% of manufacturing in Tokyo did take place in home industries. And so Japan did have sort of a system where they sort of outsourced the manufacturing of parts and things like that to home factories and whatnot. And so Tokyo, more than any other city, had that sort of dominant.
Right? Okay.
And that was what LeMay pushed for. Later on in that campaign, it was some of the cities that he burned had virtually no industrial capacity whatsoever. So, but at that point, he'd really hit.
We're well into dehousing at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
A la Bomber Harris.
And add too another point in the sense of like the weapon itself. Of course, the incendiary raids are the biggest example of the use of fire at this point.
Yeah.
But this is happening across the board, really, in the entire American war effort now against Japan. The use of fire against them. We're seeing that more and more. Napalm that had come into play, not just in the Pacific, but also in Europe too, but especially now in this last year or so of the war.
Was the first use of napalm on the battlefield.
Right, exactly, and on the battlefield too. Of course, we've got the flamethrower teams, with the tanks you'd put on your back, and boy, was that a popular job. I'm signing up for that one. And then as of about Iwo Jima onward, we've got the flame tanks, and in Okinawa especially, those are a major weapon the 10th Army has. So in addition to also the cave-to-cave fighting, in which engineers are a lot of times just pouring in gasoline and burning the Japanese out. So it's kind of interesting to think of it as, here is history's most modern war at that point, but now the Americans are using humanity's, one of its oldest, most elemental weapens to bring about to the end. Fire.
And that's really a reaction. I'm going to pipe in as the token Japanese guy here. A lot of post-war observers, I don't think, understand the fact that the Japanese were actively adapting their tactics throughout this time period as well. And you see a transition after the Marianas campaign where the initial defense plan had been to actually, kick the Americans back into the ocean. They realize that they can't do that. And so there's a transition, and you see the first manifestations of this new strategy at places like Peleliu and Biak, Peleliu famously, where the whole game plan is buying time. And so we know that the garrison is going to be wiped out, but can we extract the maximum amount of casualties and time from the Americans to give the home islands the time they need to prepare and arm the new legions that will be defending the Japanese home islands? And so what you see then in places like Okinawa and Iwo Jima is a movement towards this very static mode of warfare on the part of the Japanese, where we do have to burn them out, and the most efficient way to do that is with fire in a lot of cases.
Yeah, you saw after the Battle of Manila, the flamethrower was a very popular weapon because the Battle of Manila is the first big urban fight, really the only big urban fight in the Pacific War. And troops are going, building by building, literally room by room, and so they realized that, for these troops too, who had spent so much of the time fighting in jungles, fighting in beaches, that suddenly you're in an urban environment, that the flamethrower was a very valuable weapon. And, but it would suck up all the oxygen in a room, and so you had to be careful that the operator didn't pass out.
Yeah. Absolutely, they constantly have to be mindful of that. And also, too, they are sometimes on a higher point of the building pouring gasoline on lower level rooms to basically flame them out that way, and they have to be careful not to burn themselves out as they're doing this. The flamethrower teams are really the front and center weapon that's happening in the hardcore of Manila, as you know so well. I mean, it's like that's the lead weapon for your squad.
And there was a spike I remember reading, and it may have been in your book, about folks signing up for being flamethrower operators after that battle.
Yeah. Popular job.
Yeah. All right, I want to take it up to the command level here. I was just having a conversation a few days ago with our mutual friend Trent Hone, very good naval historian, and I was reading his book on Nimitz and also your book on Nimitz, Craig. And the impression that I get out of the final 6 months of the war is that Chester Nimitz, who was the commander-in-chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet and also the theater commander for the majority of the Pacific Ocean, is now engaged in a two-front war, with one front being against the Japanese and the other front being against Douglas MacArthur. Because as we get closer to Japan, this whole notion of having two theater commanders in this geographic area is becoming more and more fictional, I guess. And so any comments on that, General?
Well, Nimitz and MacArthur stand as kind of metaphor for the argument between the Army and the Navy more broadly and this really goes to the whole question that the last panel discussed in some depth, and that we will too, I assume, and that is whether we can end this war by simply blockading Japan, bombing it from the air, and just letting it starve to death until it can no longer survive, or invade. Now, the argument against invading is, well, Americans have to put their boots on the ground and get killed. But how many Japanese, given the culture that surrender is unthinkable, how many Japanese would have to die before Japan's leaders said, well, okay, that's enough, we quit? And it leads to the whole question, and we can get into this later on, I suppose, about what is the greater morality, to drop that atomic bomb or not to drop that atomic bomb. But Chester Nimitz was very much on the side of, let's blockade our submarines. Nimitz was an old submarine hand. Our submarines have cut off Japan. They are not getting anything. Some of those factories that were bombed from the air had ceased to function months before because they couldn't get the raw materials to make anything anyway. So with the bombing from the air, with the submarine blockade, kind of an untraditional blockade, not a blockade the way you think of Nelson and the Napoleonic Wars blockading the coast, but submarines making it literally impossible to bring any supplies in. So Nimitz was very much in favor of blockade and bombing. MacArthur wants to invade.
And mines.
MacArthur wants to invade because the Army thinks this is going to be the great ultimate achievement of American arms in the Second World War. And they get into a little bit of a brouhaha, too, about who's going to be in charge of that invasion. Protocol in every amphibious landing in the Second World War was that the Navy commander, the senior Navy commander on the scene, had command authority until the Army officer established his headquarters on the beach. Then he had command authority. And even in a case, for example, at D-Day, when a Higgins boat was going ashore and there was I think it was a 2 or 3 star sitting in there, come on, ensign, get this boat ashore. Go land over there. And he said, General, I'm in charge of this boat until we get ashore. Sit down. And he said, yes, ensign. But MacArthur would not stand for that. MacArthur said, no, I will be in charge. I will be in charge of the naval operations. I will be in charge of air operations. I will be in charge of the landings. I will be in charge of everything. And the Joint Chiefs went with him. And Nimitz thought this was a recipe for disaster. He just absolutely did not believe, not only that the invasion was necessary, but the particular protocols established for that invasion were a recipe for disaster. So there was a lot going on between the two. But let me say this about Nimitz, and that is his great strength, which was also the great strength of Eisenhower, let me say, is his ability to pour oil on troubled water, to be calm, to keep people together. We're all on the same team. Let's get this done most efficient way we can. Eisenhower, on several occasions, brought not only people like Montgomery and Patton onto the same team, but even Charles de Gaulle, for God's sake. And that's a measure of his diplomatic skill, and Nimitz had many of those same skills.
Yeah, and there's a lot of layers to MacArthur's thinking at this point in time. You know, there's 1.8 million Army ground soldiers in theater in 1945. Not all of them under MacArthur's control, but there will be once we get to the invasion of Japan. He is definitely thinking in terms of a monumental invasion. He has had this tendency throughout much of the war to be sort of looking to the next operation, even as his current operation is still going on, and to try and say the current operation is somehow done, that it's mopping up time or whatever. We had seen this a lot in the Philippines. So by the summer of 1945, MacArthur is very much looking ahead to how he's going to control this major invasion. And how he's going to work this out with Nimitz. You've had this kind of uneasy coexistence of these two major theater commanders who have at times cooperated, at times not. And when they have cooperated, it's mainly because of Nimitz's forbearance, more so than MacArthur giving to him, I think. But you're going to have to figure out what is the division of labor and division of duties and who controls what. And MacArthur, after the war, really quite criticized the idea of the divided command that we have in the Pacific and whatever else. The implication, of course, is always that it should have been under his command, and there's even a kind of a political power block in the country kind of agitating toward that for years. The Hearst newspaper empire and media empire very much pushing that, and they're very anti-Marine in their coverage and trying to make this whole situation look bad so that MacArthur can take over. So Nimitz has to, he's up against that, and they also, too, have to kind of parse out exactly how we're going to approach this invasion. So I've always thought each of the services is kind of approaching this endpoint through their own lens, quite understandably. Blockade and mining on the Navy side, firebombing, strategic bombing on the aerial side, and, of course, a land invasion, for the Army. But I will say this. Yes, MacArthur's fixated on that, and certainly he is no stranger to wanting glory and all that kind of stuff. But once he sees that there are other options, by the late summer 1945, he's only too happy to give up the idea of the invasion. To his credit, he does not tenaciously dig in and say, no, we're going to invade no matter what, even though we've had the atomic bombs and whatever. Maybe there's another option. He's happy to see another way.
There's an incident where he sends his right-hand man, Sutherland, to talk to Nimitz about, I believe, turning over the Army troops that are currently under Nimitz's command on Okinawa over to... Yeah. That meeting does not go real well.
Not at all.
Anybody want to talk about that?
No. You want to delve into that, or you want me to?
Well, let me start, then you can finish up. I mean, for those not aware, and everybody in this audience certainly is, but there may be some watching who are not, the command authority in the Pacific was divided into two. MacArthur thought he should have it all, and an argument can be made that he should. He's the most senior, the most experienced, the most decorated uniformed officer in the United States. And it annoys him that he's given what's called the Southwest Pacific area. Now that includes most of the big land masses, obviously the continent of Australia, New Guinea, and the Philippines critically. That's his command area. But Nimitz gets all the rest. And it's 65 million square miles. It's the largest command theater in the Second World War. So in a way, you can almost imagine MacArthur looking, why does this guy was a commander when I was a general, for crying out loud, and now we're co-equals? This cannot be right. So when the invasion of Japan is looming, the idea is, well, we need to bring these together. We need to dissolve that barrier line. And MacArthur's proposal is, I will now command all of the soldiers, not only those in my theater, but those in your theater of operation who have worked under and for Nimitz since the beginning of the war, and you can have the 7th Fleet, which has been operating with me in the Southwest Pacific, but they're Navy guys, so you can have them back. So his notion was, let's return to I'm in command of all the Army guys, you're in command of all the Navy guys, and we'll work something out.
Yeah, so he sends his chief of staff, Dick Sutherland, to try and work out some of these details. Now, a little background on Sutherland. Okay, so Sutherland is an interesting guy in that he's sort of, he originally joins the Army as a private, and eventually gets a commission. And just way a backstory, he becomes MacArthur's chief of staff sort of on the eve of World War II. And he will later kind of brag about how he pushed Dwight Eisenhower out of the whole staff under MacArthur. And Sutherland was a guy who just was almost uniformly hated in theater. He just had this ability to portray arrogance, condescension, lack of tolerance. He was a very unpleasant individual to deal with. But he was also, to his credit, a pretty effective chief of staff at times. And MacArthur was very, gentlemanly in his dealings with people one-on-one usually. And so, he kind of, like Eisenhower in Europe, who was much the same way, he kind of needed a chief of staff who was a little more hard-headed, a little bit more waspish, and a little bit more nettling and difficult to deal with. But the problem for Sutherland is he was also incredibly arrogant. So when you work with someone as arrogant as MacArthur and you can compete with him on that scale, you're doing well. So he goes over and tries to work with Nimitz's staff, and I mean, he just is so off-putting in these details. They can't stand him. They want him out. Nimitz is put off by him, isn't he?
Well, this is the thing, Nimitz is such a gentleman on almost every occasion, and on this occasion, he just says, no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
And in fact, he says it so emphatically that Nimitz's own staff was kind of shocked. They fell back in their chair. Mike, who is this guy?
Sutherland could bring that out in people.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, he just had that. So the ranking Army officer under Nimitz for most of the war was Lieutenant General Robert Richardson. He had a very frustrating job as he saw it, that he had no real command control over a lot of the Army units that were in, invasions under Nimitz's auspices, like Saipan or whatever else. But he had the training and administrative and logistical duties. And so you're trying to meld Richardson's forces back now with MacArthur's and somehow coexist with the Navy and work out these divisions of responsibility. So one night Richardson has dinner with Sutherland, and Richardson kept this incredibly detailed, fascinating diary, very sort of insightful on people. And he talked about Sutherland, and and you could just imagine sitting at this dinner, because he talked about how Sutherland was, quote, the most conceited person I've ever known, and how in the dinner, Sutherland just dominated the conversation and just constantly talking about himself and gabbing on, and Richardson just sort of sunk in his chair and was like trying to coexist and get through this thing. This is the kind of person who's trying to work out these details with these others where you need some diplomacy. This was not Sutherland's strength. His strength was efficiency, competence, very single-minded goal, loyalty to MacArthur until he wasn't, when he tries to usurp him in 1944 a little bit, and that had gone by the board. So Sutherland was actually on the way out by the end of World War II. And eventually MacArthur will have a different chief of staff after the war. But in the interim, it's Sutherland trying to work out some of the details, but he is not quite successful. So MacArthur is going to have to take the lead on that, and also Dick Marshall, who's the deputy chief of staff under Sutherland and has a much more pleasing personality. So what I think is interesting about this, and maybe the takeaway, is that these are great weighty issues, but in a way they just come down to personalities too, on a very individualistic scale.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to do a follow-up with respect to the Army Air Forces. Okay, so here we are in May, June of '45. You've successfully burned out most of the major urban areas. What's your plan, Curtis? If this war goes on into November or, God forbid, February, March of '46, what are you going to be doing for me?
Well, even to back up just a little bit, because you're dealing in the Pacific with these two dominant, well, really one very dominant personality and one really great diplomat. And of course, the air side of that, you have General Hap Arnold. And of course, Hap Arnold is for folks who may not be all that familiar with him, he's got this grandfatherly head of white hair, and he's got this big smile. And Hap was short for happy, but I mean, he would have fired his own mother. One of his aides said, if she got in the way of success. And so Hap is having to navigate the air war in a theater dominated by the Navy and the Army. And you got to remember, at this point, the Air Force is still part of the Army, so it's sort of like the stepchild here that's trying to get attention. And so Arnold realized when he was bringing the B-29 online and going to send it out to the Pacific that he had to be very careful in how he was going to introduce it because he knew MacArthur would immediately seize it and not use it as a strategic weapon, but as a tactical bomber. It would be there to help with invasions and things like that. And he also suspected the Navy would use it. In fact, the Navy did use it, for example, when they were preparing for Okinawa to go in and blow up airfields and runways and things like that. And Arnold really saw the B-29 as a way to end the war and to really make the case for strategic air power, and more importantly for him, part of his big crusade that goes all the way back to his work with Billy Mitchell, from whom he was a sort of a mentee of, to bring about an independent air service. And B-29 was his key to that. And in the Pacific War was where he really needed to shine. He needed to own a share of victory alongside the Navy and, of course, the Army. And so when he's coming in, he's figuring out, all right, how are we going to do this? He realizes that he can't just toss the B-29 in there because it's going to get gobbled up. And so he comes up with this very unorthodox idea to create what's called the 20th Air Force. And the 20th Air Force is going to be a standalone Air Force. He is actually going to be the commander of it in Washington. He is going to report directly to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and then he's going to send his liaison, his commander, out there basically to run it. But the idea is that by doing this, he then kind of creates an equal branch of service out there to compete with these other with the Army and the Navy. And of course, that's LeMay's job. And LeMay is effectively out there running his own independent air service at that time, his own Air Force at this point. And of course, you know, as the sort of the territorial struggles are playing out there, Arnold's just hoping to run out the clock and that they can burn down as many cities and that they can bring Japan to its knees before you ever have to have that invasion that's going to be very, very bloody. And so he goes out in June to meet with Curtis LeMay and to kind of get a rundown on how things are going. And he asks LeMay, he says, you know, when is this war going to be over? And LeMay says, give me 30 minutes. And he sends his guys back, and he comes back at this point, and he says, all right, by October 1st, I will have run out of cities. Right. And by that, he will have burned down every major city in Japan. He's like, at that point, we're done. You know, what else are we going to do? And so, but Arnold, of course, can't really, you know, so he's, as you're talking about blockading, as you're talking about invading, of course, the air service is thinking at this point, it's all about burning cities and trying to bring the Japanese to their knees through that way. So that's kind of how that's playing out, is sort of in the shadow of this more titanic struggle between the Army and Navy, is the air service.
Can you talk a little bit, though, about Operation Starvation?
Yeah.
And how that fits into LeMay's view of things? Exactly.
And LeMay was very much and I find him to be one of the most fascinating characters in the Pacific War because he gets really caricatured in the post-war area, particularly during Vietnam. You know, he's bombs away LeMay. He's the guy who, you know, if a hammer's your only tool, every problem's a nail. But he was really a pretty visionary commander, and he really demonstrated that during the European theater when he helped design the formations that helped B-17s get through. And of course, he reorganizes the air war in the Pacific to great success. And so, you know, LeMay comes in and he's, sorry, remind me when you...
Starvation.
Starvation,
Mining.
gotcha. So LeMay comes in, and of course, he views strategic bombing as exactly that. That's what he's there to do. And of course, the Navy comes over and says, we want you to participate in the mining campaign. Yes. And he's like, oh, do I have to? I really don't want to. Well, he ultimately assigns an air wing over on Tinian to kind of run that, and it's highly successful. Yeah. So they're parachuting these mines, and it dovetails with the submarine blockade of the Japanese homeland. And as Craig had noted earlier, I mean, Japan is a materially bankrupt nation. It's 85% mountainous. They're literally self-sufficient in 2 or 3 industries like fish oil and sulfur. Everything else comes in by ship, and of course, at this point, the life in the homeland is deteriorating. You know, they're run out of fuel. They're parking their battleships for anti-aircraft duty. Cars are puttering around on charcoal. People don't have enough food and all of that. And so we're going to then add to this the aerial mining campaign. And of course, LeMay was very much against it, but he goes along with it because part of Hap Arnold's deal with the Joint Chiefs of Staff is that when needed, the B-29s will be pulled in to cooperate with the other services. Well, Operation Starvation, they drop over 12,000 mines in Japanese waters, and it turns out to be highly successful. They're averaging about 5 Japanese ships sunk a day until the end of the war. In fact, I mean, it really turns out to be one of the more successful components of the B-29 campaign, so much so that even LeMay, who hated to give credit to anybody else, particularly the Navy, it admits at the end of the war that, you know, that actually turned out pretty good. So,
yeah. Well, and this feeds into the larger topic of, at face value, you would think to yourselves, well, if the Japanese are thinking that they're going to have to prepare for an invasion of the home islands, why don't they just bring in the troops that are already in China and Manchuria in the form of the Kwantung Army, and they can't get them there.
They got some, yeah. They got some, but yeah.
But you know, by and large, they are going to have to make this a domestic operation, raise new troops, and then figure out how to arm them, which is one of the reasons that the targeting of the war industries continues as aggressively as it does. I want to segue back to the Navy for a little bit. Craig, you talked about the fact that the emergence of the kamikaze threat was something that was unanticipated by the Navy, and it turns into, if you look at the casualty figures for Okinawa, the U.S. Navy loses over 5,000 sailors killed in the course of that campaign, primarily by kamikazes. Fast forward to what is the Navy's viewpoint and preparations for a potential invasion, and how are they going to be facing up to the kamikaze threat that is likely to be manifesting itself off of the Japanese, which is going to be aimed primarily at the invasion transports, is it not?
Yes.
Probably, yes, almost certainly. That they're worried about it. I mean, it's a genuine concern. I mean, off Okinawa, the kamikaze sank, I think 36 ships, damaged 300 more. It got so bad there were actual conversations about, can we continue with this invasion? Now, they did continue, and Okinawa was taken. But extrapolate that forward to, if this is what they will do, 1,500 kamikazes to defend Okinawa, how many to defend Kyushu? The pilots are increasingly young and increasingly inexperienced. The planes are not necessarily frontline planes anymore. But nevertheless, some are going to get through. And the Navy's very worried about it. There really isn't an answer, and I think that's what was so concerning.
Right.
And it gets back to the broader question of how much punishment, how much pain, how much sacrifice, how many losses can we take before we have to begin to reconsider the practicability of an invasion at all. And that's one of the things in the back of Nimitz's mind when he argues, and King too, Ernest King, his boss, in their minds about whether we want to go ahead with this invasion, whether it makes sense to do that.
Yeah, and the Japanese approach for what would have been Operation Downfall for their kamikazes would have been, in my view, much smarter than what they had at Okinawa, where they're trying for capital ships, they're trying for carriers and whatnot. That's great, but what's really going to stop the invasion is to hit the troop ships, to hit the oilers, to hit all the logistical sinews of what makes this invasion happen. You really hadn't seen a lot of that from the kamikazes, but that was going to be the plan at Kyushu. And I think that's horrifying, not just from a Navy point of view, but from an Army point of view.
Absolutely.
Because if you've got a troop ship that is nailed by a kamikaze or two, I mean, imagine how many soldiers you're going to lose packed aboard ships.
Well, it's important to remember, too, I'll just add that they had over 10,000 kamikazes that they were preparing on Kyushu. So, I mean, it was going to be a massive, massive slaughter.
And from an air defense standpoint, it's one thing for the Navy to be parking picket destroyers off of Okinawa and picking up an enemy that is flying over hundreds of miles of open water before they even, so we have that much engagement distance in terms of fighter protection. It's quite another to have an invasion fleet that is parked a couple miles offshore. Right. There could be a kamikaze base, which is actually nothing more than a plane in a cave with a runway. And that dude is only got to fly, a dozen miles, most of it over land where we don't have radar interdiction, and then here are the beaches, and there's my transport.
Well, 10 to 20% of them are probably going to get through, much less suicide boats, too. That's another weapon they've got in the offing that could have been probably worse than before.
Which brings me to my surprise question.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
Okay, so one of the things that Rich Frank actually talks about in Downfall is that it's pretty clear that there was an impending come-to-Jesus meeting shaping up between the Army and the Navy over the wisdom of carrying out this invasion, because the intelligence reports that are coming in terms of the Japanese troop concentrations and buildup in Kyushu are alarming by the time we get to the middle of July. In the conversation that I had with Trent Hone, he posited that you really, if you're a senior military man in America, you cannot put the president on the spot of making that decision. That the Joint Chiefs would have needed to have come to FDR and said, this is our considered opinion. So envision for me, if you will, a meeting between Marshall, King, Arnold, and of course Leahy, who in many ways, as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and also as FDR's spirit animal in a lot of ways, would have ended up having to be sort of the peacekeeper. What's the over-under? Who wins that battle?
Well, there
King or
was such a
Marshall?
meeting, you know. I mean,
Okay.
May 18th, they get together, and Harry Truman has Leahy is there, and I've forgotten who else is in the room. Marshall, of course, is making the argument for an invasion. It's necessary. We've got to do it. And he had a timetable, Coronet, and we're going to go Kyushu, and then we're going to go Honshu, and he had it all worked out to mid-fall of 1946. And what Truman says, I mean, in a single sentence, is I have to decide whether to invade or blockade and bomb. I mean, that's almost a literal quotation. And so his concern is casualties. Right. And he asks Marshall. Marshall says, well, it'll work out because we figured out it'll be about the same number of casualties as you got on Luzon, 31,000. That's actually a little low. It's about 36,000. But Leahy challenges this. And he said, no, wait a minute. Allied losses, American losses on Okinawa were 35%. We're going to put 766,000 men ashore on Kyushu. 35% of that is over 200,000. That almost doubles the number of casualties in the European theater. I mean, horrifying, horrendous. But Marshall argues, no, it won't be like that at all because, you see, in Kyushu, instead of going into the caves and trying to fight through the Shuri line and so forth, it's going to be a battle of maneuver where we will have all of the advantages. And at the end of the meeting, Truman goes around the room and asks him to vote. King is there, and he votes, yeah, Kyushu, let's invade. And I think King was saying, let's see how Kyushu goes before we do Honshu. But he got a unanimous vote out of his Joint Chiefs.
And to which my reply is, that was May.
Yeah. It's actually June. It takes place in June.
Now we're in late July, and I know now that the Japanese have 900,000 service personnel on Kyushu. That changes everything. And also, I just wanted to point out, as the guy who goes to Japan on these tours, having taken the buses through the mountain passes in Kagoshima, man, there was not going to be any battle of maneuver in southern Kyushu. I mean, it's very, very hilly terrain. Anyway, pray continue.
No, I mean, I was going to say too, I mean, it's, at that point, you've got Truman says, I don't want another Okinawa from one end of the island to the next. And so, no, they very much are. But if you look, at the very end of those meeting minutes, it says very cryptically, and then we discussed some other matters. Yeah. And of course, that has always been like the likely reference to the atomic bomb. Right. And of course, over this entire discussion is the fact that we're heading toward the test in New Mexico to know whether or not we're going to have a city-destroying weapon that could be an ace in the hole. I mean, you can't, though, you have to keep pushing the invasion plans forward because, if the bomb doesn't work or something else happens, but I think they do have in the back of their mind the idea that this is potentially going to be coming online. We are going to have the ability to use this. And because if the atomic bomb is really, it's a political weapon. I mean, they've already demonstrated through firebombing that you can burn an entire city. In fact, I mean, in Tokyo, you do far more physical destruction in one night in Tokyo than you do in either Hiroshima or Nagasaki. And the Japanese still didn't surrender. So you needed something to sort of shake up the body politic in Japan, and that's where they were really leaning on the atomic bomb. But they had to keep the invasion stuff moving forward. Now, you do see that by the time they get up to Potsdam, and while they're there, the decryption, and Rich has done it masterfully in his book Downfall, really shows that all of the early estimates that they were using to frame the discussion in May and June are really kind of out the window at this point, and that Japan is actually building up a force where it's going to be over 900,000 troops on Kyushu, and they're going to be really coming in facing almost instead of 3-to-1, a 1-to-1 on the beaches. Yeah, and it's not a recipe for victory, as one of MacArthur's aides actually wrote at that point. So.
And it's kind of a fateful meeting that sticks with us today in the sense of the casualty estimate. The low ball of 50,000, the high of 1 million fatalities, everything in between that you constantly hear in popular culture. There would have been 1 million casualties. There would have been 500,000. My opinion is that those estimates are kind of pointless. We all know it would have been horrible. Yeah. And if we're thinking about Operation Olympic, the invasion of Kyushu, okay, so that's going to go to 6th Army, Lieutenant General Walter Kruger's 6th Army. He would have 14 divisions for that invasion, and he'd still be outnumbered. Now, obviously, qualitatively, soldier to soldier, the Americans would have an advantage. But does that matter when you're facing an enemy that is willing to fight to the death, that has these kamikazes, that has the difficult terrain that you've talked about? I mean, all of the above. I don't know that it really matters whether we estimate it's 100K or 500K or whatever. We all know it's going to be horrible. So we're looking for other options. And that's what makes sense, I think, and it is the most important thing to come out of this meeting, at least in my view.
And one thing I'll add too is, as Rich talked about last night, at this point, you've got the entire citizenry is being taught to fight with spears and everything else. Do you really want a generation of American Marine and soldier who's going to go in there and shoot children, and shoot teenagers, and shoot grandmothers? I mean, what is that going to do to that returning GI back to the States who's had that experience?
If he does return.
If he does return, and the trauma of that,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, my opinion is that at this point, King is pretty clearly positioning to pull the rug out from that whole notion. That,
Well, he's talking about alternate invasion sites at that point.
Yeah.
That the buildup is so extreme. And I think they had a meeting scheduled for August 6th to talk about that. And that's, of course, the day of the bombing of Hiroshima. And I don't think that meeting ever takes place, but they recognized where it was headed.
I think at this point I would like to turn it over to questions, but before I do that, I missed my opportunity to blurb the books, the most recent books of my 3 panel members.
You did miss that.
I did.
Come on.
Do that. Totally
I mean, seriously. You had one job.
I know.
God.
And so, with that in mind, thank you, friends.
Anything we can do, buddy.
I would just like James Scott, his book Black Snow is the definitive account of the firebombing of Tokyo. John McManus, of course, has just wrapped up a 3-volume trilogy on the U.S. Army in the Pacific with its most recent volume, To the Ends of the Earth. And finally, Craig Simons has just come out with a brand new history of the Annapolis class of 1940, which someone on this end of the table blurbs on the back of that. It looks at the casualties and the stories of that class, which is the most highly decorated and takes the highest casualties of any of our classes from any of our military academies. Annapolis goes to war. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to Jeremy.
Well, round of applause for our round table, please. And in the spirit of blurbing, again, 1942, Crux of War. We're all eagerly anticipating it, John. If you have questions, please raise your hands, and Connie and I will come to you. I think we're going to start in the very front row, gentlemen, with Mr. Hayes.
All through the books that I've read on the end of the war here, there's MacArthur is fudging and also Marshall because they don't include the Navy, and then there's additions for the Navy. But it seemed to me that at Okinawa, where you could say 1 soldier dead to 4 wounded, in the Navy the ratios weren't that way. And with the kamikaze, it seemed to me that there would be the deaths in the Navy 2 miles away, and with kamikazes and those would be incredibly great. And so I was wondering what the ratio of dead to wounded in the Navy only at Okinawa was, and maybe at because it seemed to me there would be the ratios that were used could not be sustained the same ratios for the Army or the Marines.
It's actually 1 for 1. It's about 5,000 killed and 5,000 wounded.
Right. And the 5,000 Navy killed is actually 4,997 or something like that, but around 5,000 killed, more than either the Army or the Marine Corps. That's the only time that happened, and the kamikazes are the reason. And that's a higher proportion of KIA to wounded than you often see or ever see, really. And that's because if you face the kamikazes, survival is problematic. You want to?
Yeah, I mean, that's right. It's kamikaze hits, you're going to have a very high fatality rate versus wound rate. In infantry or ground combat, for the Americans at least, it's generally 1 killed for every 3 or 4 wounded, maybe even 5 wounded, whatever it would be. Combat fatigue adds to some of the equation there too. You have about 12,000 American fatalities at Okinawa. So just think, I think the Navy numbers are 4,907, something like that. So right there, that's well over a third I honestly think that's, why would it be any different at Kyushu or at Honshu than it is at Okinawa at that point? And of course, let's add too, you have 503 naval fatalities too in the invasion of Luzon, leading up to January 9th, 1945. They don't sink any ships that time because they just don't have enough planes to send out to continue the intensity. But this is a fearsome weapon, and I've often said this to this day. I don't know that there's ever been any real kind of tactic or whatever fail-safe kind of approach to dealing with a suicide bomber, because it really still applies into the 21st century, as we painfully know. In World War II, they're in planes. In the 21st century, it's on foot or in vehicles or whatever it be. It's the same kind of concept. So I think it's reasonable to suppose that the naval casualties are going to be absolutely staggering, in terms of the human costs.
The next question is going to be all the way to your left towards the front with Connie, please.
Good morning, and thanks for that great volley. That was wonderful. Mr. Simons, I'm going to direct this to you. Can you just talk a little bit about how the development and implementation of the UDT maybe helped in decreasing some of the casualties that we had invading the many beaches that were invaded?
I'm sorry, treating the casualties?
No. What was the impact of the development and implementation of UDT and their intelligence gathering and clearing of underwater obstacles in helping the landings and maybe decreasing casualties?
Yeah, the UDT teams were important really in 44 as well as in 45. I mean, obviously they played an important role at D-Day, which this museum demonstrates quite clearly. But the sophistication of improved weapons in the Second World War led to the development, the more sophisticated development of underwater demolition removal teams, which subsequently become, of course, the SEALs, Navy SEALs. I'm not sure I'm responding to your question. I don't.
Like, what kind of role would they have played in the invasion of Japan?
Yeah, I don't know. Good question. I'm glad we didn't have to find out.
I mean, I'd say pretty extensive in the sense of intel gathering and dealing with tides and all that. Now, one of the dimensions you have in the Pacific is all this coral that's off the coast of some of the places you're invading. They have to use explosives to get through that. By later in 1945, these are highly developed, highly trained teams that are probably going to have a leading role. Quite different than you're going to see in the European theater, what we have like at Omaha Beach, but still the mission is something of the same kind of thing.
Yeah, so you asked the wrong guy.
There you go.
Yeah. I was just going to point out from the Japanese perspective that the Japanese ground tactics have morphed yet again in anticipation of the invasion. That whereas they had moved in Peleliu and Okinawa, I think is the most prevalent example of they just completely ceded the landing beaches to the Americans and said, we're dug in on the Shuri line, come at me. That has changed in the planning for Kyushu, that now there are going to be more Japanese units that are going to be more forward positioned. The goal is not necessarily to deny the Americans the beaches or to try to kick them back into the ocean. They know that they can't do that, but there were certainly plans to counterattack the Americans very vigorously at the waterline. I personally don't think that by this time in the war, everybody understood that the Americans can land anywhere they want to, and there's nothing you can do to keep them off that beach. The question then becomes, how do you extract the maximum casualties after they have it?
I mean, the Japanese mindset from the beginning was that Americans are hamburger-eating, movie-going, lazy people, and that at some point, you will realize that fighting a war thousands of miles away from your homeland at great expense, not only in treasure but in blood, is simply not worth it. You'll come to your senses and we'll reach some kind of negotiation. So the idea is make the Americans pay extensively. Americans are going to take Iwo Jima. They're going to take Peleliu. They're going to take these places, but they're going to pay for it through the teeth. And at some point, you'll figure it out and stop it.
Well, I'm just going to say one thing. I like hamburgers.
Stand up for hamburgers.
And I like movies. But to add to what Craig was saying, too, is it's really about, this is all about how the war is going to end. It's about it's about bloodletting the Americans so that they have a better position at the bargaining table to undo unconditional surrender and essentially to preserve the monarchy and the thrones. I mean, it's all an end game, really, to protect one dude's job at the end of the day.
Right. That's true. Gentlemen, all the way to your right, towards the back, please.
Great discussion. Question about comments that you had earlier about the U.S. Navy and the Air
Can you
Force
speak
were
up a
running.
little bit?
Sorry,
Sorry.
the U.S. Navy and the Air Force were running out of targets by this time in the war. Did the Japanese have any plans to bring troops from China to augment their troops on the home islands?
We covered that a little bit. At this point, given the mining campaign that's basically closed off all of Japan's harbors at this point, they were able to bring limited numbers of troops over from China and Korea, but there's no ability to bring in, wholesale divisions or that kind of thing. They really have been reduced to the same modes of transportation that you see in campaigns like the Solomons, where you're trying to run barges over and that kind of stuff. There weren't any ships that were going to be bringing over, a regiment at a time or something like that. So realistically speaking, the Japanese forces that were in China were basically marooned there by the time you get to April, May of 1945. Is that?
Yeah, when they tried, for example, to bring a division over to Japan, or actually in this particular case, I think it was into Luzon, Ultra, the American ability to read Japanese codes, was sent out to what we called combined action groups, wolf packs essentially of submarines, just closed in on that and sank the entire thing. Rich Frank has done some work on this and demonstrated that American submarines killed more Japanese soldiers than the United States Marine Corps in World War II. And this is one of the ways they did it. The Japanese had so many men committed to the continent of Asia, they could not get them to where the fighting front was, and that's because not only had the submarines cut off all supply, but we also had this intelligence coup that allowed us to figure out when they were going to try to do it.
And from an Imperial Japanese Army perspective, in a way, the war is on the Asian continent. It's in China. That's where the bulk of the soldiers had generally been deployed, and many were marooned there. So there's a lot of scenarios that we're mulling over toward the end of the war that seem kind of bizarre now, but there's concern about it at the time. We're actually concerned that we could actually, seize and conquer the home islands, and you would have this rump Japanese state continuing on the Asian continent with the Kwantung Army in Manchuria and elsewhere. So there's some lip service paid to the possibility of having an amphibious invasion to invade the Chinese coast with the United States Army divisions as one possibility, but a more tangible possibility that's sort of in the works when the war comes to an end is Lieutenant General Al Wiedemeyer, who is basically now working with Chiang Kai-shek. He succeeds Joe Stilwell in China, is masterminding basically a plan which you'll husband much of the nationalist Chinese army to have a major offensive in China to recapture a lot of the ports that the Chinese had lost earlier in the war. And so that's all in the offing too. So we tend to fixate on, well, what's going to happen with Operation Olympic and all that, and rightfully so, I guess. But there's this other element too that is in play as well. So as we've discussed many times, how's this war going to end? It's just a series of bad options you have to choose from, and whatever's going to be the least bad option is what we hope will happen.
Gentlemen, next question's all the way to your left with Connie, please.
With the spring bombing of civilians in Japan, was there any pushback at all at the War Department or within the body politic in D.C., or no, everybody was completely on board?
No, that's a really good question, and there was a lot of concern that there might be. In fact, so the Army Air Force back in the Pentagon. In fact, LeMay doesn't tell anybody he's about to do this. So Hap Arnold's had a major heart attack in early 45, and so he's recovering down in Miami. And in his place is Hap Arnold's chief of staff, a guy by the name of Larry Norstad. And LeMay does not like Norstad because he thinks that Norstad is effectively gunning for his job potentially. But he is his conduit back to Washington. And so LeMay actually, when he starts thinking about doing this firebombing, he sends a message in February back to Norstad, and he says, look, I'm cooking up some ideas here, but I think you need to come out here and let me tell you about them in person. And of course, at this point, it's a really long trip out there. You know, you're flying by propeller plane.
Still a really long trip.
Still a really long. We can attest to that. It's still a very long trip out there. And so, you know, Norstad's like, yeah, I'll get there when I get there. And finally, as you know, February rolls into March, LeMay sends him another cryptic message. He's like, you need to get out here. And so Norstad gets on a plane on March 7th, and he arrives on March 9th, which at this point, they're fueling up the bombers. And he pulls him in. He says, oh, by the way, you know, everything we've been doing for the last 3 years, it's all going to change tonight. And that's the first indication outside of theater of what LeMay's planning. And so what is Norstad's response? Well, he sends this message back to Washington. He says, things are about to change. Get publicity ready for this. And so any fear of pushback is really, at that point, pretty much disappears. But there was still very much great concern. If you look in the records, too, the Army Air Forces, they're monitoring what's going on in the editorial pages, you know, talks, things that are being said in the congressional record, and radio broadcasts, for any sense that killing civilians is going to create this sort of blowback. And I think the Time magazine has this headline, it has this article after the March 9th, 10th raid, in which it says, if properly kindled, Japanese cities will burn like the autumn leaves. And I think that kind of typified the American media's response to this. And at that point, it's a green light. And LeMay just starts burning cities after that. And so you really don't see any of that kind of pushback much in the media at all at that point. And I think that kind of paves the way in many ways for the atomic bomb, because had there been tremendous pushback on that, had there been uproar and lawmakers going onto the floor of the Senate or the House decrying this kind of stuff, you know, it may have caused, you know, different views in Washington. Because you have to remember, the atomic bomb is a separate beast. Okay, it is being ultimately, yes, it's going to be flown out of Tinian and dropped, but it's being controlled out of Washington. It's being run essentially by Henry Stimson and by Leslie Groves, and they purposely keep control of this new weapon in Washington rather than turning it over to the theater commander. And so I think that firebombing and sort of the lack of that pushback really not only paves the way for LeMay's continued campaign, but also for the atomic bombs that John Curatola is going to talk about.
So we have time for at least one question, hopefully two. So we're going to go in the back to the center, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. My father was squad leader in the 7th Infantry Division, Luzon and Okinawa, and I was wondering if you could speak to what he would have, for the 7th Infantry Division, what would their role have been in downfall and Coronet?
Yeah, I mean, the 7th Infantry Division was going to be intimately involved in the invasion of Japan, because it's one of the lead units in the entire United States Army forces in the Pacific. They had fought, I think, 3 campaigns by then. So really, if it's like most infantry divisions, it's almost a brand new group of guys that's going to be in play versus what you might have headed out to earlier in the war, or Kwajalein, whatever. So the role is basically just an assault role, you know, in terms of getting ashore and fighting and gaining ground. I mean, it's really no more ambiguous than that. So basically what your father and others, I think, would have faced is more of the same but worse. If we're talking in generalities, that's what's in front of them. So the Hourglass Division, which still exists, by the way, is a key element of everything that's going to happen going forward in terms of the ground forces. Whether they're going to be assigned to Kruger's 6th Army, Eichelberger's 8th Army in the different roles, I mean, that's still a bit in flux as we get, you know, towards the end of the Battle of Okinawa. But I don't know that it matters. It's going to be horrible either way.
We're going to go in the back center aisle with Connie, please.
My father-in-law was assigned or stepped up to a position, I believe, with the ASA. Do you know anything about the I'm sure you do. What is ASA? What do they do? He was in that post-war.
ASA? Did you? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Rich Frank.
Okay.
Thank you, Rich.
Yeah.
Gold star.
Thinking, what?
Yeah.
The Army Security Agency, is that what Rich said?
You have stumped the panel. Very well done. Next question,
Yeah.
please.
He's not allowed to come back. Yeah.
Let's remove him.
Security.
On that note, high point, low point, let's give a round of applause for John, James, and Craig. Thank you all. Now we will venture outside. I ask you to join the panelists for their book signing out at the retail station. And you can also join them, as John and James so ably plugged, you can join them overseas on many of our tours. Visit the info desk during the break, too. Go with John Partial on our Pacific tour, going to Saipan, Tinian, Guam, and also our Pearl Harbor 85th anniversary tour. James for our Philippines tour, as well as our Pacific tour, and post tour for our Pearl Harbor 85, I think, in Japan. John McManus for our Seine River cruises that we offer, and Craig, who used to go with us, and we're going to try our darndest to get Mary Lou to allow us to take you back on any of these trips. So enjoy your lunch. Please be back here for 1:30 sharp. And one last round of applause for John Partial, James Scott, John McManus, and Craig Simons. Thank you.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
30 days that changed everything. The dramatic events of April 1945 shook the world to its very foundations and shaped the course of history to the present day. This is World War II in 2. I'm Bradley Hart at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. By April 1945, the Allies were advancing on every front. The Western Allies had crossed the Rhine River and were moving deeper into Germany. In the east, the Soviets had reached the outskirts of Berlin. And on the other side of the globe, American forces pressed forward toward the Japanese home islands. But the horrors of war were far from over. On April 1st, American forces landed on Okinawa. More than 12,000 Americans would lose their lives in 82 days of brutal fighting. The Japanese would lose more than 10 times that number, including more than 100,000 civilians. In Europe, American troops made a horrifying discovery on April 11th when soldiers from the Third Army reached the Buchenwald concentration camp. Radio broadcasts by war correspondents would soon vividly describe the horrors of the camp to the American public. And just a day later, the world was shocked by the death of U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. A train carrying the president traveled from Georgia to Washington, D.C. Thousands lined the tracks to pay respects to the man who had been president for more than 12 years. FDR was the only president many Americans serving in uniform could even remember. But the war did not stop for the death of a president. On April 16th, the Soviets launched their final offensive into Berlin. As Soviet soldiers approached his bunker on April 30th, Adolf Hitler himself, the man responsible for starting the war in Europe, took his own life. Hitler had outlived Roosevelt by a matter of weeks, but unlike the American president, few mourned the man responsible for the deaths of tens of millions of people. Germany would surrender days later, officially ending the war in Europe. But a world away, the Battle of Okinawa still raged, with no end in sight. And the new president, Harry S. Truman, had been briefed about a top-secret new weapon years in the making. Truman would soon be confronted with a decision that would change the course of world history.
A bulletin. This is a solemn but glorious hour. The liberators have smashed through the barbed wire at Dachau.
They may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth.
The United States is now using an atomic bomb.
We shall continue to use it until we completely destroy Japan's power to make war.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers and the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, It's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
On May 8, 1945, thousands of people took to the streets in cities around the world to celebrate news of Germany's surrender and the end of World War II in Europe. The day became known as VE Day, for Victory in Europe. This is World War II in 2. I'm Sean Scanlon from the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. In the spring of 1945, Allied forces were converging on Germany from the east and west. As they crossed into Germany, advancing soldiers encountered fierce resistance, cities devastated by bombing, and horrific evidence of Nazi crimes. Seeing the looming collapse of his regime, Adolf Hitler took his own life on April 30th. Within days, his successors surrendered unconditionally to Allied forces, ending nearly 6 years of bloody fighting in Europe. President Harry Truman, who had only assumed the presidency weeks prior, following FDR's death, addressed the nation by radio, proclaiming, "General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe." News of Germany's surrender ignited joyous celebrations. In New York City, bells tolled and car horns sounded as 250,000 soldiers, sailors, and civilians gathered in Times Square to sing and celebrate. Across the country, expressions of joy were accompanied by moments of thanksgiving and somber reflection. People flocked to houses of worship to give thanks for the victory and to pray for a swift end to the war in the Pacific. And in the United Kingdom, May 8th was declared a national holiday. But the people didn't wait to celebrate, packing pubs and lighting bonfires the night before. Restaurants created victory menus, and the Ministry of Food made sure there was enough beer supplies in London. Winston Churchill had just cheering crowds on VE Day saying, "This is your victory." But the crowds shouted back, "No, it's yours." On the island of Okinawa, American forces marked VE Day by firing a barrage of artillery rounds at Japanese positions at midnight. It was a grim reminder that while fighting had ceased in one theater, World War II still raged in the Pacific.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
July 16, 1945, nuclear scientists working for the Manhattan Project successfully detonated the plutonium-based device in the remote New Mexico desert. The world had entered the atomic age, and there was no going back. This is World War II and II. In the 1930s, scientists discovered the possibility of atomic fission, which split the atom, creating a powerful explosive force. After the German invasion of Poland in 1939, Albert Einstein penned a letter to President Franklin Roosevelt warning of the danger if that technology fell into Nazi hands. FDR heeding the warning, and by June 1942, he approved a U.S. Army program to develop an atomic weapon. Initially set up office space in Broadway in New York City, the effort was soon referred to as the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was a nationwide effort by labs and universities to develop fissionable materials and the means to produce an atomic bomb. Los Alamos Scientific Lab in New Mexico was a central location for scientific research and was led by scientists J. Robert Oppenheimer and Army Brigadier General Leslie Groves. To create isotopes of uranium-235 and plutonium-239, facilities were built at Hanford Engineering Works in Washington State and Clinton Engineering Works in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Thousands of people worked on the Manhattan Project, but information was compartmentalized, and a top-secret classification meant only a few select people understood the project's goal. A uranium-based bomb was thought to be a reliable design, but a major challenge was finding enough uranium-235. Plutonium, on the other hand, was easier to produce than uranium, but a plutonium-based device was more complex. A bomb using plutonium-239 could only go supercritical if compressed from all directions uniformly. Because this method was so unprecedented, Oppenheimer felt it was necessary to test it. In July 1945, the gadget was detonated at Jornada del Muerto, 35 miles south of Socorro, New Mexico, validating the plutonium-based compression design. The flash, seen in this archival footage, was so bright it temporarily blinded the observers, and the heat melted the desert sand into a radioactive green glass called trinitite. After witnessing the test, Oppenheimer famously quoted, "Now I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." The successful Trinity test confirmed that the United States had two viable weapon designs and could easily produce several such devices. Days later, at the Potsdam Conference, President Truman called for Japan to surrender or face prompt and utter destruction.
We interrupt this broadcast, bring you this important bulletin from the United Press.
I was angry that our ships were sunk and people were killed. I was going to get back at them.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
I didn't know how it would affect me at the time, but I certainly soon found out.
I enlisted the day after, which was on Monday. I had to get permission from my father.
I was still 17.
It was a new world for me. I didn't even know they had blacks training as Marines. As an Afro-American going to be in the Marines, it was a proud moment.
I heard on the radio that the Marines were going to enlist women. I'm going to comply.
Yeah, I was scared all the time. We all were scared.
When they first started coming at us, I said, they're trying to kill me.
First, I had to change from a civilian to a soldier. Then I had to change from a soldier to a killer. The whole country was at war. 1 out of every 4 employees in war plants were women.
The home front was unbelievable. The unity and the sacrifice.
Bastogne was tough, cold, and we went through holy hell.
We took an awful lot of flack, and I seen one of our planes was hit, and I thought to myself, those boys are not going to make it.
It was a brutal, brutal war. If you were able to survive it, you were one of the lucky few.
Who knows if we didn't beat Hitler, what would have happened?
You can imagine the feeling that the war's over. It's something you can't explain.
It made me a greater American. Made me feel that I'd done what I was supposed to do. I want to give the boys credit that never made it home. Their parents, their mothers, their fathers, They are the ones that really sacrificed.
When I walked into the museum, I called my wife. And I said, "Do you need to walk with me?" I see the D-17 hanging there overhead. I said, that needs to be taught.
The people that come after really do need to be reminded of it, and I think this museum is doing a terrific job.
There are few veterans that are left, there are few survivors that are left that can tell them firsthand that was there.
This city is much better off because of the World War II Museum. May it grow, may it prosper, may it continue to serve as a reminder of what freedom's all about.
Heroes are those that died. I did my job, they did theirs, and we should be eternally grateful for this wonderful country.
Our kids need to know what this nation was made of.
After World War II, we became a super nation for one reason. The people were together.
By August 1945, the Japanese Empire was on the verge of defeat, but still refused to surrender. But a new weapon, unlike any other, would help lead to the end of the war and have ripple effects for decades to come. This is World War II in 2. I'm John Curatola at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the Allies prepared to invade the Japanese home islands, any assault would be extremely costly for both Allied forces and the Japanese people. But with the success of the July Trinity test, the U.S. was ready to leverage atomic weaponry to help end the carnage of the Pacific War. The 509th Composite Group, led by 29-year-old Colonel Paul Tibbets, was assigned the task of dropping the atomic bombs. On August 6, 1945, Colonel Tibbets and a B-29 superfortress named Enola Gay took off from Able Runway on the island of Tinian and headed for the coastal Japanese town of Hiroshima. Loaded in his bomb bay was a uranium-based weapon nicknamed Little Boy. Tibbets arrived over his target at 8:15 a.m., aimed for the T-shaped bridge at the city center, and dropped the weapon. 43 seconds later, at an altitude of 1,600 feet, the bomb exploded in a brilliant white flash. Much of Hiroshima vanished under a rising mushroom cloud. The ensuing explosion signaled the death of approximately 80,000 Japanese. But the Japanese military showed no signs of surrender. Just days later, on August 9th, a second B-29, nicknamed Boxcar, piloted by Captain Charles Sweeney, left Tinian carrying the plutonium-based bomb called Fat Man. Sweeney's target was the Japanese city of Kokura, and he was directed to drop the weapon by visual means only. But when the plane arrived over its target, the city was obscured by haze and smoke. Boxcar moved on to its secondary target, the Japanese port city of Nagasaki. The plane arrived over the city around 11 a.m. and dropped the bomb. The explosion killed approximately 60,000 Japanese. In Nagasaki, everything within a mile of ground zero was annihilated, with immense heat causing widespread fires. Archival footage from the days after shows some of that devastation. People close to the blast were vaporized, while others suffered horrific burns and fatal radiation poisoning. Running low on fuel, Sweeney headed for Okinawa and landed his bomber just as the fuel-starved engines shut down. As a result of these two missions and other wartime considerations, Emperor Hirohito determined that Japan's war was over.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
30 days that changed everything. The dramatic events of April 1945 shook the world to its very foundations and shaped the course of history to the present day. This is World War II in 2. I'm Bradley Hart at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. By April 1945, the Allies were advancing on every front. The Western Allies had crossed the Rhine River and were moving deeper into Germany. In the east, the Soviets had reached the outskirts of Berlin. And on the other side of the globe, American forces pressed forward toward the Japanese home islands. But the horrors of war were far from over. On April 1st, American forces landed on Okinawa. More than 12,000 Americans would lose their lives in 82 days of brutal fighting. The Japanese would lose more than 10 times that number, including more than 100,000 civilians. In Europe, American troops made a horrifying discovery on April 11th when soldiers from the Third Army reached the Buchenwald concentration camp. Radio broadcasts by war correspondents would soon vividly describe the horrors of the camp to the American public. And just a day later, the world was shocked by the death of U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. A train carrying the president traveled from Georgia to Washington, D.C. Thousands lined the tracks to pay respects to the man who had been president for more than 12 years. FDR was the only president many Americans serving in uniform could even remember. But the war did not stop for the death of a president. On April 16th, the Soviets launched their final offensive into Berlin. As Soviet soldiers approached his bunker on April 30th, Adolf Hitler himself, the man responsible for starting the war in Europe, took his own life. Hitler had outlived Roosevelt by a matter of weeks, but unlike the American president, few mourned the man responsible for the deaths of tens of millions of people. Germany would surrender days later, officially ending the war in Europe. But a world away, the Battle of Okinawa still raged, with no end in sight. And the new president, Harry S. Truman, had been briefed about a top-secret new weapon years in the making. Truman would soon be confronted with a decision that would change the course of world history.
A bulletin.
This is a solemn but glorious hour.
The liberators had smashed through the barbed wire at Dachau.
They may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth.
The United States is now using an atomic bomb.
We shall continue to use it until we completely destroy Japan's power to make war.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
On May 8, 1945, thousands of people took to the streets in cities around the world to celebrate news of Germany's surrender and the end of World War II in Europe. The day became known as VE Day, for Victory in Europe. This is World War II in 2. I'm Sean Scanlon from the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. In the spring of 1945, Allied forces were converging on Germany from the east and west. As they crossed into Germany, advancing soldiers encountered fierce resistance, cities devastated by bombing, and horrific evidence of Nazi crimes. Seeing the looming collapse of his regime, Adolf Hitler took his own life on April 30th. Within days, his successors surrendered unconditionally to Allied forces, ending nearly 6 years of bloody fighting in Europe. President Harry Truman, who had only assumed the presidency weeks prior, following FDR's death, addressed the nation by radio, proclaiming, "General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe." News of Germany's surrender ignited joyous celebrations. In New York City, bells tolled and car horns sounded as 250,000 soldiers, sailors, and civilians gathered in Times Square to sing and celebrate. Across the country, expressions of joy were accompanied by moments of thanksgiving and somber reflection. People flocked to houses of worship to give thanks for the victory and to pray for a swift end to the war in the Pacific. And in the United Kingdom, May 8th was declared a national holiday. But the people didn't wait to celebrate, packing pubs and lighting bonfires the night before. Restaurants created victory menus, and the Ministry of Food made sure there was enough beer supplies in London. Winston Churchill addressed cheering crowds on VE Day, saying, "This is your victory." But the crowds shouted back, "No, it's yours." On the island of Okinawa, American forces marked VE Day by firing a barrage of artillery rounds at Japanese positions at midnight. It was a grim reminder that while fighting had ceased in one theater, World War II still raged in the Pacific.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
July 16, 1945, nuclear scientists working for the Manhattan Project successfully detonated the plutonium-based device in the remote New Mexico desert. The world had entered the atomic age and there was no going back. This is World War II and II. In the 1930s, scientists discovered the possibility of atomic fission, which split the atom, creating a powerful explosive force. After the German invasion of Poland in 1939, Albert Einstein penned a letter to President Franklin Roosevelt warning of the danger if that technology fell into Nazi hands. FDR heeding the warning, and by June 1942, he approved a U.S. Army program to develop an atomic weapon. Initially set up office space in Broadway in New York City, the effort was soon referred to as the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was a nationwide effort by labs and universities to develop fissionable materials and the means to produce an atomic bomb. Los Alamos Scientific Lab in New Mexico was a central location for scientific research and was led by scientists J. Robert Oppenheimer and Army Brigadier General Leslie Groves. To create isotopes of uranium-235 and plutonium-239, facilities were built at Hanford Engineering Works in Washington State and Clinton Engineering Works in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Thousands of people worked on the Manhattan Project, but information was compartmentalized, and a top-secret classification meant only a few select people understood the project's goal. A uranium-based bomb was thought to be a reliable design, but a major challenge was finding enough uranium-235. Plutonium, on the other hand, was easier to produce than uranium, but a plutonium-based device was more complex. A bomb using plutonium-239 could only go supercritical if compressed from all directions uniformly. Because this method was so unprecedented, Oppenheimer felt it was necessary to test it. In July 1945, the gadget was detonated at Jornada del Muerto, 35 miles south of Socorro, New Mexico, validating the plutonium-based compression design. The flash, seen in this archival footage, was so bright it temporarily blinded the observers, and the heat melted the desert sand into a radioactive green glass called trinitite. After witnessing the test, Oppenheimer famously quoted, "Now I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." The successful Trinity test confirmed that the United States had two viable weapon designs and could easily produce several such devices. Days later, at the Potsdam Conference, President Truman called for Japan to surrender or face prompt and utter destruction.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press.
I was angry that our ships were sunk and people were killed. I was going to get back at them.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
I didn't know how it would affect me at the time, but I certainly soon found out.
I enlisted the day after, which was a Monday. Tried to get permission from my father.
I was still 17.
It was a new world for me. I didn't even know they had blacks training as Marines. As an Afro-American going to be in the Marines, it was a proud moment.
I heard on the radio that the Marines were going to enlist women. I'm going to apply.
Yeah, I was scared all the time. We all were scared.
When they first started coming at us, I said, they're trying to kill me.
First, I had to change from a civilian to a soldier. Then I had to change from a soldier to a killer. The whole country was at war. 1 out of every 4 employees in war plants were women.
The home front was unbelievable. The unity and the sacrifice.
Bastogne was tough, cold, and we went through holy hell.
We took an awful lot of flack, and I seen one of our planes was hit, and I thought to myself, those boys are not going to make it.
It was a brutal, brutal war. If you were able to survive it, you were one of the lucky few.
Who knows if we didn't beat Hitler, what would have happened?
You can imagine the feeling that the war's over. It's something you can't explain.
It made me a greater American. Made me feel that I'd done what I was supposed to do. I want to give these boys credit that never made it home. Their parents, their mothers, their fathers, They are the ones that really sacrificed.
When I walked into the museum, I called my wife. And I said, you need to walk with me. I see the D-17 hanging there overhead. I said, that needs to be taught.
The people that come after really do need to be reminded of it, and I think this museum is doing a terrific job.
There are few veterans that are left. There are few survivors that are left that can tell them firsthand I was there.
This city is much better off because of the World War II Museum. May it grow, may it prosper, may it continue to serve as a reminder of what freedom's all about.
Heroes are those that died. I did my job, they did theirs, and we should be eternally grateful for this wonderful country.
Our kids need to know what this nation was made of.
After World War II, we became a super nation for one reason. The people were together.
By August 1945, the Japanese Empire was on the verge of defeat, but still refused to surrender. But a new weapon, unlike any other, would help lead to the end of the war and have ripple effects for decades to come. This is World War II in 2. I'm John Hirohito at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the Allies prepared to invade the Japanese home islands, any assault would be extremely costly for both Allied forces and the Japanese people. But with the success of the July Trinity test, the U.S. was ready to leverage atomic weaponry to help end the carnage of the Pacific War. The 509th Composite Group, led by 29-year-old Colonel Paul Tibbets, was assigned the task of dropping the atomic bombs. On August 6, 1945, Colonel Tibbets, in a B-29 superfortress named Enola Gay, took off from Able Runway on the island of Tinian and headed for the coastal Japanese town of Hiroshima. Loaded in his bomb bay was a uranium-based weapon nicknamed Little Boy. Tibbets arrived over his target at 8:15 a.m., aimed for the T-shaped bridge at the city center, and dropped the weapon. 43 seconds later, at an altitude of 1,600 feet, the bomb exploded in a brilliant white flash. Much of Hiroshima vanished under a rising mushroom cloud. The ensuing explosion signaled the death of approximately 80,000 Japanese. But the Japanese military showed no signs of surrender. Just days later, on August 9th, a second B-29, nicknamed Boxcar, piloted by Captain Charles Sweeney, left Tinian carrying the plutonium-based bomb called Fat Man. Sweeney's target was the Japanese city of Kokura, and he was directed to drop the weapon by visual means only. But when the plane arrived over its target, the city was obscured by haze and smoke. Boxcar moved on to its secondary target, the Japanese port city of Nagasaki. The plane arrived over the city around 11 a.m. and dropped the bomb. The explosion killed approximately 60,000 Japanese. In Nagasaki, everything within a mile of ground zero was annihilated, with immense heat causing widespread fires. Archival footage from the days after shows some of that devastation. People close to the blast were vaporized, while others suffered horrific burns and fatal radiation poisoning. Running low on fuel, Sweeney headed for Okinawa and landed his bomber just as the fuel-starved engines shut down. As a result of these two missions and other wartime considerations, Emperor Hirohito determined that Japan's war was over.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. but they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
30 days that changed everything. The dramatic events of April 1945 shook the world to its very foundations and shaped the course of history to the present day. This is World War II in 2. I'm Bradley Hart at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. By April 1945, the Allies were advancing on every front. The Western Allies had crossed the Rhine River and were moving deeper into Germany. In the east, the Soviets had reached the outskirts of Berlin. And on the other side of the globe, American forces pressed forward toward the Japanese home islands. But the horrors of war were far from over. On April 1st, American forces landed on Okinawa. More than 12,000 Americans would lose their lives in 82 days of brutal fighting. The Japanese would lose more than 10 times that number, including more than 100,000 civilians. In Europe, American troops made a horrifying discovery on April 11th when soldiers from the Third Army reached the Buchenwald concentration camp. Radio broadcasts by war correspondents would soon vividly describe the horrors of the camp to the American public. And just a day later, the world was shocked by the death of U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. A train carrying the president traveled from Georgia to Washington, D.C. Thousands lined the tracks to pay respects to the man who had been president for more than 12 years. FDR was the only president many Americans serving in uniform could even remember. But the war did not stop for the death of a president. On April 16th, the Soviets launched their final offensive into Berlin. As Soviet soldiers approached his bunker on April 30th, Adolf Hitler himself, the man responsible for starting the war in Europe, took his own life. Hitler had outlived Roosevelt by a matter of weeks, but unlike the American president, few mourned the man responsible for the deaths of tens of millions of people. Germany would surrender days later, officially ending the war in Europe. But a world away, the Battle of Okinawa still raged, with no end in sight. And the new president, Harry S. Truman, had been briefed about a top-secret new weapon years in the making. Truman would soon be confronted with a decision that would change the course of world history.
A bulletin. This is a solemn but glorious hour. The liberators had smashed through the barbed wire at Dachau.
They may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth.
The United States is now using an atomic bomb.
We shall continue to use it until we completely destroy Japan's power to make war.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it, and I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
On May 8, 1945, thousands of people took to the streets and cities around the world to celebrate news of Germany's surrender and the end of World War II in Europe. The day became known as VE Day, for Victory in Europe. This is World War II in 2. I'm Sean Scanlon from the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. In the spring of 1945, Allied forces were converging on Germany from the east and west. As they crossed into Germany, advancing soldiers encountered fierce resistance, cities devastated by bombing, and horrific evidence of Nazi crimes. Seeing the looming collapse of his regime, Adolf Hitler took his own life on April 30th. Within days, his successors surrendered unconditionally to Allied forces, ending nearly 6 years of bloody fighting in Europe. President Harry Truman, who had only assumed the presidency weeks prior, following FDR's death, addressed the nation by radio, proclaiming, "General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe." News of Germany's surrender ignited joyous celebrations. In New York City, bells tolled and car horns sounded as 250,000 soldiers, sailors, and civilians gathered in Times Square to sing and celebrate. Across the country, expressions of joy were accompanied by moments of thanksgiving and somber reflection. People flocked to houses of worship to give thanks for the victory and to pray for a swift end to the war in the Pacific. And in the United Kingdom, May 8th was declared a national holiday. But the people didn't wait to celebrate, packing pubs and lighting bonfires the night before. Restaurants created victory menus, and the Ministry of Food made sure there was enough beer supplies in London. Winston Churchill addressed cheering crowds on VE Day, saying, "This is your victory." But the crowds shouted back, "No, it's yours." On the island of Okinawa, American forces marked VE Day by firing a barrage of artillery rounds at Japanese positions at midnight. It was a grim reminder that while fighting had ceased in one theater, World War II still raged in the Pacific.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
July 16, 1945, nuclear scientists working for the Manhattan Project successfully detonated the plutonium-based device in the remote New Mexico desert. The world had entered the atomic age, and there was no going back. This is World War II and II. In the 1930s, scientists discovered the possibility of atomic fission, which split the atom, creating a powerful explosive force. After the German invasion of Poland in 1939, Albert Einstein penned a letter to President Franklin Roosevelt warning of the danger if that technology fell into Nazi hands. FDR heeding the warning, and by June 1942, he approved a U.S. Army program to develop an atomic weapon. Initially set up office space in Broadway in New York City, the effort was soon referred to as the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was a nationwide effort by labs and universities to develop fissionable materials and the means to produce an atomic bomb. Los Alamos Scientific Lab in New Mexico was a central location for scientific research and was led by scientists J. Robert Oppenheimer and Army Brigadier General Leslie Groves. To create isotopes of uranium-235 and plutonium-239, facilities were built at Hanford Engineering Works in Washington State and Clinton Engineering Works in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Thousands of people worked on the Manhattan Project, but information was compartmentalized, and a top-secret classification meant only a few select people understood the project's goal. A uranium-based bomb was thought to be a reliable design, but a major challenge was finding enough uranium-235. Plutonium, on the other hand, was easier to produce than uranium, but a plutonium-based device was more complex. A bomb using plutonium-239 could only go supercritical if compressed from all directions uniformly. Because this method was so unprecedented, Oppenheimer felt it was necessary to test it. In July 1945, the gadget was detonated at Joyne del Muerto, 35 miles south of Socorro, New Mexico, validating the plutonium-based compression design. The flash, seen in this archival footage, was so bright it temporarily blinded the observers, and the heat melted the desert sand into a radioactive green glass called trinitite. After witnessing the test, Oppenheimer famously quoted, "Now I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." The successful Trinity test confirmed that the United States had two viable weapon designs and could easily produce several such devices. Days later, at the Potsdam Conference, President Truman called for Japan to surrender or face prompt and utter destruction.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press.
I was angry that our ships were sunk and people were killed. I was going to get back at them.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
I didn't know how it would affect me at the time, but I certainly soon found out.
I enlisted the day after, which was a Monday. Tried to get permission from my father.
I was still 17.
It was a new world for me. I didn't even know they had blacks training as Marines. As an Afro-American going to be in the Marines, it was a proud moment.
I heard on the radio that the Marines were going to enlist women. I'm going to apply.
Yeah, I was scared all the time. We all were scared.
When they first started coming at us, I said, they're trying to kill me.
First, I had to change from a civilian to a soldier. Then I had to change from a soldier to a killer. The whole country was at war. 1 out of every 4 employees in war plants were women.
The home front was unbelievable. The unity and the sacrifice.
Bastogne was tough, cold, and we went through holy hell.
We took an awful lot of flack, and I seen one of our planes was hit, and I thought to myself, those boys are not going to make it.
It was a brutal, brutal war. If you were able to survive it, you were one of the lucky few.
Who knows if we didn't beat Hitler, what would have happened?
You can imagine the feeling that the war's over. It's something you can't explain.
It made me a greater American. Made me feel that I'd done what I was supposed to do. I want to give the boys credit that never made it home. Their parents, their mothers, their fathers,
They are the ones that really sacrificed.
When I walked into the museum, I called my wife. And I said, you need to walk with me. I see the D-17 hanging there overhead. I said, that needs to be taught.
The people that come after really do need to be reminded of it, and I think this museum is doing a terrific job.
There are few veterans that are left. There are few survivors that are left that can tell them firsthand I was there.
This city is much better off because of the World War II Museum. May it grow, may it prosper, may it continue to serve as a reminder of what freedom's all about.
Heroes are those that died. I did my job, they did theirs, and we should be eternally grateful for this wonderful country.
Our kids need to know what this nation was made of.
After World War II, we became a super nation for one reason. The people were together.
By August 1945, the Japanese Empire was on the verge of defeat, but still refused to surrender. But a new weapon, unlike any other, would help lead to the end of the war and have ripple effects for decades to come. This is World War II and II. I'm John Curatola at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the Allies prepared to invade the Japanese home islands, any assault would be extremely costly for both Allied forces and the Japanese people. But with the success of the July Trinity test, the U.S. was ready to leverage atomic weaponry to help end the carnage of the Pacific War. The 509th Composite Group, led by 29-year-old Colonel Paul Tibbets, was assigned the task of dropping the atomic bombs. On August 6, 1945, Colonel Tibbets in a B-29 superfortress named Enola Gay took off from Able Runway on the island of Tinian and headed for the coastal Japanese town of Hiroshima. Loaded in his bomb bay was a uranium-based weapon nicknamed Little Boy. Tibbets arrived over his target at 8:15 a.m., aimed for the T-shaped bridge at the city center, and dropped the weapon. 43 seconds later, at an altitude of 1,600 feet, the bomb exploded in a brilliant white flash. Much of Hiroshima vanished under a rising mushroom cloud. The ensuing explosion signaled the death of approximately 80,000 Japanese. But the Japanese military showed no signs of surrender. Just days later, on August 9th, a second B-29, nicknamed Boxcar, piloted by Captain Charles Sweeney, left Tinian carrying the plutonium-based bomb called Fat Man. Sweeney's target was the Japanese city of Kokura, and he was directed to drop the weapon by visual means only. But when the plane arrived over its target, the city was obscured by haze and smoke. Boxcar moved on to its secondary target, the Japanese port city of Nagasaki. The plane arrived over the city around 11 a.m. and dropped the bomb. The explosion killed approximately 60,000 Japanese. In Nagasaki, everything within a mile of ground zero was annihilated, with immense heat causing widespread fires. Archival footage from the days after shows some of that devastation. People close to the blast were vaporized, while others suffered horrific burns and fatal radiation poisoning. Running low on fuel, Sweeney headed for Okinawa and landed his bomber just as the fuel-starved engines shut down. As a result of these two missions and other wartime considerations, Emperor Hirohito determined that Japan's war was over.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch break. Those of you watching at home, I hope you got some lunch. Our next session, August Storms, will explore the atomic bombs, but also go into August Storm, the Soviet invasion into Manchuria. To chair our session is Dr. Michael Bell. Mike is the Executive Director of the Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy, which is responsible for putting this program together with all of our partners. Mike is a graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point, served over 3 decades in service to our country. He was a tanker. He was in the armor, so that's why he's got his hearing aids, but he can yell real loud when he needs to. Mike served as Dean of Faculty and Academic Programs at the National War College and Chancellor of the National Defense University. He worked on the National Security Council before we were fortunate enough to get him here to run our higher education, lifelong learning, academic initiatives, all the great stuff that we do at the Institute. And every now and then I let him put his historian hat on. And so he's going to chair this session, and he's going to do a great job of it with the 2 Johns that we have with us. Dr. Bell, the panel is yours.
Well, thank you, Jeremy. Thanks for everything you've done behind the scenes to make this a reality. Thanks to everybody who's here. Thanks for your engagement. Rich last night mentioned General Petraeus, and I was thinking of this panel. There's a comment that Dave Petraeus makes to Rick Atkinson in 2003 up in Mosul. Tell me how this ends. And what we, only in retrospect do we know how these wars end. And so what we're going to unpack in this panel, August Storms, the atomic bombs and the Soviet invasion of Manchuria, is something that we can only understand in retrospect. What are those combination of factors that'll shock the system enough so that happens? So, last night we heard from Rich that Emperor Hirohito had commented on 8 August, the day before Nagasaki, quote, "The war must end right now." But certainly the members of Hirohito's cabinet hadn't quite made that mental transition yet. And, what conclusions do they have? Some suspected there's only one American bomb. This isn't an arsenal, as Truman announces in his address to the American people. Oh, it's just one. And so we can ride this out. We can still inflict these casualties that'll make the Americans quit and go home. The allure of that. Perhaps we'll keep the Soviets out of the war. The non-aggression pact will hold. In the meantime, the Americans will drop the demand for unconditional surrender. Ultimately, on the 8th of August, the Soviet Union will declare war. The 9th of August, arguably, is a shock to the system. Nagasaki and the Soviet intervention into Manchuria. So for this panel, we're going to explore some of that. In the earlier panel, we kind of did the build-up. First it's the big build-up. Now, last panel was the near-range build-up, and now this is the immediate shocks that will, ultimately produce the announcement that they'll accept the terms of the Potsdam Declaration. Notice they never do actually say that they will surrender. They don't actually want to use those words. And the surrender will still be weeks away on the 2nd of September. Now, for this panel, some more amazing historians, scholars, practitioners, and I think we're in for a treat. So we have Dr. John Curatola. He's the Museum Samuel Murray Stone Senior Historian, retired Marine officer. He certainly will never let us forget that. But he's one of those interesting ones because he was a retired Marine who loves the Air Force, who taught at the Army. And so he's like the ultimate joint practitioner as we think through this. Now, his first 2 books are on early nuclear capabilities, early Cold War, the bomb. The first one, I love the title, Bigger Bombs for a Brighter Tomorrow. So who better to talk about, kind of atomic warfare. But I should give a shout out. His most recent book, Armies Afloat, is the development of amphibious capability in the European theater, and how that happened. Something they didn't imagine overnight. And of course, not deterred, he's working on a biography of Curtis LeMay now as well. So some amazing insights. I think with John, the problem is we're only going to have to condense it into the time here. And so maybe on the breaks or others, you can ambush him and get some more. And then we have another icon in the field, Dr. Jonathan House.
Outstanding in the field in the rain.
I'm not sure what that was, but okay. Now, Jonathan's Professor Emeritus of Military History at the U.S. Army's Command and General Staff College. Entered the Army in the mid-'70s, of course, with a doctorate in history already. Not something you normally do as a second lieutenant in armor. I know I had a senior officer put his arm around me when I was in the Pentagon and told me to take my PhD off my official record. So I imagine they certainly
It didn't help, no.
They certainly didn't celebrate it. But an Intel expert, has some amazing work on military history of the Cold War, military history of the New World Disorder, 1989 to 2022. Sounds kind of familiar. Intelligence of the State. You've probably seen his work with David Glantz when Titans clashed on the Nazi-Soviet war or Stalingrad. Of course, I remember him back in the day. He was already an icon when I was at Leavenworth in the 90s. As a captain, he wrote Toward Combined Arms Warfare in the huge transition of air-land battle in that piece. And so I think we have some amazing scholar practitioners that have insights that have come from those careers, experiences, their studies along the way. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John, not Jonathan, and we'll continue the attack. Over to you.
Do it.
Thanks, boss. First thing I'd like to say is I'd like to thank the great John Parshall for introducing my paper now that I'm going to be talking about from this morning. So thank you, sir, for your great efforts. Now, it is a little intimidating to have to follow up with that great panel that we had just before lunch, and it's one of the reasons why I like working at this museum, because you get to work with the top scholars in the field. And I think you can all appreciate what you saw earlier this morning. It was absolutely outstanding. So today I'm going to talk about what I refer to as the non-decision. That's how I look at the atomic delivery piece here, is that there really isn't a decision made. And I'm going to explain to you why I think that is. And you can disagree with me later on if you would like. So what I'm going to do is talk about the synergy of factors that are involved with this weapon and its, of course, subsequent use that we all know. And I'm going to talk to you from a standpoint of July/August of 1945. What do you know at the time? Think of Teddy Roosevelt's The Man in the Arena. You're dirty, you're tired, you're scarred, but you got to make a decision with the information that you have at the time. The great historian Sam Walker has a vignette in his book Prompt and Utter Discussion where he talks about Truman sitting with the chiefs of staff, discussing the numbers for what the invasion will look like. And Truman says, okay, we'll use the atomic bomb. And then he says, that meeting never happened. And he's right. It doesn't happen. It's a cacophony of decisions that are made over time from all kinds of factors. My good friend Jane Scott talked a little bit about this morning. Operation Meeting House and the firebombing of Japan. We start firebombing way before March 9 and 10, 1945, folks. We're doing this stuff in Europe. This idea of daylight precision bombardment, yeah, it really kind of doesn't work. And what you see by 1944, 1945 is the U.S. Army Air Corps kind of following in line with our RAF counterparts, doing area bombardment. We won't admit it. We will speak with forked tongue. We will actually use the term a precision area raid. I have no idea what that means, but that's what they call it, a precision area raid. And so we start firebombing these cities, as James talked about, not only because of weather, but another problem you have here is the B-29 itself, as we talked about this morning, biggest, most expensive, technologically advanced bomber at the time. It's also got a lot of problems. There's an old Air Force axiom, never fly the A model of anything. This is the A model, okay? And it's got lots of problems. So on top of the weather that James had talked about, it's got all kinds of technical maladies that helps LeMay push those altitudes down to between 7,000 and 10,000 feet. Matter of fact, to quote LeMay, he said, the B-29 had more bugs in it than the entomological department at the Smithsonian. Plus, as James also pointed out, it's the single biggest expense of the Second World War for the United States. Cost you more than $3 billion. Manhattan cost you $2 billion, okay? And if you're working for Hap Arnold, and LeMay is, he's basically told, this thing's gonna work. You understand me? It's gonna work. And so put those pressures, the weather, the fact that the B-29 has Arnold's professional and personal reputation online for this thing, calls for some pragmatism. And of course, we know about the firebombing. And so what you're seeing here already is an acceptance on the part of the Army Air Forces and largely the American people of mass destruction. We started with precision. Americans don't kill people per se, we kill things. But by 1945, it's too difficult. So you already have an acceptance of area bombardment. You already have an acceptance of using mass and destroying whole cities as a result of the fire raids. So you're already kind of conditioned to these ideas. Let's give you some numbers to take a look at regarding Japanese urban infrastructure. And again, James talked about this, knocking out 103 square miles of Japanese infrastructure in the short span of a few months. So again, people are kind of already used to mass destruction from the air. This is largely accepted. As a matter of fact, LeMay gets fan mail by the sackload, to include one letter which I read, where he says, from an Army chaplain, you're really giving those Japs hell. Keep up the good work. That's the kind of sentiment that's going on at this time. And to kind of transition into that, you think about the way the American people were thinking at this time. This word called enmity, hate, visceral reactions regarding the Japanese themselves. And you can see some of the numbers that I've put up here regarding how the Americans felt about the Japanese. And make no mistake, folks, the Pacific War is a race war at its core in that time. We hate them, they hate us. They refer to us as, this is a quote, I'm a historian, I'm just giving you a quote, big-nosed, smelly barbarians who allow their wives to get educations and talk too much, unquote. I did not say that, they said that. And of course, we're all aware of the iconographic pictures of Japanese as lice or vermin or snakes and those kinds of things. So you already have this kind of racial enmity existing in the Pacific War that you didn't necessarily see in the European War. There is a distinction between good Germans and bad Germans. All Japanese are bad. All Japanese are bad. So again, put this kind of visceral human reaction into this mix regarding how we feel about the Japanese as a people. Also, in the spring of 1945, the Japanese will articulate their intent regarding this war itself. Now remember, you don't know about the atomic bomb, you don't know what's going on, but you're getting these messages from Japan that they will prosecute the war in order to accomplish its ends. They're going to mobilize the national polity, April 13th, 1945, with the National Volunteer Combat Force, with all males between 15 and 16 and women between 17 and 40. And then in June, they're going to do another Volunteer Services Act, and they're going to mobilize about 28 million people. Again, these are the things, the messages that you are receiving in the early summer, spring of 1945. And at the same time, and again, we talked about this morning, we know the Japanese are moving some troops from the mainland to the islands, not a lot, but we can tell through the intel intercepts that they're gearing up. And as we learned last night, there are many more troops sitting in Kyushu than we had expected. So again, if you're a military planner, this is what you're seeing. These are the observations you are making at the time. And of course, when the Potsdam Declaration comes out, and everyone in this room is pretty familiar with what it says, that you're going to have prompt and utter destruction unless you accept our terms. And the Japanese responds with a term called mokusatsu, of which I've given you a number of interpretations of that meaning, which ignore, treat with silent contempt, take no notice of, maintain silence. How does one interpret that if you're in the United States military? That they're not going to accept it. Whether or not they were going to think about it, the interpretation is, you just told us we're not doing it. Okay? Also, we talked about the bombing of the Japanese cities, and as James mentioned, there's a cover of Time magazine that's got Kurt LeMay on it with his characteristical cigar and these B-29s flying, and it says, "Can Japan stand the pounding that Germany got?" And the Japanese response is, and I quote, "We're made of sterner stuff." So again, these are the messages that you're getting. And of course, the Japanese Prime Minister, as we learned last night, is part of the peace camp, but his public pronouncements don't necessarily reflect that. And the fact that we're going to continue to the successful conclusion of this war. Again, these are the messages you're getting from the Japanese at the time. Something else, we all know that FDR passes, Truman rises to the presidency at this time, and he says, and I quote right here, "I'm going to follow Roosevelt's policies as much as possible." To that end, he actually puts a photograph of Roosevelt in the Oval Office to remind him of that. Something else I'm going to point out to you in this picture that's really interesting. Look at the mantle on the fireplace. In the Truman Oval Office, all the ships that were in there under FDR are gone, and they're replaced with airplane pictures. Kind of shows you who's taken over a little bit here with regard to national security and those kinds of things. But more to this point, Harry Truman will also reflect in his own comments. Will help. At a joint session of Congress, our vision of our departed Commander-in-Chief will remain unchanged, unhampered. And on that June 18th meeting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he says he cannot change public opinion with regard to the unconditional surrender mandate. And he's advised by Secretary of State Burns that anything less than unconditional surrender looks too much like an appeasement of Japan. So again, you look at this from a policy standpoint from the president. He feels as if he has no other choice regarding unconditional surrender. Now, at the same time, when Truman comes to power, he gets read in on the atomic bomb, as we all know, and they put together a committee called the Interim Committee. And these are some gentlemen who are there to kind of help advise him on this new technology and what it means once he's read in on it. And the official reports from the Interim Committee say, and I highlighted the pertinent parts for you, that the bomb should be used against Japan as soon as possible, and it should be used without prior warning. At the same time, there's a scientific committee that is also part of the Interim Committee, which is made of Oppenheimer, Enrico Fermi, Arthur Compton, Ernst Lorst, and they will also report, as I show you right here, that we should also use this bomb as well. I'd like to note for everybody here that the scientists at Los Alamos are not hand-wringing at all. There are other scientists who are. Of course, they will publish what's called the Frank Report in June of '45 that says, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this. But if you read all of the interviews with the major scientists who are there at Los Alamos, none of them have these pangs of guilt in the summer of 1945 over what they were building. Matter of fact, one of them says, if I go to hell, it's going to be for something else. It's not going to be for this. Okay? Now, we also talked about that June 18th meeting at the earlier session as well. And these numbers that you see up here are actually presented to Harry. And we all know that he gets a couple of different responses. Marshall, of course, says, hey, the results are so diverse, I can't give you a number. Leahy says it's about 35% of the landing force that's going to land because he's looking at some of the ratios that are here. There's a Joint War Plans Committee that puts together a statistic, and it says you're going to have about 132,000 casualties for Kyushu, which about 25,000 will be killed in action. It's a ratio of 1 to 4. And then for Honshu, it'll be about 87,000, of which 2,100 will be, or 25,000 will be killed in action. So it doesn't matter what number Harry gets. He knows it's a high number, regardless of the ratio, regardless of the intel. And keep in mind, what did Harry do in the First World War? He's an artillery officer. He's seen war firsthand. He does not need a reminder of the horrors of it. So you are getting this kind of information. Think about the strategic messages that are coming your way. Think about the acceptance of firebombing as we know it already, what the interim committee is telling you, and let's look at the domestic concerns. Get this war over with as soon as possible. VE Day has happened, right? People want to demobilization, but the problem is I have this fight in Japan, and we talked about numbers this morning, trying to get your cards to go home, and if you have 3 kids, hey, you're a lucky guy. But this idea of demobilization after D-Day is a problem. And you can see here there's a lack of manpower and home services, miners, fuel oil shortages. People want to return back to a peacetime environment. So there is a need to get this war over with as fast as possible to return to peace. You can see here Congressman Edwin Johnson talks about the summer demobilization process as being blind, criminal, and stupid. So think about the domestic pressure that's on Harry at this time as well, to get this war over with as soon as possible. And, as Sam Walker says, validate the expense. You spent $2 billion on this thing. Now, we don't have to think about that in terms of the strategic calculus, but there's something to that, and I'll talk about it here in a second. So here's why I say it's a non-decision. I already told you we set a precedent with regard to firebombing and area bombardment. We're already doing that. What is the difference between a fission ignition sequence or a conventional ignition sequence? The difference really is 1 aircraft, 1 plane, as opposed to 300 aircrafts dropping 10 tons of bombs. But the effect is still basically the same. Okay? National enmity, we hate them, they hate us. FDR's legacy on top of it. Organizational momentum. Think about what the interim committee is telling you. We already built this thing. We need to use this thing. And as I said, the scientists in Los Alamos pretty much figured this is going to be used. That's why we're building it. The casualty costs and projections that he gets, while they kind of are all over the place, he knows this will be a high figure. And the speed and the domestic concerns. But there's one up here that I didn't put down because I cannot prove it, but I think it is part of the equation. You don't drop this bomb, Harry, and you have to invade Kyushu and then maybe Honshu. And the American press, the public finds out you had a silver bullet in 1945 and you didn't drop it. You have a lot of constituents, a lot of widows, a lot of orphan children you have to answer to because you didn't utilize a weapon you had at a time of a national emergency. Again, I cannot prove that, but I have to think that as part of Harry's calculation, along with all of these other calculations that are going on in the summer of 1945. And I got one more slide I'm going to show you just as I was doing some research for my dissertation. I found this letter from Harry Truman to Dean Acheson. And this is his comment when Oppenheimer visited him. Here's attached as a crybaby scientist. I wished you to read and discuss with him. He came in here wringing his hands, telling me that he had blood all over them because of the discovery of atomic energy. Supposedly, Harry's response was, "Here's my handkerchief." So with that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
I have lots of handicaps, not least having done too many sit-ups in my time. We won't even mention the 6% of my hearing I lost becoming a tanker officer. But anyhow, I'd like to talk to you this afternoon about this campaign that's been alluded to, but tends to get forgotten sort of sometimes. I was very glad that Richard Frank brought it up yesterday. Just after midnight on August 9th, 1945, the Soviet Union invaded Japanese-held Manchuria, overrunning the entire territory, as well as several Kuril Islands in 2 weeks. In conjunction with all the other factors you've heard, this must have had some effect, but I can't quantify it, on the Japanese decision to surrender. This operation that marks the end of two things that I want to talk about very briefly before I get to the campaign itself. And then I want to give you a flavor for the campaign as much as I can. The first of these preceding developments is the end of 40 years of Russian-Japanese military confrontations. And the second is what I call the graduation exercise of the Red Army, that it had, fighting against Germany, it had developed a very sophisticated technique of mechanized warfare, and this is its sort of chance to test it all out. Beginning with the history, if you will, in 1904-05, Russian forces operating at the end of a very long supply chain, something like 6 time zones, across Siberia, suffered repeated defeats at the hands of the newly developed Japanese Army and Navy. Those humiliations culminated in the naval battle of Tsushima Straits and the land battles around the rail junction of Mukden in central Manchuria. By the Treaty of Portsmouth, Japan assumed control of southern Manchuria, the Korean Peninsula, and the southern half of the island of Sakhalin, territory that Russia had previously considered its own. An armed truce ensued in northeastern Asia. During the Russian Civil War, in August of 1918, the Allied powers from the European War occupied Siberia, with Japan sending 72,000 troops, by far the largest contingent. Even after the rest of the Allies evacuated Russian territory in March of 1920, Tokyo supported the puppet Russian Republic for another 2.5 years. Periodic armed clashes in Northeast Asia succeeded. I don't want to talk about them except to say that frequently the Red Army was rather clumsy in battle. The one exception is that last line down there, occurring on the last 12 days of August 1939. The Japanese Guandong Army challenged the Soviets along the Khalkhin-Gol River, just inside Soviet-dominated Outer Mongolia. They apparently believed that it was too difficult, too remote for the Russians to supply a counterattack force. But instead, Marshal Georgy Zhukov concentrated and supplied more than 800 armored vehicles, 679 artillery tubes, and 500 aircraft. He conducted a classic double envelopment, destroying 2 Japanese divisions. And the resulting Soviet victory catapulted Zhukov into leadership against the Germans the next year, while it also obviously deterred Japan from ever getting in a confrontation again. Instead, the Japanese turned south into French Indochina and eventually American Philippines and Dutch East Indies. The doctrine that Zhukov employed at Khalkhin-Gol had developed during the 1920s and early 1930s, known as deep operations, glubokaya operatsiya. The doctrine fell into disrepute after its authors were associated with the purges of the 1930s, but the concepts involved were fleshed out and developed during the Great Patriotic War against Germany. Although the Soviets learned some techniques from the Germans, it would be really oversimplified to describe deep battle as some kind of imitation blitzkrieg. Beginning with the encirclement of Stalingrad in November of '42, the Red Army developed the staff procedures and tactics to implement the deep operations concept. After extensive reconnaissance, the attacking Soviets usually tried to infiltrate and seize the first line of enemy defenses before the main attack. Combined arms assault groups would then try to bypass and eliminate the Axis strong points, disrupting the enemy defense. Once that penetration was achieved, the exploitation fell to what are called tank armies, but as you can see, they're much smaller than we would think of an army being. Spearheading the advance of each mechanized formation were forward detachments, which you're going to see again in a few minutes. Task-organized forces commanded by young men who, despite your stereotype of the Red Army, had great flexibility and initiative. Resupplied by hundreds of Lend-Lease trucks, the forward detachments operated in a manner similar to German Kampfgruppen, bypassing centers of resistance to penetrate as far as possible, then seize a bridgehead over the next river and prepare to do it again. The crisis of 1941 forced the USSR to withdraw substantial troops from Siberia for use against the Germans. Similarly, as you already heard, during 1944-45, the Japanese army had redeployed 21 of its most capable divisions away from Manchuria to oppose American advances in the Philippines and elsewhere. The two sides remained suspicious of each other even before April 5th, 1945, when the Soviet Union gave Tokyo the required one-year notice to cancel their existing non-aggression pact. On July 26th, as somebody's already briefed you this morning, the Allied Potsdam Declaration calling on Tokyo to surrender convinced Stalin that the United States intended to exclude the USSR from Japan. That same day, by coincidence, Japanese General Staff Intelligence got around to reporting that there were 1.3 million Red troops in eastern Siberia. But Japanese intelligence did not expect that Moscow would be able to attack before the fall of 45 or even the spring of 46. During the war, Stalin had repeatedly promised to attack Japan once Germany had been defeated. In the fall of 1944, the Soviet General Staff presented to the U.S. a long shopping list of Lend-Lease weapons and supplies necessary for that attack. I should note that even though President Truman halted Lend-Lease supplies in Europe, on May 10th, the U.S. continued to ship all this aid to across the Pacific before Soviet entry. They obviously thought that Soviet entry into the Pacific War was important to reduce American casualties and speed the Japanese surrender. Two quick points I should make about this list. First of all, we all know how reliable and fantastic overall a Sherman tank is. That's a Sherman tank operated by the Red Army, by the way. But I note here that in terms of ground pressure, the per square inch pressure of its treads is about double that of your typical Soviet or German tank of the same era, and that turns out to be a problem when they get into swampy terrain. The last point there, you see all those warships. Those are necessary, at least in the Russian eyes, because they first want to leapfrog down the Japanese-held eastern coast of Asia and then try to take the islands, which I'll get to at the very end. This massive American aid was essential to circumvent the limitations that I mentioned before of the Trans-Siberian Railway. Now all that the Soviets had to send were troops with their individual weapons and certain specific pieces of equipment. Even that took 160,000 rail cars over months. However, Japanese intelligence data for some reason did not connect the shipments coming from the United States, as they had been for several years, with the troops coming eastward. Stalin had originally intended to begin his attack about August 15th, but the news of the Hiroshima atomic bombing galvanized him into action, determined to share in the spoils of Japan, and that, as we've already suggested, prompted an acceleration of the Soviet offensive to begin on the same day as the second bomb. Very quickly, in terms of the terrain, Northeast Asia is some of the most inhospitable territory in the world. If you look at it, those two white blobs there, which are outer and inner Mongolia, are a sparsely settled rocky plateau and almost desert. Most of Manchuria proper can be described as two mountain ranges running generally from southwest to northeast. The Greater Hingan Mountains in the north, the Eastern Highlands in the south, and in between them is the central plain of Manchuria, which is where all the water and all the road and rail transportation is. All right, who are the Soviets up against? The Guangdong Army, as I mentioned, has released many of its best units to defend the Philippines and other areas, but it remained a significant force in 1945. If it's not clear from this laundry list, there's three different elements here. First is the Guangdong Army itself, the Japanese army in Northeast Asia. Second are the Mongolian puppet troops, mostly horsemen in Outer Mongolia. And finally, the puppet soldiers of Manchukuo, which is what that picture is I found. If you don't remember, or if it escaped your memory at the moment, Manchukuo is a puppet empire that the Japanese had set up under the last heir to the Chinese throne. That's the Japanese side. The Soviet side is headed by Marshal Alexander Vasilyevsky, head of the Far Eastern Command. He'd been chief of staff of the Red Army for most of the war. And for the conquest of Mongolia and Manchuria, Vasilyevsky basically controls three major subordinate headquarters. The Soviets called these fronts. We would call them an army group, that is, a group of armies. The Transbaikal Front attacking from the west, the First Far Eastern Front attacking from the east, and the Second Far Eastern Front attacking from the north and also the islands. So I had to talk about them in that order. You will notice 6th Guards Tank Army. That's the main exploitation force I mentioned before. It has been plussed up, in this case, to 1,000 tanks and self-propelled guns. And in essence, it's an organized live-fire test of what became the Red Army's organization after World War II. If you're wondering what the heck all those names mean, the second bullet down there gives you a rough idea of what each combined arms army contains, just by way of outline. Let's start in the west with the Transbaikal Front. It is stretched out, as you can see, trying to cross this very difficult terrain. During the night of August 8th to 9th, the Red Army dispatched assault troops to take out the border guards that were at the various main routes. Once over the border, the invaders are opposed more by the physical situation itself than by the Japanese defenders. Not only is it really terrible terrain, as I mentioned before, it burns up a lot of gasoline trying to get through the mountains and swamps, but also there's a lot of heat exhaustion, because remember, this is August in a desert environment. Begin with the major group to the west. I hear you asking, what in the name of heaven is a cavalry mechanized group? Just what it sounds like, a combination of horse cavalry with tanks and light trucks, commanded by Colonel General Pliev, who, as a footnote I might point out, turned out to be the commander of the Russian forces during the Cuban Missile Crisis many years later. Led by 2 brigade-sized forward detachments, the group advanced southwesterly in the direction of Beijing, which is off this map. The 17th Army, next to the east, if you will, covered 43 miles the first day, and that advance was doubled by Kravchenko's 6th Guards Tank Army that actually covered 93 miles from their starting points, getting into the foothills of the Hingyan Mountains in one day. In a daring move, Soviet infantry transported on Lend-Lease C-47 aircraft air-landed on the Japanese airfields in Mukden on August 19th, and then linked up with the 2 advancing forces. Those spearheads swept aside most of the horse cavalry they encountered, but farther north, the 39th and the 36th Armies you see there, they ran into a very carefully developed Japanese defensive sector, and it took them 8 days to fight their way through it. Turn then, if we will, to the next front, because I just want to give you an overview here. On the other front of Manchuria, we have the First Far Eastern Front, commanded by Marshal Kirill Meritskov, a veteran of the Civil War, the Finnish conflict, and various campaigns against Germany. Here, as elsewhere, infiltration units secured Japanese outposts in advance of the main attack and then made a general overall advance. The Red Fifth Army advanced with 3 corps abreast. By the afternoon of the first day, they had penetrated the Japanese defenses of the border and begun the exploitation, with each tank corps sending out a tank brigade forward detachment. And they advanced 75 miles westward very quickly to the fortified town of Moutonxiang, where the Japanese 126th Infantry Division had assembled to block the advance. Mutonshiang was a major railroad and roll network as well as the headquarters. The defenders had constructed a series of fortifications on the high ground east of the town, but they didn't really have time to organize themselves because the Soviets arrived so quickly. General overall, you see those two blue arrows, 257th Tank Brigade reinforced coming in from the northeast, 76th Tank Brigade reinforced advancing due west. The Japanese did what they could to halt them. At one point, in fact, the 76 was down to only 7 functioning tanks because the Japanese, unsurprisingly, I guess we would think, used suicide attacks using explosives to try to disable them. But overall, they really couldn't stop them, and the Japanese ultimately failed. They just inflicted a bunch more casualties. The unexpected resistance of the Soviets encountered in Mutonshiang prompted Maritzkov to shift his focus away and south of the city. And that is the point where I think one of our speakers brought it up already. The United States became very concerned that the Red Army was about to overrun all of eastern China and the Korean Peninsula. So Dean Rusk hastily proposed, and Stalin agreed, to a temporary, quote unquote, division of the Korean Peninsula along the 36th parallel. In September of 45, the U.S. 24th Corps landed on the southern half of the peninsula. Each side brought with it its own exiled Cuban leaders. Similarly, on September 30th, the U.S. Marine 3 Amphibious Corps began moving into the area that is now Beijing, which is just below this map, if you will. Okay, finally come to the islands, because I want to move as quickly as I can. Joseph Stalin wanted to control parts of the Japanese island chain to recover formerly Russian territories and to have what he considered an equal role in the occupation. He planned to invade Hokkaido, the northernmost of Japan's main islands, in September, but in preparation for this, he had to make a number of preliminary attacks. First, 56th Rifle Corps attacked on the afternoon of 10 August, southward from the center of Sakhalin Island. They ground forward for about 8 days, and then the Red Army launched an amphibious landing, as you can see those 2 red arrows at the bottom, against the town of Maoka on the southwestern coast of the island. The 113th Rifle Brigade forced its way ashore despite the loss of 5 landing craft. The troops, fearful of suicide attacks, opened fire on civilian crowds waiting for evacuation from the area. The 113th then reboarded its shipping to sail around the southern tip of Sakhalin, that's what that red looping arrow indicates, and eventually, buffeted by a severe storm, managed to land on the eastern coast on the 25th, and the Japanese local commanders directed a ceasefire the following day. In Moscow, on the night of August 14-15, Stalin had learned that Japan had accepted the Potsdam Declaration. Apparently, in response to this, he directed the Second Far Eastern Front to occupy the northern Kuril Islands. 2/3 of the 101st Rifle Division and a couple companies of naval infantry landed near the Kataoka Naval Base on the southern shore of Shimushu, the northernmost of the Japanese islands. If you can't recognize the terrain here, you may recall that eastern Siberia for the Soviet Union has a huge peninsula sticking down to the south, and that's Kamchatka, which is in the upper right-hand corner of this map. The landing on Shimushu displayed all the errors of inexperience in amphibious operations. John would be probably embarrassed to be involved with this. The landing craft were so overloaded that they became stuck in water that was still 6 feet deep, so that the infantry had to flounder ashore, losing all but 1 radio in the process. But that night, they managed to get ashore enough anti-tank weapons that when the Japanese light tanks attacked the next day, they got shredded. Now, with a few exceptions, such as the Kuril Island operations, the Red Army had significant advantages, not just in numbers, but also in quality of heavy weapons. But the greatest Soviet advantage lay in superior doctrine and in experience in the conduct of maneuver warfare. Even in unfamiliar amphibious attacks, the Red Army and staffs displayed initiative, flexibility, and sophistication that astonishes their opponents. There remains to consider very quickly what, if anything, is the effect of this campaign on Japan's decision to surrender. I will make two brief points. First of all, that the Soviet attack closed off a major diplomatic channel. The Japanese had apparently been counting on being able to negotiate through neutral Moscow with the West about an end to the war, and this was now impossible. If anything, the Red advance was so rapid that its forward attachments outran the ability of senior Japanese officials to understand the scale and the speed of their defeat. Thank you. Up to you, sir. Oh, sorry. Danke sehr.
Thanks to John and Jonathan. I've got a couple questions I'm going to ask you, and then we'll turn it over to the Dream Team out there for questions. But both of you kind of hit on how these kind of final operations really will form doctrine. As we see it for the Cold War, it's the strategic bombing, the use of the atomic weapon, influencing American strategic doctrine. In the sense of the Six Guards Tank Army influence in that. If you could just comment on that a little bit. It's interesting how in this phase of the war we don't really think much about how fundamentally significant these are in our strategic framework as we move into the Cold War.
I'll address the idea for atomic weapons. For the U.S. Air Force early on, it doesn't. It's just a bigger bomb. Army Air Corps strategy, or what comes U.S. Air Force strategies up into, say, 1949, the Mark III bomb is the only bomb that's in the inventory. And to quote one of the Los Alamos scientists, we had lousy bombs, unquote. And they don't look upon these as anything special. It's just a bigger boom and one airplane and one bomb. Now, when thermonuclear weapons start coming into the picture around 1949 of should we build these things, then you start seeing a reassessment of bombing strategy. If you look at some of the early atomic bombing war plans like Broiler and Off Tackle, we're flinging these bombs out there like they're nothing. The plan is to drop 104 atomic weapons on the Soviet Union in the Broiler O plan in 1948. And the question is, well, what are you dropping them on? Because you don't even have any intel of what's in those targets. Best intel you have is from captured German soldiers who are in the Soviet Union. So what you don't see early on is any subsequent change in American bombing doctrine with the use of atomic weapons. However, when fusion weapons comes around, the hydrogen bomb, which comes to fruition in 1942, now you start having the idea of the rise of the civilian strategist, Rand looking at targeting methodologies and those kinds of things. So there is a lag immediate post-war about what do these bombs really mean. And I will tell you that in 1947, Harry Truman asked how many bombs he has in the inventory. And you know what the answer is? 0, none, because they're in pieces, because these bombs don't have a shelf life. As a matter of fact, the guys who put the bombs together, they all went home. They had to bring these guys back to teach them how to put the bombs together, and some of their notes literally are handwritten. That's the American bombing enterprise is pretty poor. There's an obscure historian who wrote a book about it. That would be me, and it's for sale out back, shameless plug. So,
not obscure.
So, Jonathan, how about the Soviet lesson?
I would try to suggest that this is really sort of the pièce de résistance in a long development of Soviet/Russian mechanized doctrine. And they played around with it once or twice, but in peacetime, what happened is they lose the independent spirits. You get too much supervision from, for example, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and other forces elsewhere. And if you go back and look in 2023, when the Russian army invaded Ukraine, I think you'll find all you have to do is sort of flip my map and you'd see almost the same attempted invasion, but they no longer have the expertise to do it, not just in commanders, but particularly in logistics. The Russian army for last 150 years has been dependent on railroads, if I can grossly oversimplify, and the Ukrainians were no fools, and before the Russians came, they had already set charges to destroy all the rail crossings into Ukraine, and the Russians did not have enough trucks to do it without them.
So I've got a follow-on for each of you, but that leads into the next one, because we talk about trucks, because I think one area we tend to think of Lend-Lease, if we think of it at all, influencing the European war.
Mm-hmm.
And Lend-Lease to the Soviet Union is kind of staggering. Just the trucks alone.
Something like 212,000 trucks and jeeps. I don't remember exactly, but that.
375,000 I think is the number from the Moscow embassy. But but then it's everything else: Sherman tanks, planes, millions of tons of food. But we never think about Lend-Lease with respect to Manchuria or the war in Asia. It's kind of a dimension. And Stalin's going to say during the war that without American Lend-Lease in 42, they couldn't have continued. Khrushchev will claim that, without American Lend-Lease, the mobile campaigns of 44 and 45 would have cost more, taken longer.
Yeah, they would have had to stop more frequently and therefore, have more expensive breakthroughs over time without those trucks.
So any other thoughts, though, on, how'd the Lend-Lease get there? What were some of even the challenges on delivering that? And then, certainly the Soviets, as I've seen, have these incredible wish lists for Lend-Lease. Mm-hmm. But just some views on that.
Okay, first, very briefly, what the Soviets want, we don't have. For example, the Army Air Force is not interested in close air support. And so they don't have a lot of aircraft that will satisfy when the Soviets want something equivalent to a Sturmovik or something like that for close air support. They have to basically take our leftovers and ad hoc adjust them to do the things they want because it does not fit our doctrine. A whole history of the A-10, I think it is, but back in World War II, rather. And so, first of all, they don't have the equipment they want. While they're perfectly happy with the Sherman tank, they consider that it gets stuck in swamps, as I mentioned, far too easily. Earlier tanks that we had sent them, the shorthand reference for one particular U.S. design was a grave for 7 brothers because they thought it was a death trap, literally. Okay, so first of all, they weren't terribly happy. They suspected us of giving them our secondhand garbage. They didn't understand we had nothing else. And then, of course, they did sometimes ask for things like, how about, I think it's 6 tons of pitch blende. Anybody know what pitch blende is? It's uranium ore, I think, isn't it?
Right.
Okay. They said they needed that much for illuminated dials on watches. Anybody believe that one?
Big watches.
Okay, so they got stuff from us that maybe they shouldn't have, and sometimes we said no. Biggest problem, as you suggested, is delivering it there, and there's basically 2 ways. You send it all the way around Sweden and Norway to Murmansk, and I'm sure you've all heard the stories about the naval battles fought out there in the middle of nowhere and people freezing to death the moment they hit the water. The other route is to go through Vladivostok and go all the way across that long Trans-Siberian Railway. And that's why I suspect the Japanese did not notice the buildup of equipment to use against them because they had watched for years the stuff going by to be used against the Germans.
Yeah, one thing to bring to mind, for years in the Red Army, the term Studebaker was a term for quality.
Yeah.
And, it was kind of a synonym for quality just based on, so the trucks certainly, did that and had a huge effect on Soviet agriculture, arguably.
Sure. Same for Willys, which is the Russian version of Willys Jeep. Okay, absolutely.
And to your point, the Sturmovik, they're going to produce 35,000 of those things, and it's the most produced military aircraft in history. because we don't provide them any kind of good.
Yeah, I told you John loves aircraft. He would,
That's right.
he would
Just
know.
I should
how many
have, I
they
should have
produce.
not opened my mouth about aircraft
That's all
types
right,
in
it's all
front of
good,
you,
my
but,
friend.
Hey, a second one, Rich, you had a piece where the scientists said we shouldn't have a demonstration of the atomic weapon. And I think for some people, they'd be like, well, why was that? Wouldn't the scientists have argued for, a demonstrated use of this? And I think for some people, that's a bit of a surprise. So could you unpack, why would the scientists in particular argue for no demonstration? You can see why the military might, in that piece, but,
Yeah, a couple of reasons on that is because, as most of you know, you have Little Boy and you have Fat Man. And they're both different technologies, and they're both based on different fissionable materials. U-235 is, of course, used for Little Boy, and plutonium-239 for Fat Man. In 1945, uranium is very, very difficult to refine to become fissionable, but it's easier to have the chain reaction that you need. It's harder to make, but easier to become fissionable. Plutonium is relatively easier to make, but harder to make fissionable. So with the Little Boy bomb, you have a slug of U-235. They send it down this tube. It hits this donut of U-235, and you have a fissionable event. And the scientists, by February 1945, they've frozen the design for Little Boy. They know it will work. They don't have to test it. They know that they have a bomb in hand, but they only have enough uranium for one. Plutonium, which is going to take the bulk of the scientific effort in Los Alamos in that last 9 months of the war, you have to compress that plutonium sphere uniformly across this entire ball. At the same time, there's a polonium initiator in the middle that sends out free electrons. That's all I know about the physics. Don't ask me anything else, all right? But that's hard to do, to have this uniform implosion. That's what Trinity is all about. If that works, that means I have multiple bombs available to me. They asked Leslie Groves about doing a demonstration. He says, there's 3 reasons why you don't want to do that. One, the Japanese, as we learned last night, they're going to say it's a trick, that we don't believe that that's, and they might put some American prisoners around it, that kind of thing. 2, well, we're pretty sure it's going to work, but this is still pretty experimental, and if it doesn't work, we're going to look stupid, okay? But the third and more important reason was, if we light this off, I don't have that bomb anymore because I don't know about implosion. I don't know if that will work. And the plan all along is from 1944, from the Military Policy Committee, determined you're going to need multiple weapons to have an effect on the Japanese. So when you look at the logistics of what I'll call a stockpile, and I told you we don't have one, it's very few. So when you have the implosion device, now at least I have 2 bombs that I can use. There is a 3rd core that is actually made. It doesn't go forward, but there's a 3rd core that they have ready to use if they need it. So this idea of a demonstration actually reduces what would be, say, the deterrent effect of the atomic weapons had you used them later on. That's what's important about Trinity. Now I have multiple weapons.
So with that, let's open it up to the audience here.
Let's have a round of applause for our panelists, please.
Good.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to go with the first question all the way to your right, about halfway back.
Once silver plate got to Tinian, what was the coordination and relationship between LeMay and Tibbets, and how long ahead of time did LeMay know what was coming?
Great question. Yeah, LeMay's read in on Manhattan. He's one of the few guys in 21st Bomber Command who is read in. Most are not. Even within the 509th itself, Tibbets is read in, and I think his 3 is read in, but nobody else is read in. They're kind of, we're doing these mission profiles. We're dropping the pumpkin practice bombs with our silver plate bombers. the Enola Gay and the planes that are in the 509th are not your regular B-29s. These are like the hot rods of B-29s. They have fuel-injected engines. They have a completely different structured bomb bay, so you can put the fat man and little boy in the thing. They take all the defensive armament out to lighten the load. Why? Because these bombs weigh about 10 tons, which is at the structural limit of your B-29. And if you read accounts of Tibbets, at Able Runway, he says, and I quote, "I used every inch of runway to get airborne because a normal load is like 150,000 pounds for a B-29. No, 110, he's at 150. So the silver plates have that extra oomph and horsepower in them so you can get off the ground and, more importantly, egress, get out of the way. And one of the things that they're doing to practice that with these pumpkin bombs is they will actually bomb, I think it's 51 different enemy targets in the Pacific, where they will drop this pumpkin bomb that is simulating a fat man. And what they do is a 155-degree, 60-degree angle of bank turn to get the hell out of the way. And it will put them 6 to 8 miles away from the point of impact. Now you think a B-29 has a wingspan of about 103 feet, correct me if I'm wrong. That's a big airplane to be doing basically a fighter maneuver. Now, the 509th, when they show up at Tinian, they're special. And if anybody here who's been in the military, nobody likes special units because they get everything they want. And the 509th is all off to themselves, and they get everything they want, but nobody knows what they're doing. So there's a lot of tension between the 509th and the rest of the bombers and the bomb wings that are there on Tinian. And Tibbets and LeMay don't like each other because LeMay has to provide all the logistic support to the 509th because they have priority. I was told a story years later. The two men met up at Maxwell Air Force Base for a gathering of eagles. They passed each other, said hello, and said nothing else to each other. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Next question is going to be to your right in the back, please.
Thanks. So my question is, sometimes people argue that Soviet entry in the war becomes really important for Japanese decision-making. And sometimes it seems like people are sort of implicitly suggesting that there could be Soviets fighting on the Japanese home islands. I've always just been a little skeptical of that argument. Is there any chance that had things gone on longer, we would have seen Soviet forces fighting in meaningful numbers in an invasion of Japan?
As I believe I mentioned, Stalin planned, and I think may even have attempted one assault, but I can't be sure about this, to invade the northern island. I don't think he was really up to it because, as I said, they were sort of improvising the whole idea of amphib operations. But had the war not ended when it did, they would certainly have tried to invade the northernmost of the main islands. So yeah, there would have been definitely force on force.
Next, we're going to go to your left in the very back row with Connie, please.
Yes, I wanted to ask, between the first and second atomic bomb, what was the communication?
Can you put the microphone to your mouth, please, sir?
What was the communication between Japan and the United States after the first bomb was dropped?
Yeah.
And were there any additional bombing runs between the two?
They're continuing. LeMay is continuing with this bombing campaign. As a matter of fact, even after the second bomb is dropped, there are still conventional missions that are flown over Japan during that time because we don't have a response. And one of the things you have to, when you talk about the Japanese, they got to figure out what the hell happened. This is not in the internet days where you just kind of go online and find out what happened. They got to do this. What was this thing? What happened? And how do we react to this kind of thing? But there are still conventional operations going on because we don't know if the war is over or not.
Yeah, to add to that, isn't it, tell me, it may not be accurate, but as I believe, Kokura is supposed to be the target on the 9th.
Yes.
But it's obscured, and it's obscured partially by our own bombing, but also by the weather.
That's right.
And so, there's other raids going on, and of course then they'll divert to Nagasaki before they run out of fuel. So it looks like a pretty active threat environment, if you will. during this period.
And as a matter of fact, I think, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you looked at this, there's some missions flown near the end of August over Japan that are actually attacked, some B-32 Dominators, where some Air Force crewmen are actually killed by Japanese fighters who intercept them. And this is after the announcement.
Yeah, so one thing that's interesting is Jonathan brought up, the ceasefire with the Soviets is not until the 25th of August. The Japanese ceasefire is done in phases. And so then even though the home islands are supposed to be 2 days later after the 16th, so the 18th, the recon flights, one's attacked by 21 aircraft that'll come up, seriously wound several of the airmen. One's going to die on the way back to Okinawa, and he'll be probably the last American airman who's killed in combat. And then in the operations to provide for the POWs, another 77 airmen will die in those. Likely, from my view, probably from B-29s that catch fire and have to ditch somewhere. It's not the most reliable aircraft, I think, in that piece.
So there's still some conventional operations going on, even though we've dropped these munitions.
Gentlemen, all the way in the back row, center aisle, please.
Yeah, my question is regarding the way the war ended and the effect it had on the U.S. Army. As I understand it, the atomic bomb pretty much made the Army a service in search of a mission. Yeah. And in the afterglow of victory, nobody was really asking, is the George Marshall recipe for success, which was so successful during the war, is that going to work in a post-World War II world?
That's a great question. And there's another obscure historian who wrote a book about that too. It's also out there for sale. I just throw that out there.
But you have to hurry up and sign them.
Yeah. But to your point, there's a naval historian, strategist by the name of Bernard Brodie, who writes a book in 1946 called The Ultimate Weapon. He's talking about atomic weapons. And his famous quote is, "Now the mission of militaries is to avoid war, not to conduct war." And so the question is, what are militaries used for now because of this destruction? And this is before we know about thermonuclear weapons, where you're talking megatons worth of destruction as opposed to kilotons. And what you have, there is a huge intramural food fight between the services subsequent to the war over roles and missions. And the biggest fight is between the Navy and the Air Force, because the Navy traditionally had been the strategic reach of our nation. Airplanes, weren't around, but now I can go intercontinental, and so you see this food fight between the two services. Matter of fact, there's a great quote of an Air Force officer. He goes to the Officers Club at NAS Oceana in Virginia, and he tells them, whether you like it or not, all your cares are going to be sunken in the bottom of the ocean, and we don't care if you like it. We're the dominant force now, and we're in charge. And he says that to a room full of naval officers. Imagine how well that went over, Mr. Simons.
Oh, yeah, there was a huge scandal in connection with that when the Navy wanted to reinforce their flight decks so they could presumably carry an aircraft that could manage to carry a small bomb. And that there were resignations and all kinds of heartburn about it.
And the plane they designed is designed to build the little boy, to carry the little boy bomb. And guess what? There's no little boy bombs in the inventory. We don't make any more, but that's the nature of military procurement, I guess. So, anyway.
Gents, we're going to stay in the center aisle, a little to your right, please.
Yeah, it's sort of a counterfactual to pressure test the non-decision thesis, which is really persuasive. And it really centers on the variable of Harry Truman. If Franklin Roosevelt had been alive in August of 1945, or Henry Wallace had been the president, and in the FDR's case, deeply influenced by the personality of Admiral Leahy, who was deeply opposed to the use of the bomb, would the outcome have been the same?
Yeah, it's a great counterfactual. And this is my opinion, so you're free to disagree. Think about it, FDR is the one who approved Manhattan anyway, years before. So this is under his auspices, under his authorization, and his budget, as dark as it may be, because it's dark money. And I would add to that the same rationales for Truman. And one more note that I didn't mention in my presentation. If the primary purpose of a government is to safeguard the people and the nation itself, I think the chief executive has that responsibility, and in 1945, I think that would be his overriding principle. Again, we can disagree on that, but I don't think the outcome would have been different. That's my opinion on it. We can certainly disagree.
We're going to go in the front and center aisle, please.
With the Russians in Manchuria, and Stalin typically, once he had land, didn't like to give it up, how long did they stay and why did they get out?
Well, in large numbers, they stayed about 4 years, about the same time as by 48, 49. The two U.S. corps that I mentioned had withered away simply by the point system, and they were withdrawn. But yeah, they stayed in the late 40s, which it's not a coincidence that Mao Zedong had sent his agents into Manchuria to sort of reestablish that as a red province, because before that the nationalists had controlled it pretty well. And so you can argue that the Reds facilitate, but they're not open and blatant about it, but they facilitate the communist setting up again. Now, fast forward to 1950, when the U.S. is coming up to the Yalu River, and there's a lot of misinterpretation about what happened there, but one of the things Mao demanded from Stalin and got was Soviet fighter squadrons with experienced World War II fighter pilots in Manchuria to sort of back him up before he went into North Korea. I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah.
We're going to go to your left with Connie, please.
John, this is a question for you. Can you talk to us about the Americans dropping leaflets on the cities before they were bombed, and then what was the response of the Japanese civilians to those leaflets?
Yeah, matter of fact, as Mr. Partial, or not, but James mentioned earlier, during the firebombing campaign, they're already leaving the cities. They're already, even with the firebombing. Then we do drop leaflets in between to say, hey, go ask what happened in Hiroshima. Go check that out. You know, we do drop warning leaflets to them, but there already is this diaspora from these urban centers to kind of get out of the way. And that comes largely from the firebombing, you know, not necessarily from the atomic weapons, but we do drop those things. And there are some people, of course, who heed them. And there's one unfortunate individual who leaves Hiroshima to go to Nagasaki. Yeah, there's a book out. It's a fascinating discussion on that. But we do that. But the Japanese are already leaving their cities for very good reasons because of the firebombing campaign.
And food, I presume.
And that too.
Dr. House, I'm going to take MC's prerogative. You had referenced the answer about territory. Can you tell us about people? What was the story of the Japanese who were captured by the Red Army?
That's really, it's part of the larger question of what happens to all the Japanese, both military and civilian, who are in China. And for a while there, I think there were people paying some of these Japanese to basically be mercenaries against the communists. But by the later 40s, they finally got evacuated home. Obviously, not everything went well. There must have been some people who suffered. But they had enough weapons, enough force that I don't think they could have been treated the way the refugees were in, say, Eastern Europe, the German refugees.
Thank you for that, and I think it's actually a great segue into our final session of the day that we're going to have. But thank you to Jonathan House, John Curatola, and Mike Bell. I do want to draw your attention to a few things. One is that we do a lot of these programs. I'll tell you about one of them at the end of the day today, but we have our flyers out that sort of promote the Institute, but more importantly, it tells you what we do, and it'll have a QR code that'll take you to our website. It'll also then take you to our articles that our team and our curators and our educators also contribute to, our videos, shorts that you've been seeing playing during the interstitials. I strongly encourage you to do that if you're aware of it. Hopefully you can talk it up in the hallway. And if you're not aware of it, I think you're going to get hooked because we're all World War II nerds. Our panelists will be outside for book signing. You know the drill by now. We're going to have a 30-minute break, and we will be back at, I believe, 3:15, if my math is correct. So we will be at 3:15. I would like one final round of applause. What you all don't know, while we were enjoying lunch, Mike was being interrogated by thousands of callers on C-SPAN. He was in during the lunch break, and he was patched in with those that were being patched through DC and answering as many questions as he could. So he needs to go get his lunch break now. But thank you, gentlemen, and thank you all. We'll see you for our final session in 30 minutes.
I thought, better let people just ask. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I figured you were a little more partner. Good.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it, and I've been coming back ever since.
So it's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
On May 8, 1945, thousands of people took to the streets in cities around the world to celebrate news of Germany's surrender and the end of World War II in Europe. The day became known as VE Day, for Victory in Europe. This is World War II in 2. I'm Sean Scanlon from the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. In the spring of 1945, Allied forces were converging on Germany from the east and west. As they crossed into Germany, advancing soldiers encountered fierce resistance, cities devastated by bombing, and horrific evidence of Nazi crimes. Seeing the looming collapse of his regime, Adolf Hitler took his own life on April 30th. Within days, his successors surrendered unconditionally to Allied forces, ending nearly 6 years of bloody fighting in Europe. President Harry Truman, who had only assumed the presidency weeks prior, following FDR's death, addressed the nation by radio, proclaiming, "General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe." News of Germany's surrender ignited joyous celebrations. In New York City, bells tolled and car horns sounded as 250,000 soldiers, sailors, and civilians gathered in Times Square to sing and celebrate. Across the country, expressions of joy were accompanied by moments of thanksgiving and somber reflection. People flocked to houses of worship to give thanks for the victory and to pray for a swift end to the war in the Pacific. And in the United Kingdom, May 8th was declared a national holiday. But the people didn't wait to celebrate, packing pubs and lighting bonfires the night before. Restaurants created victory menus, and the Ministry of Food made sure there was enough beer supplies in London. Winston Churchill addressed cheering crowds on VE Day, saying, "This is your victory." But the crowds shouted back, "No, it's yours." On the island of Okinawa, American forces marked VE Day by firing a barrage of artillery rounds at Japanese positions at midnight. It was a grim reminder that while fighting had ceased in one theater, World War II still raged in the Pacific.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
July 16, 1945, nuclear scientists working for the Manhattan Project successfully detonated the plutonium-based device in the remote New Mexico desert. The world had entered the atomic age, and there was no going back. This is World War II and II. In the 1930s, scientists discovered the possibility of atomic fission, which split the atom, creating a powerful explosive force. After the German invasion of Poland in 1939, Albert Einstein penned a letter to President Franklin Roosevelt warning of the danger if that technology fell into Nazi hands. FDR heeding the warning, and by June 1942, he approved a U.S. Army program to develop an atomic weapon. Initially set up office space in Broadway in New York City, the effort was soon referred to as the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was a nationwide effort by labs and universities to develop fissionable materials and the means to produce an atomic bomb. Los Alamos Scientific Lab in New Mexico was a central location for scientific research and was led by scientists J. Robert Oppenheimer and Army Brigadier General Leslie Groves. To create isotopes with uranium-235 and plutonium-239, facilities were built at Hanford Engineering Works in Washington State and Clinton Engineering Works in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Thousands of people worked on the Manhattan Project, but information was compartmentalized, and a top-secret classification meant only a few select people understood the project's goal. A uranium-based bomb was thought to be a reliable design, but a major challenge was finding enough uranium-235. Plutonium, on the other hand, was easier to produce than uranium, but a plutonium-based device was more complex. A bomb using plutonium-239 could only go supercritical if compressed from all directions uniformly. Because this method was so unprecedented, Oppenheimer felt it was necessary to test it. In July 1945, the gadget was detonated at Jornada del Muerto, 35 miles south of Socorro, New Mexico, validating the plutonium-based compression design. The flash, seen in this archival footage, was so bright it temporarily blinded the observers, and the heat melted the desert sand into a radioactive green glass called trinitite. After witnessing the test, Oppenheimer famously quoted, "Now I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." The successful Trinity test confirmed that the United States had two viable weapon designs and could easily produce several such devices. Days later, at the Potsdam Conference, President Truman called for Japan to surrender or face prompt and utter destruction.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press.
I was angry that our ships were sunk and people were killed. I was going to get back at them.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
I didn't know how it would affect me at the time, but I certainly soon found out.
I enlisted the day after, which was on Monday. Tried to get permission from my father.
I was still 17.
It was a new world for me. I didn't even know they had blacks training as Marines. As an Afro-American going to be in the Marines, it was a proud moment.
I heard on the radio that the Marines were going to enlist women. I'm going to apply.
Yeah, I was scared all the time. We all were scared.
When they first started coming at us, I said, they're trying to kill me.
First, I had to change from a civilian to a soldier. Then I had to change from a soldier to a killer. The whole country was at war. 1 out of every 4 employees in war plants were women.
The home front was unbelievable. The unity and the sacrifice.
Bastogne was tough, cold, and we went through holy hell.
We took an awful lot of flack, and I seen one of our planes was hit, and I thought to myself, those boys are not going to make it.
It was a brutal, brutal war. If you were able to survive it, you were one of the lucky few.
Who knows if we didn't beat Hitler, what would have happened?
You can imagine the feeling that the war's over. It's something you can't explain.
It made me a greater American. Made me feel that I'd done what I was supposed to do. I want to give the boys credit that never made it home. Their parents, their mothers, their fathers. They are the ones that really sacrificed.
When I walked into the museum, I called my wife. And I said, you need to walk with me. I see the D-17 hanging there overhead. I said, that needs to be taught.
The people that come after really do need to be reminded of it, and I think this museum is doing a terrific job.
There are few veterans that are left. There are few survivors that are left that can tell them firsthand, I was there.
This city is much better off because of the World War II Museum. May it grow, may it prosper, may it continue to serve as a reminder of what freedom's all about.
Heroes are those that died. I did my job, they did theirs, and we should be eternally grateful for this wonderful country.
Our kids need to know what this nation was made of.
After World War II, we became a super nation. For one reason, the people were together.
By August 1945, the Japanese Empire was on the verge of defeat, but still refused to surrender. But a new weapon, unlike any other, would help lead to the end of the war and have ripple effects for decades to come. This is World War II and II. I'm John Curatolo at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the Allies prepared to invade the Japanese home islands, any assault would be extremely costly for both Allied forces and the Japanese people. But with the success of the July Trinity test, the U.S. was ready to leverage atomic weaponry to help end the carnage of the Pacific War. The 509th Composite Group, led by 29-year-old Colonel Paul Tibbets, was assigned the task of dropping the atomic bombs. On August 6, 1945, Colonel Tibbets, in a B-29 superfortress named Enola Gay, took off from Able Runway on the island of Tinian and headed for the coastal Japanese town of Hiroshima. Loaded in his bomb bay was a uranium-based weapon nicknamed Little Boy. Tibbets arrived over his target at 8:15 a.m., aimed for the T-shaped bridge at the city center, and dropped the weapon. 43 seconds later, at an altitude of 1,600 feet, the bomb exploded in a brilliant white flash. Much of Hiroshima vanished under a rising mushroom cloud. The ensuing explosion signaled the death of approximately 80,000 Japanese. But the Japanese military showed no signs of surrender. Just days later, on August 9th, a second B-29, nicknamed Boxcar, piloted by Captain Charles Sweeney, left Tinian carrying the plutonium-based bomb called Fat Man. Sweeney's target was the Japanese city of Kokura, and he was directed to drop the weapon by visual means only. But when the plane arrived over its target, the city was obscured by haze and smoke. Boxcar moved on to its secondary target, the Japanese port city of Nagasaki. The plane arrived over the city around 11 a.m. and dropped the bomb. The explosion killed approximately 60,000 Japanese. In Nagasaki, everything within a mile of ground zero was annihilated, with immense heat causing widespread fires. Archival footage from the days after shows some of that devastation. People close to the blast were vaporized, while others suffered horrific burns and fatal radiation poisoning. Running low on fuel, Sweeney headed for Okinawa and landed his bomber just as the fuel-starved engines shut down. As a result of these two missions and other wartime considerations, Emperor Hirohito determined that Japan's war was over.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are sadly at the final session of our day, but it's been a wonderful day. From foe to friend, MacArthur and Hirohito in peacetime. We have called back the gentleman who opened this symposium, our dear friend Rich Frank. Richard Frank is a combat veteran of the 101st Screaming Eagles, served in Vietnam. He is the preeminent Pacific War historian, and nobody will fight me on that. We are blessed to have so many friends and so many of the top scholars, not just in the country or in the world, but to have Rich on board with us since the founding of our presidential counselors, the advisory group that comes and tells us what we could and should be doing, what we're doing right, and often what we're doing wrong. But Rich has been one of those integral members from the get-go. He is the author of Downfall, Guadalcanal, the MacArthur biography, and his latest book, I should say, not his last book, Tower of Skulls, which is the first book in his trilogy on the Asia-Pacific War. As a counselor, he has been heavily involved with us as it pertains to public programs such as our conferences and symposia. He's also been advising on exhibitions, with the biggest role having served as the chief historical consultant for our Road to Tokyo permanent exhibit. And he has also traveled all over the world with us, both Europe and the Pacific. So it's my pleasure to pass it over to my friend and fellow Mizzou Tiger, Rich Frank.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I'd like to just take out a little sliver of this presentation to issue an observation to scholars of whatever ages. If you're thinking about doing a book on the end of the Asia-Pacific War with Japan in 1945, the one thing you should be aware of, that I was not, is that for the rest of your life, when you go to a World War II conference, you will be the last one on. I did not have the foresight to recognize that at the time. My second general observation is I want to just underscore, particularly for our online audience, what we do here at the National World War II Museum is a very special thing in terms of conferences. We bring in absolutely top-flight academic talent that we carefully scrutinize, not only for their substantive work, but also their ability to work within the format that we impose. And that format is not like you're going to see at academic conferences. We ask that they be able to speak glibly about their topic, briefly, and then be able to handle a Q&A from an extraordinarily adept audience. We have a very special audience that fills the ranks here at the World War II Museum of people. They may be lay people, but they know an awful lot about World War II, and they ask really good questions. And we also like to think of our historians as people who can play nicely with each other, as you've observed throughout the sessions today, that we not only are a group of great scholars, we're also primarily a group of great friends. And we enjoy each other's company, and we enjoy our interchanges, and you've seen repeated examples of that throughout the day. So I've done a lot of these panels, and I must say that one of the things I've taken away from this is that I've never walked out of one of these panel sessions and found an audience member saying, gosh, that was a really memorable introduction Rich did to the other panel members. So I tend to keep this to a minimum. It's in your program, but for the benefit of our online audience, we truly have the right to people here to talk about this topic involving Emperor Hirohito and Douglas MacArthur. Some people would say, he who shall not be named, sometimes with respect to the Asia-Pacific War. Noriko Kawamura is a professor of history at Washington State University. She actually was a student of Robert Butow, who famously wrote Japan's decision to end the war back in the 1950s, which is still a book people read It was a phenomenal piece of work at the time, and it has endured the way few other publications have through the decades. She has done a number of other publications, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on those, but I will say she's done one book that's already been published about Emperor Hirohito and the Pacific War, which in my view is the best account in English that depicts Emperor Hirohito the way he really was as a personality, as a policymaker, as a god for the Japanese at the time. And it's deeply researched. It's a very thoughtful account that takes ample account of what others have written and has good and bad things to say about certain other people's work, I think, which is very useful. But I think she really gets to the heart of what Hirohito was really like. She's working on a book now, a very important book, on Hirohito into the post-war period, and she's made some really extraordinary finds, some of which we'll be sharing with you in this panel today. And I highly recommend anything she does. James Zobel and I, Jim, we go back more than 30 years. He's been the chief archivist at the MacArthur Memorial and Museum in Norfolk, Virginia. In my time as a historian, I've gone to a lot of institutions. I've dealt with a lot of archivists, and there is no single archivist I've ever dealt with that knows the collections as well as Jim does. And all you have to do, he's your finding aid. You say what you would like to look into. He'll not only find that, but he will use his deep knowledge of the subject matter and take you places that you should be going that you never thought of. And that is an invaluable quality of any archivist, anyone you're dealing with at a museum, as any historian can tell you. And as I mentioned in my remark the other night, one of our friends and colleagues, he has this saying that, what I found when I was looking for something else, well, that happens in some of the great finds that historians make. That's exactly the background to it. And secondly, though, having a great archivist to help you through this is just invaluable. And the MacArthur Archive by itself is an invaluable institution. They have copies of lots of material that's at the National Archives, but it's blessedly well organized and readily accessible to historians. So I cannot recommend it too much today. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about these two critical figures, Emperor Hirohito and Douglas MacArthur, and the transition to the occupation of Japan and the events that occur in conjunction with that through the late 1940s into the end of the occupation. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to turn to Jim to talk a little bit about Douglas MacArthur and sort of this deep background that you think people should know about MacArthur.
Sure. Is it up on the screen?
There we
go. Well, as you probably all know, Douglas MacArthur was chosen in August of 1945 to be the Supreme Commander of the Allied Powers. His job from the Allies is to demilitarize as well as to democratize Japan. MacArthur is also he's pretty much given more power than any American has ever been given. He's going to have control of about 70 million Japanese. And his belief is that he wants to use the emperor to be able to then work with the Japanese government to do all these reforms that the Allies are going to ask him to put upon Japan. Emperor Hirohito is the 124th in the line of rulers of Japan, and as it says in the Meiji Constitution, he's not above the state, he is the state. And the emperor is sacred and inviolable, and he is looking to preserve that imperial institution. And these two are going to have a relationship that not only carries them through all those reforms of the occupation, but it's also going to result in a transformation of Hirohito from warrior to basically the man of peace, a pacifist. That's going to happen. Now, MacArthur has some former contacts with Japan. In 1905, his dad, Lieutenant General Arthur MacArthur,
went to Japan as a military observer of the Russo-Japanese War. He got there right after it ended in March of 1905, and then he became the military advisor to the group, the delegation, American delegation that was coming over to work on the Portsmouth Treaty. And he, after working with this group, he plans to have this massive tour of Asia, and he asked his son, Lieutenant Douglas MacArthur, to join him in Japan. Douglas MacArthur arrives about October of 1905, and then they are going to go on this tour. But the first thing they do is they go to Kobe, they go to Kyoto, and they go to Nagasaki, where they are visiting army bases there, a lot of these troops that have just gotten out of the Russo-Japanese War. At General Oka's 2nd Army Command, they're having a very bad time with beriberi, and they've got to start taking all this medicine. And Douglas MacArthur is conversing with some of the officers there about this medicine that they're going to have to take, saying that if you told American soldiers they had to do this, they would just throw it away as soon as they got it. But the Japanese officer told MacArthur, well, the emperor has ordered these people to take this medicine, and they will take it 3 times a day, which they do. And MacArthur finds a very big lesson of that, about the dynamic between the Japanese people as well as the emperor. And he's going to remember that so much that he puts that in his memoirs, that was his main lesson that he got from that tour of Japan. He's a voracious reader. People said that he had a speed reader and had a photographic mind. But I've gone through that collection of books that he has in Manila prior to the war. Now, all that collection got destroyed during the Battle of Manila, but the Japanese went through and made a very good inventory. Now, the only books I can find about Japan are about the Russo-Japanese War, but there was about 1,700 titles that the Japanese didn't name by book title, so we don't know what else was in there. We know during the 1930s, because of the Mukden incident and the Shanghai incidents of 31 and 32, when MacArthur was the chief of staff of the army, he's very much versed on what the Japanese military is doing. But how much does he really know about the Japanese emperor? Fast forward to World War II. This is Bonner Fellers on the left. He is a colonel, and he knew MacArthur when MacArthur was superintendent of West Point, and then he knew him as well during the 1930s when he was an aide to MacArthur in the Philippines. He had been serving with British 8th Army in Africa at the beginning of the war, and he would he was like an observer there, and he would talk with Washington through a code. Well, the Germans broke it. And every morning, Erwin Rommel, the great field marshal, would wake up and says, what does my little fellers have to say? And so then the British find out, and they can him, they send him back to the United States, and then he lobbies for a job out in the Pacific with MacArthur. He's brought out there, he's put into G3 operations. He's the guy who comes up with the Hollandia idea, the 580-mile leap that MacArthur does across New Guinea. But the thing is he didn't go to the G3 chief first, he went to MacArthur, so the G3 cans him, and then MacArthur's like, what am I going to do with this guy? And he puts him in charge of Psy-War, which they start in about April of 1944 after that invasion of Hollandia. And that's basically because Fellers had written this book called The Psychology of the Japanese Soldier. He was very much understanding of that bind that is between the Japanese people and the emperor, and he basically said in there, because of this spiritual ability, this jointness that they have, that the Americans are going to have to use firepower, tanks, airplanes, all that kind, because one-on-one they won't be able to take them on. So
Jim, just briefly, one of the other things that's really striking about that work by Fellers is he predicts the kamikaze tactic. He's the only American I'm aware of who, pre-war, says the Japanese will use kamikaze tactics against
Right. Now, he understands this dynamic of the emperor, and the thing is, that guy in the middle, that's J.C.R. Proud. When he ran the first really Psy-War program for the Australians there, he had been in Psy-War with the British in World War I. But he's the one who trains Fellers, really, and all these other people about doing Psy-War work. And his thing is you have to know everything about the Japanese, but you also don't go after the emperor, because that is the bind that they are very worried about causing some kind of trouble. Now, you have other people within the command, General Willoughby, who runs the G2, as well as George Kinney, who runs the Air Force, and they're really hounding Fellers to go after the emperor, to say that he's the one that caused all this, that he's the big problem. But Fellers holds off on this because he believes that he can use the emperor as a wedge to put between the Japanese people and the militarists that are there. And he believes that he can go on this campaign to say that Hirohito's been made a puppet of the militarists and that they are the ones that caused all this trouble. And so that's the Psy-War campaign that he's going to use in that last year of the war. Now, MacArthur is going to side with Fellers because he as well has the belief that the emperor is the key to the end of or after the war. Americans are going to be going, how are they going to work with Japan? And Roger Egeberg, who's MacArthur's physician and aide, he said that as early as late, MacArthur is starting to talk about what is going to happen with Japan after the war. And Egeberg says that MacArthur believes that he can work through the emperor to create the cabinet of the Japanese, and then the Japanese government. And his idea is that he'll put all the military people in the first cabinet. That's to demobilize the army. Then he'll take all of the money people, put them in. That will reform the economy. And so MacArthur is thinking very heavily about what he is going to do once this happens, even though he hasn't been named Supreme Commander yet. The guy is very adept at trying to forecast what is going to happen in the future. Now, as well, MacArthur is believing that this war will end maybe sooner than a lot of people think. And his guys start working on this Operation Blacklist, which is a bloodless invasion of Japan. I think that the Navy was working on Campus, which was their bloodless invasion of Japan. But MacArthur's men that are putting this together, they are saying that they're going to instill a military government within Japan, just like they did in Germany. And all these military government people have been showing up into MacArthur's theater, and that's what they're planning on doing. But it's not going to be that way. Now, I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but this is Sidney Forrest Mashbeer. He controls the Allied Translator Interpreter Service. He's a Japanese lingual expert, had been in Japan before the war, and he starts working with Fellers doing all these radio programs that ridicules the militarists within Japan. But as well, after the war ends, MacArthur ordered a Japanese delegation to come down to Manila to work out how they would get into Japan, how they would do the landings, how they would be able to communicate. And Mashbeer is brought forward as the interpreter for this meeting. During the meeting, they're going over the surrender text, and it comes clear that in one of the passages where they're talking, where the emperor's oath is in there, so to speak, they use the informal wakashi for I, but they don't use the imperial we, which is the chin. And Mashbeer notices this because the Japanese delegation there is just really losing their mind because it is such an insult to the emperor. They don't want to bring this information back, that's what they're going to have to put in there. And so Mashbeer goes to General Sutherland, who runs this, who we talked about earlier, and they say, fine, yeah, we'll change it right there. It causes a big change in the atmosphere. The Japanese delegation knows they're not going to be humiliated there. But after it's over, Mashbeer goes to MacArthur, and MacArthur said, you did exactly the right thing. I do not want to debase him in the eyes of his people. And this is exactly what he had told Egeberg as well before, that the emperor is a prisoner of Tojo. He is a prisoner of the militarists. And this is what MacArthur is going to believe, but he's a prisoner of those feudal lords that they have. Now, July 26th, we talked about the Potsdam Declaration comes out, and MacArthur doesn't get a copy of it before, but they find, they know about it immediately after it's happened. And MacArthur says to Fellers, they're not going to accept this because it doesn't delineate what is going to happen with the emperor in this. Very prescient about that because they ignore it. And it's mainly over that stipulation. And of course, that brings on the bombs, which we've talked about. And then as well, the Supreme War Council, where Hirohito finally comes to the fore and makes that deciding vote that they will go for peace. And this is really that first element of changing the emperor from the warrior chief into this man of peace, this pacifist who's against war, because when they make the decision to end the war and the emperor reads that into the recording about the surrender speech, he doesn't mention defeat. He doesn't mention surrender. He just says basically we've run out of friends in the world and things have changed for us. But he also says that it's up to me to end this now before the whole world is destroyed by these atomic bombs. Therefore, reasserting that idea that I am this man of peace. Now, right after the speech was broadcast to the Japanese people, the Prime Minister Kantaro Suzuki comes on the radio after him and says, "We have failed the emperor. This defeat is on our shoulders, not on the emperor's." And then right after that, Prince Naruhiko Higashikuni, who is Emperor Hirohito's uncle, will be given the new prime ministership. That cabinet is to surrender to the Allies. But he's going to make a speech where he says, it is the sin of the people and not the emperor that we have been defeated. And this is once again this element of the cabinet ministers as well as the imperialists there wanting to hold on to that dynasty because it is the Kokutai, the national polity of Japan at that point. It always has been. And the remarkable thing I think John Dower says is that after Hirohito made that recording, he wrote a letter to his son Akihito. And his main worry is that the Americans would invade and they would get the hallowed mirror, they would get the sacred sword, they would get the sacred jewel, which is the relics of the empire, of the imperial family. And then at the end of saying that, he says, and of course for the Japanese people. So his main obligation is to his ancestors who have bestowed upon him this royal legacy, and he does not want that to be destroyed, and the Japanese that are around him are going to do everything they can to make this continue on.
Let me just intervene here briefly in the role of chair and say that I am forgiving all of you of your sins. You're not responsible for anything that we've done today.
Now, after MacArthur is chosen as Supreme Commander of Allied Powers, the Potsdam Declaration had really said nothing about the emperor, but he's given the August 12th guidelines of what's going to happen when they go in for the surrender, and it says the emperor and the Japanese government are subject to you. As well, when he flies out on August 29th to go to Japan, he lands in Okinawa, and that's where he gets the basic United States post-surrender policy. This is State War Naval Coordinating Committee Document 150-4, which says that you can work through the Japanese government as well as the emperor. That's because they knew they were going to have incredible problems trying to control 70 million people, installing a military government that nobody speaks Japanese. And so this is the idea that MacArthur is then, okay, this is my ability to go in and work through the emperor. When he lands at Atsugi, he lands with no weapons that he's wearing. Of course, you got the 11th Airborne there, but here, Winston Churchill will say this is the bravest act of World War II. And MacArthur said, I had the emperor's word. I was never worried 1 second because I had the emperor's word. September 2nd on the surrender, at first they had stipulated that Hirohito would sign that. I don't understand how they got out of that, but MacArthur's speech is about, we have reached Armageddon. We are at Frankenstein, or Armageddon's doorstep. War has become Frankenstein, that we have to move forward into a world of tolerance and justice. And the Japanese delegation on there hears this and they go, okay, this is a guy we can work with. And when after the thing is over, after the surrender ceremony is over, Shigemitsu goes to meet Hirohito and tells Hirohito what has happened on the battleship. And then the next day, Shigemitsu has a meeting with MacArthur at the Yokohama Grand Hotel. MacArthur is ready to go either way because he has 3 proclamations that says we're setting up military government, we're going to use nothing but military script, and anybody who does anything against Allied powers is immediately going to be arrested and whatever happens. And Shigemitsu was like, no, we're going to work with you. We are very willing to work with the Allies, the emperor, the government. We are at your call. And MacArthur accepts this. He even says, praises the emperor for having made that surrender at that point and going against the militarists. Now, the problem is that Shigemitsu goes to the Japanese press, and this all comes out in the press. We were able to convince MacArthur to be able to change his ideas. So immediately the JCS sends MacArthur this message: the emperor and the government are subject to you. You've got to remember that point. Of course, MacArthur remembers it, but he's trying to work this thing out because he believes that still, that now that he's got the Japanese government willing to go, that he can work these changes that he wants to do. Early moves. Mashbeer, the next day after the surrender, meets with Mr. Okazaki from the Foreign Ministry. He relays that Douglas MacArthur would like to have the emperor call on him at some point. Elliot Thorpe, the guy in the middle, he runs counterintelligence. He's made kind of the controller of Hirohito. No press or anybody from the Allies can go see Hirohito unless they have clearance from Thorpe. As well, MacArthur has told Thorpe to start doing a survey of what do the Japanese people think. Do they want to keep Hirohito in position and in power at this point? And so he, as well as Hugh Alexis Johnson, Paul Rush, all these other Japanese experts, they're going to do these surveys, and they're going to come up that, yes, the Japanese do want to keep the emperor at this point. And then Fellers is making these early moves. When he had been in college at Earlham College in Iowa in 1916, he knew this girl named Yuri Watanabe. He had visited her throughout the 20s and 30s within Japan. So when he gets there, he starts talking with her, and she convinces him the emperor is closer to the Japanese than any other emperor before. And as well, she knows one of the members of the imperial household, Setagaya. And so now they are talking, and they are going to use each other to try and figure out what each side wants from each other. MacArthur will move to Tokyo on September 8th. They're repatriating over 10 million people. It's the greatest mass movement of people probably in the modern world. This thing's going to go off. As well as Rich talked about last night, you've got massive starvation that's happening throughout Japan. MacArthur will bring up all those food stocks that should have been used during the invasion, and that will be for the Japanese people. As well, they've got all these reforms that are going to start. You've got the Japanese that are trying to get into Hokkaido. There's a famous episode where MacArthur told Kuzman Derevienko, if you land one troop there, I'm going to lock you up in a dungeon and nobody will ever find you again.
That's a Soviet.
Yeah, the Soviet representative who's there, and because he said, we're just going to land troops there. So there is a lot on MacArthur's plate as he's going to Tokyo, but the main thing he says is, I'm ready to start the discourse with the emperor. And that's where we get to the meeting of the emperor and MacArthur.
Very good. And before we go on to Noriko, let me just point out, all this extensive planning that was done about the occupation of Japan was all originally premised on the notion it would be a direct occupation, like we were doing in Germany, in the occupation zone there. Very belatedly, these very bright folks who'd been doing all this planning, it suddenly occurred to them we didn't have many Japanese linguists running around in U.S. service, and running a direct occupation without language ability was probably not the best idea that had come down the pike. And literally at the last minute, they say, oh, by the way, this is now going to be an indirect occupation, and we're going to have to use the Japanese government. It's an example of, on the one hand, very astute, advanced planning about policy making. On the other hand, a big oopsie where they sort of miss one of the most important points of the whole process, and that's how the cookies are made, or whatever here. Now we get to this extremely important moment, MacArthur's first meeting with Hirohito. And it's an incredible story, and Noriko Kawamura can tell it better than anybody. So Noriko, you're going to talk about the background and then the actual meeting, and the great story about the transcript of that conversation.
Okay. Thank you, Rich, and thank you, Jim, for setting this.
Can we hear?
Can you put there we go, because this is going to be part of hers.
Right.
I have to
speak up a little more. Yeah.
Well, Jim did a wonderful job of setting the stage for this
can we hear okay now?
American occupation.
I heard yes. Is that correct? Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Okay. So I would like to talk about the situation from Emperor Hirohito's perspective. And he considered himself to be the state itself. So he was raised to protect Japan as a sovereign state, an independent nation. But that was now all gone under unconditional surrender and U.S.-led Allied, military occupation. So still, he was determined to protect Japan until Japan could regain independence and sovereign rights. That would not happen until signing peace treaty, and that didn't happen until 51 signed and became effective in 52, and that's how American-led Allied occupation ended. Till then, Emperor was largely thinking about staying on the throne, and that was at least a way for him to take war responsibility first. And after that, he was thinking a lot about abdication or some other ways. But it was up in the air. But he, for a while, was thinking about defending Japanese sovereignty, or what's left of it. And it was fortunate that the United States understood the role of emperor as almost like a queen bee. It is like a unifying force. After demilitarization and the purge of the whole military leadership and the wartime government, there was really no power center of Japanese political decision-making except those civilian government bureaucrats and the lower-ranking military officers. And so Hirohito was really the functional center. And he became even more powerful than the wartime now that the military who ruled Japan was removed. And so he initiated the meeting with General MacArthur, and they met on September 27th, 1945, in the US Embassy, which was MacArthur's residence at that time. And the meeting lasted for 35 to 40 minutes. And the first thing that the emperor asked was, of course, to save the Japanese people. But then to do so, according to General MacArthur's account later, Emperor Hirohito offered himself to the general and accepted his full war responsibility for the war that Japan started. According to the understanding between the two men, their conversations were not supposed to be revealed to the public. So Emperor Hirohito never talked about it, but MacArthur revealed it in his memoir published in 1964. And that's how we learned about the possible event in which Emperor admitted his war responsibility to MacArthur. And then,
excuse me, and it's important to remember, when you're dealing with MacArthur's memoir, it's possibly right. That's the first rule to follow. But that's sort of the background you should understand with respect to why a lot of people treated that as, well, that's just General MacArthur's version of events. We're really not sure based upon these things, but let me go back to you. Yeah.
So the distinguished historian John Dower, who wrote the famous book Embracing Defeat, he said probably MacArthur's statement in the memoir was ornamented, exaggerated events that actually happened. And many of us who studied documents, available documents, believe that there is enough ground to make a strong case that Hirohito indeed accepted his war responsibility. And his reflections and recollections later sort of confirmed that. But anyway, but then whether Hirohito really accepted or responsibility or not continues to be a controversy even in Japan, because the official chronicle of Emperor Hirohito, published by the Imperial Household Agency a few years ago, had the whole record of the first meeting of MacArthur and Hirohito, which was written by the interpreter. There was one interpreter who was Japanese official from the foreign ministry. His name is Katsuzo Okumura. So he wrote the whole record of this meeting, and it was finally published. But that document in print did not include Hirohito's words accepting his war responsibility. So the controversy continues, but then other memoirs and the testimonies and the later recollection by Okumura himself and so forth basically confirms or supports the argument that Hirohito actually admitted war responsibility to General MacArthur. That's why General MacArthur was so impressed by the first gentleman of Japan in his words. And why is that the case? Actually, it turned out that Okumura, right after the meeting, wrote up records.
Again, Okumura is the translator.
Translator.
He's the guy who's actually present in the room next to the two guys as they're talking.
So he wrote up the record of the conversation in which there was indeed a sentences saying that Hirohito offered himself and admitted his full responsibility for the war that Japan started. And then he just said, please save the Japanese people, that sort of thing. Why do we know that? Because he turned into the palace and showed it to Emperor Hirohito, but before the document reached Hirohito, Grand Chamberlain, Admiral Fujita, read it and then passed it on to Emperor. And he remembered the words were in it about war admission. So he wrote about that later in his memoir. So that document went to Emperor, and Emperor read it. And usually he would return all those documents coming from Foreign Office, return back to the government officials. But in this case, he kept it, didn't return it to Okumura. The reason was probably because Hirohito promised General MacArthur never to speak about their conversations. So Okumura had to produce another record. And then, of course, it would be submitted to Foreign Minister Shigeru Yoshida, who is known for his position never to allow Emperor Hirohito to accept war guilt or war responsibility. And he stayed with that position all the way until peace treaty was signed. So there was obviously a pressure from Foreign Minister Yoshida upon Okumura to remove the phrase of war admission by emperor. War responsibility admission by emperor. And some years later, Okumura actually confided that event to his colleague. His name is Akira Matsui, another foreign ministry official who also served as interpreter in later meeting between Hirohito and General MacArthur. And Matsui, in turn, wrote about a small recollection piece in which he said Okumura felt too much burden and heavy responsibility about such an important event. That means emperor actually admitted war responsibility. So he had to remove it. And so Matsui's recollection also kind of matches the Admiral Fujita, the Grand Chamberlain's memoir. And so apparently there were therefore two documents, one with Emperor's War responsibility admission and the one without it. And the one that was kept in the Foreign Office was without those words, and that's the one that became published in Chronicle, official Chronicle of Emperor Showa. So I think the mystery is almost solved, in my opinion, but there are still historians who make the case otherwise.
Well, this illustrates something we do here a lot at the World War II Museum. You come here for the history, you stay for the intrigue. Let me go on to another aspect about this whole issue, which is really tied into what we're talking about here. I forgot, Jim, was there something you wanted to mention at this point?
No, go ahead.
Noriko's been working on also the very fascinating story of in the post-war period, where the emperor again does what usually called his reflections on the war. Can you tell us a story about that?
Well, he made a famous sort of 5 sessions of dictation about his recollections of war in 1946, March. It was published in 1991 as a Showa Emperor monologue. And so that's, many historians read that, and actually the English translation is gonna come out next year.
Very good.
Yeah, the 2 historians are translating the Japanese into English, so it'll be published. But anyway, so that's the famous one. And that was about the only document with emperor's own words up until...
I think we should insert here that this was basically potential testimony if the emperor was being tried as a war criminal. That was the background to why that was made.
It was right before the Tokyo trial began. The Tokyo trials were supposed to begin in the beginning of May of 1946. So Emperor started this dictation in March to April. And that is the time, by the way, General MacArthur made a famous intervention to rewrite Japanese constitution. And it was done within the middle of that March, February to March. And so it's a lot of things were happening, but Hirohito, however, I want to make this one point clear. Initially, Hirohito might have thought that he wanted to clear his name, so he was probably, defensive. But by second or third session, the MacArthur's staff already, through the Japanese liaison, told Emperor Hirohito that he would not be included in a list of Class A war criminals. So by the time he continued the latter half of that monologue, he knew he wasn't most likely going to be tried as a war criminal. So that actually can go either way. He could be more candid, he can become more bold, and he can make more case. But that's a realm of speculation. But so that's the famous one. Then we now have a lucky discovery. The family, the descendants of the first director of Imperial Household Agency after the new government and the new constitution was created. The first director, his name is Michiji Tajima, and he was really, kind of, I don't know how to call it. He records everything.
Right.
He recorded everything. So we now know that he kept the daily audiences with the emperor in detail, the record. So he recorded everything he talked with the emperor. And this is for 4 years, over 4 years, and it is, it now is published in 7 volumes. It's called Showa Tenno Haietsuki. English translation can be records of imperial audiences with Emperor Showa. And that offers rich accounts of Tajima's conversations. And the emperor was quite forceful and candid about his memories of war, as well as his reaction to what's going on in, around Japan in international environment in East Asia. Because the previous panel had a wonderful presentation by, I think, Dr. House explained how Soviet Union invaded and, taking over, took over the islands all the way to Kuril Islands, which were considered as Japan's home islands. And so Hirohito took it very hard. He actually, in that recollection, he said that Stalin was never to be trusted. He was the kind of man who, we requested, a mediation with the United States, and Stalin was deceptive in diplomacy, and instead of offering mediation, he declared war on us. And it was a shocking moment from last night's speech and today's whole session. We know that Japan was waiting for Stalin's response to Japan's request for mediation with the United States. And suddenly, Ambassador Sato in Moscow got war declaration instead. And it was like really flap on the face. And atomic bomb came as first punch, and then Soviet declaration of war came as a second punch, and then 1-2 punch, and even the hardest, I would say hardest of the hardliners in general staff, Army general staff, like Vice Chief of Army General Staff, General Torashiro Kawabe, succumbed to, that's it, yeah, no more. And so that happened between August 8th, 9th, that 2 days. Because, after Hiroshima, there was Soviet declaration of war on Japan, and then Nagasaki came. So, so to make a long story short, I have to go back to that. So the point I wanted to make was, Emperor Hirohito was really afraid of the Soviet Union. He had been afraid of the Soviet Union even right before Japan decided to go to the south and then attack Pearl Harbor. And so now the fear, his long-time fear, came reality. Now the Red Army was threatening to take over Hokkaido. And eventually, the Red Army was going to take over 600,000 Japanese as POWs, and they were all taken to Siberia or scattered throughout Soviet territory and used as a forced labor or just a prisoner who were subjugated to the re-education, basically conversion to communism. And MacArthur even had a difficulty persuading Stalin to return those Japanese POWs. And they were there for a long time. The last one did not come back for another 10 years. And so that was hard on Hirohito. So what I'm going to say is, I'll make it short, Japan was fighting for the existential threat from both the foreign occupation Americans who tried to basically transform Japan into democracy in its own image, American image. While from the north, the Soviet Union was taking Japanese territories as much as possible and tried to expand communism. And his decision was obvious. He looked at General MacArthur and trusted him, and he trusted the Americans. He needed American protection, military presence and protection, and assistance for the starving Japanese people. So it was obvious. And all those things were all, stated again and again throughout the Cold War in this recollection. And the funny thing he said, he was reliving World War II in a strange way. He was afraid of the Japanese militarism and ultra-nationalist fanaticism in 1930s and 1940s. And at one point, he told Tajima, there is a distinct parallel between two developments. The Japanese ultra-nationalists and militarists' fascination and the enthusiasm with Nazism and fascism in 1930s. Now, the Japanese leftists and communists and socialists and the labor unions, their fascination with communism, advocated by both China and the Soviet Union, and that is 1950s. And he saw the parallel. And so that's where he was heading. So he became a really quiet but stern sort of supporter of Japan's alliance with the United States. And he remained that way throughout his life.
Let me just insert here a couple points. We've sort of touched around about this, but one of the aspects about the end of the war is that the Wangtang Army in Manchuria surrenders, and a historian named Andrew Barchet wrote a wonderful book called The Gods Left First, and he got Soviet archival documents showing that by Soviet count, they got about 660,000 Japanese military POWs upon the surrender in August, September 1945. Of that number, the Soviet numbers were that just about 61,000 of them would die in captivity. They were used as slave laborers. There were also a very large number of Japanese civilians who were in Manchuria because Manchuria had been heavily colonized by the Japanese after 1931-32. We have a number of different numbers with respect to how many of those Japanese civilians died in Soviet captivity. One of the lower end numbers is about 180,000. There's one of the accounts by John Dower puts the number of total number of Japanese both combatants and civilians who died or disappeared in Soviet hands at between 400,000 and 500,000. If you subtracted the military POWs, that would give you somewhere between just about 340,000 to 440,000 Japanese civilians who died in Soviet captivity after the end of the war. Either one of those numbers would be higher than the total number of deaths from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, just about under any number you choose to use. 180,000 deaths would be more than Hiroshima. So when we talk about mass Japanese death at the end of the war, one of the large components of that are Japanese civilians who died in Soviet captivity, which was a very major part of what happened with respect to the end of the war in terms of the Soviet role in the end of the war. Jim, did you want to talk a little bit about, I've always been wondering, what did MacArthur's understanding of how the Japanese, and particularly the Emperor, regarded his dismissal by President Truman in 1951?
Well, I mean, it's basically an abrupt thing. I mean, both Yoshida and Hirohito are kind of shocked by it, of course. Hirohito makes the last final visit to see MacArthur the day before he leaves. Of course, they had 11 more meetings after that first one, and we don't know the contents of any of those meetings. You had some people within the government said, yeah, he's gone. It didn't make any kind of difference whatsoever. The occupation had run through that whole reform period up until about early 1947, and then MacArthur had said he wanted to end the occupation and have the peace treaty then. But the thing was that there's turmoil all over Asia. I mean, you've got the Chinese Civil War going on, you've got Korean Civil War going on, you've got all the colonials being kicked out of all the areas, and people back home within the government, like George F. Kennan, William Draper, who's Undersecretary of the Army, they're very worried about, like Noriko said, the Japanese being taken over by the communists if they have a peace treaty right then. And so that's when the second phase of the occupation happened, which is what they called reverse course, in which they're going to try and build up Japan as a Cold War ally. So that had taken all through its course. The thing is that the war crimes trials, they wanted to put Hirohito on trial. That's what the Americans had always wanted to do. And in November of 1945, Eisenhower was the chief of staff, and he got a hold of MacArthur and said, look, all these people are about to be tried. You've arrested all these war criminals. You're going to have these Class A criminals that you're going to be trying in this IMTFE. And Eisenhower said, we know that you need the emperor to carry out all these reforms that you're doing right now, but start collecting evidence, because eventually he's going to be put on trial. We'd like to have your thoughts on this. And MacArthur doesn't even answer it. He holds off for a couple of months until that. But the thing is that they're going to get all these people that were very close to Hirohito put on trial. Fumimaro Konoye, who was the prime minister, he had been tasked by MacArthur to start working on a new constitution back in October, but then he gets put on the war crimes list. He'll commit suicide. They'll put Lord Kido. He was the privy seal to Hirohito. He's his most closest advisor at this point. So you've got these people who are very close to Hirohito being put on trial. But then what the Imperial Household Agency does is they release the Kido diaries and they release the Konoye diaries to the International Prosecution Section, and that basically becomes their guideline for going after the militarists at that point. The other thing that MacArthur was really worried about was not only him being put on trial still, but the December of 1945, they had the Moscow Conference, which gives a voice to the Soviets and about 13 other nations as to the policy that will be happening within Japan. And MacArthur's very worried about this because the Soviets want to basically hang Hirohito. The British want to put him on trial. The Australians want to hang him as well. And now you've got this conglomerate of people that are going to be in this Far East Commission that are going to have an oversight of what happens. So MacArthur is now very worried about both of these elements taking place. MacArthur will have, or the idea will come along to demythologize the emperor. This is something that's put together by Reginald Blythe, who is a teacher of Hirohito's son, Akihito, as well as this Colonel Henderson who works with the Civil Information Education. And they come up with this idea of emperor renouncing his divinity. That will show that he's this man of peace, that he is getting rid of this legend. But when he does it, he says that everybody understands that we, meaning the people and I, are not based on legends. But he doesn't get rid of the idea that he's a descendant of Amaterasu, the sun goddess from 2,000 years before. And so it kind of works into that idea of emperor saying that he's changed, but really it hasn't. Right. that they're keeping hold of these elements that are going along all the time. Now, MacArthur finally answers that Eisenhower war criminal thing about, do some investigations. We want to know what you think. On January 21st, the Australians came through and said, we want Hirohito in the International Military Tribunal for the Far East to be tried as a war criminal. MacArthur wrote them back this 3-page letter right here, message, and basically said that we've done an investigation. They really hadn't. Thorpe of the counterintelligence group, he had done some investigations, and they said, yeah, he had his fingers in the pie. They knew what he had done, but they needed him to carry out all those civil liberties reforms and everything that they were pushing through the Japanese government at that time. So when MacArthur writes this, he says that people thought that Potsdam was contractual. It was unconditional, but that's what the Japanese thought. And as well, he says, if you put the emperor on trial, you're going to have government breakdown, you're going to have ultimate chaos, you'll probably have guerrilla warfare here. Send me 1 million troops to be able to hold on to this place. Now, everybody says it was intimidation and exaggeration, but 2 weeks later, the JCS sends an agent to Clement Attlee to say, hey, close your mouth on trying the emperor as a war criminal. And so this is basically it. They're going to go by MacArthur's ideas of not putting him on trial because of that. And then right after that, because MacArthur has now received that another State War Naval Coordinating Committee, document 228, which outlines how they can create a constitution, in February, he's going to finally put in stone all these reforms he's made, as well as make the emperor a symbol of the state, a constitutional monarchy. And the emperor is going to promulgate this thing. And he puts that's his notes on the right side that he gave to his government section under Courtney Whitney and Charles Cadis, who's going to write this constitution. And the first 9 articles are about how the emperor is the symbol of the state, basically, and has no power anymore. The funny thing is that they're bugging all the offices. The Americans are. They know everything that's going on. And Prime Minister Yoshida at this time, who's the foreign minister, sends a message, says, hey, the emperor wants us to push this through. So even though he's renouncing his divinity, and then as well going along with the Constitution, it's basically Hirohito telling everybody else what to do as far as the Constitution goes. There you go. Hirohito will promulgate this thing. It'll go into effect in 1947. The trials had started, as we were talking about with Fellers. Fellers will go to the Japanese and tell them what the defendant should say in the trial, to keep Hirohito out of it. As well, Joseph B. Keenan, who is the main guy of the International Prosecution Section, he's going to make it clear right from the beginning that Hirohito is not part of this. He was not part of the militarist conspiracy. And that's basically a talking to from MacArthur to Keenan to make him do that. And then this is what Noriko was talking about, that Emperor's Monologue. That's Terry Terasaki, who's going to be one of the 5 that puts together these monologues. And his wife is Fellers' cousin. And so they are going to work together, and they will write an English version which proved that that was for like a war crime testimony, because NHK found that in Fellers' documents in 1996, that there was actually a English version of this, and all those papers are at MacArthur Memorial now. And this is what I was talking about. MacArthur saying in 47 he wanted an end of the occupation. Pretty much all those reforms had gone through. The emperor was pretty much ensconced as not having going to be put on war trial, and that's what I was talking about. The George F. Kennan and Draper are going to then try to turn Japan into that Cold War ally. The final fear that MacArthur has is because he doesn't want emperor to abdicate, because he feels they have a good relationship, and if you bring in Akihito with a regent, then he's going to have to deal with this regent. Who knows how that's going to work out? And so that's what he's worried about, is him abdicating. And when the IMTF comes to a judgment in November of 1948, this is a document that was sent to MacArthur by J. Woodall Green, who is also running Psy-War with Fellers. And he says in there that they're very worried about the emperor abdicating. This Chinese correspondent, Norman Soong, said that the emperor was going to happen, was going to do this. And you can see right on the bottom that the press guy for MacArthur said that he doesn't think Soong is very reliable on his information. And MacArthur put right on the bottom, especially about this subject. But he also writes about the entire paper that he's given that's saying that the emperor is going to abdicate. He puts on the bottom, Tommy rot. I mean, who uses those words besides Douglas MacArthur? You know, this whole thing is foolishness. It's Tommy rot. You know, that's the way he puts it. And the emperor wrote MacArthur a message on November 12th that said, I will not abdicate. You know, I'm going to stay in power. I'll be continuing to work with him. And the crazy thing is, on the day they announced the judgments, Hirohito has lunch with Joseph B. Keenan, the IPS head of the entire prosecution team. And this is pretty much it. Hirohito's out out of the mix now. No, even when they have the reverse course and all those people come in to try and rebuild Japan as the Cold War ally, Hirohito is firmly ensconced in position.
So there we are. It's all such a simple story. There'll be a quiz a little later.
But when MacArthur leaves, he had been that symbol of democracy and everything for Japan, and that just gets transferred to Hirohito. The transformation is complete. He's now the pacifist, the peace-loving emperor, and he's the symbol of the new Japan.
And just one final note. That constitution written by Americans, the Americans thought that as soon as Japan regained its sovereignty, that constitution was going to go, right? The Japanese were deadlocked over that. They still have a constitution written by Americans in the 1940s. We've talked a lot about some extraordinary events, and now it's time for some extraordinary questions. Thank you.
Now, we have intentionally had a longer session to wrap up, and we intentionally placed Rich's chair so that if there are any questions at the end of our symposium here, please ask our panelists and probably direct it at Rich. But let's focus the first questions on Jim and Noriko first, please.
So was the Treaty of San Francisco simply a tying up of all of this that had been done, everything you've been describing, and the relationship between MacArthur and the emperor, and now the Cold War ally development of Japan, the second event? How would you describe the Treaty of San Francisco vis-a-vis everything you've been describing here?
Wow. Let me ask Noriko for her comments on that, and then Jim.
So San Francisco Peace Treaty was a partial peace treaty in terms of allied relationship between Japan and the allied powers. The People's Republic of China was not even recognized as a state by the Americans, but the Taiwan did not participate in that peace treaty. And the Soviet Union never signed a peace treaty with Japan, even to this day. And the successor, Russian Republic, refused to sign the peace treaty yet. The question is that Kuril Islands, the Northern Territory. So Soviet Union and China, mainland China, did not participate, and that's the biggest issue. But the other allied powers signed, yes, peace treaties with Japan separately. That allowed Japan to regain sovereignty and became an independent state again. And the Japanese government is literally the Japanese government, as we know today. And separately, US and Japan, on the same day, signed the famous or infamous Mutual Security Treaty that allowed the Japanese islands to be used by United States armed forces. Yeah, and the Okinawa still was under whole American occupation. It was returned in 1978, 72?
That's about right over here. And also Iwo Jima was returned to Japanese control in the 1970s. I'm sorry, I've forgotten exactly which year. Jim, did you want to comment about that?
Yeah, it puts Japan under that American nuclear umbrella. I mean, they had had a lot of back and forth during the occupation. Would they just hold Okinawa, which was what MacArthur wanted to do? I mean, early MacArthur thought they would be this agrarian culture that has no army, no ability to defend itself. But then the Japanese, they really want to keep those bases in Japan, and they worked that out in about 1950 when they had the delegate go to America and work on that. So when it comes down to the time for the treaty, yes, it seals the deal with everything that's happened there, but it's mostly that security treaty that has been the problem. How will Japan defend itself? How can they defend themselves? Will they renounce this, the renunciation of war clause, Article 9, which is in the Constitution with them? So it's been something that is carried on for 80 years now, that they are going to have to do something with.
About Okinawa, can I add one more?
Yes, certainly.
Emperor Hirohito had no political power anymore under new constitution, but he had tremendous prestige and authority. And all those government, top government officials were from the pre-war period. So they all revere the emperor still. So they continue to have audience and made reports to the emperor. Anyway, about the issue of Okinawa in 1947, the MacArthur and the Japanese government were negotiating about what to do and about peace terms and then what about Okinawa. And emperor quietly sent a sort of back-channel diplomatic sort of envoy and conveyed his willingness to allow the United States to keep Okinawa occupation, and so long as residual sovereignty of Okinawa belongs to Japan. That means hopefully in the future Okinawa might come back to Japan as a sovereign territory. But so that message had a very important impact upon the further negotiations that allowed the US to keep Okinawa for another decade.
Thank you. Jeremy?
In the very back to your left, please.
Great comments. Thank you so much. Well, MacArthur and Hirohito were discussing peace and politics.
Could you speak up just a little bit?
Okay.
You're fading a little bit.
Well, MacArthur and Hirohito were discussing peace and politics. What, if any, actions were held by the military? Did they just completely stand down, or were there any reactions by the military, the Japanese military, while they were going through this process?
As soon as they get there, they demobilize. MacArthur sets up the Imperial Army headquarters and the Imperial Navy headquarters, and they are the demobilization. Japan demobilizes itself, and they demilitarize everything. And then basically you don't have any kind of defense force until they create the self-defense forces right at the time of really when Korea comes around, and they designate that they're going to have like this 75,000 force that's as a defensive force. So really there is no military. After the first couple of months, I think MacArthur said it took them like 2 months to be able to destroy all the munitions, all the planes. That's why you can't find any kind of Zero anywhere to put in a museum or anything like that, because they destroyed everything and they demobilized everybody. I mean, you had 3 million Japanese troops that were still in Japan when they get there, and they demobilize all of them, and then you've got to bring home 6 million more and demobilize those guys all over the next few years. So yeah, the military really had no voice anymore.
The famous Article 9, that's the renunciation of war in Japanese constitution that MacArthur and his staff wrote. So Article 9 really, and Article 1, those two are the two most important points that MacArthur insisted that the Japanese must accept. Article 1 is the emperor as a symbol of the state and unity of the people, with the sovereignty belonging to the people. So it's popular sovereignty with the limited constitutional monarchy. That's Article 1 concept. And Article 9 is the renunciation of war, and Japan would not use war as a means to solve any international disputes. And Japan will not own Army, Navy, Air Force. But later, they just changed the interpretations to allow self-defense forces, because self-defense is the right of sovereign state, and that's not unconstitutional with, even under Article 9. So that's how the reverse course happened in the Cold War. But point I want to make was it was MacArthur who insisted on Article 1 and Article 9, and he is the author of Article 9.
Let me just, Jim's correct. I mean, it's an astonishing story how rapidly the armed forces of Japan were demobilized. There was one exception. There were some Imperial Army intelligence officers who decided that, well, you know, the occupation's going to begin, we don't know how it's going to go. What if it really becomes very onerous or whatever here? And so they made plans and preparations burying weapons, equipment all over Japan to potentially arm an insurrection, should it come to that afterwards. And one of the little themes that shows up during the post-war period is Japan regains sovereignty and then regains prosperity, and the urban areas are expanding and they're creating suburbs, and they keep digging up rifles and ammunition, and then in one place an armored vehicle had been hidden away. So a symbol of exactly how things might have gone differently had the occupation gone differently.
Next question is going to be near the center aisle towards the back.
I'm just curious as to, in this day and age, is the study of World War II as popular in Japan as it is in the United States? Are there like symposiums such as this taking place?
No. we just opened a MacArthur exhibit in Miyazaki, which is on Kyushu, and that's the first major MacArthur exhibit that's ever been in Japan. 80 years later, and the people that came to this were amazed because they didn't know anything about the story. And now they're more amazed because we set up this exhibit, and then I started sharing the plans for Olympic with Miyazaki, which was one of the main targets for that. And now they're out of their minds because they've realized they were the main target for invasion in 1945. So no, they don't really know anything about it.
Well, I grew up in Japan, so in public schools, a history textbook, there was such a thing called Pearl Harbor attack, and there was such a thing like Nanjing Massacre, or the Pacific War. We call it the Pacific War. So we do learn the history, but usually in the Japanese history, because it's so long from before, Common Era,
right.
So 2,000 years of Japanese history, teachers usually run out of time by the end of semester.
Right. Same here.
I was at a conference one time where a joint conference with some Japanese scholars, and one of the exhibits at that conference were American and Japanese high school level textbooks. It was very interesting to look at the US version and the Japanese version. And in the Japanese version, even if you couldn't read the Japanese language that well, you could tell just by the images and the arrangement that it moves rather rapidly from Pearl Harbor to the atomic bombs. Just like, you're there. And then they move on from there. So that's how history is taught. There's also an episode I'm aware of when Clint Eastwood's a movie, Letters from Iwo Jima, came out, and it was shown in Japan. It was a sensation because the generation that was watching that movie, because they come up to the system that they had virtually no real understanding of the history. And when they realized through the movie that there were all these remains that were still in Iwo Jima, or whatever here, it was quite a shock, and it started a public discourse in Japan about recovery of remains or whatever here. And not too long afterwards, I was at the U.S. National Archives, and I'm walking by this table that has a number of Japanese ladies sitting at it. As I go by out of the corner of my eye, I'm looking at the boxes to see what it is, and I see it's mostly about Iwo Jima. So I stop and I chat with them, and they explain that, well, they're part of a non-government organization that, based on what had happened with the movie and the public reaction to that, they'd been given funds to come and do research in U.S. archives about potential graves on Iwo Jima. And that was all due to the Clint Eastwood movie.
Well, I go back to bookstores to see the amount of books on World War II. Actually, there is a substantial shelves of the Pacific War or World War II. Even there's really unfortunate stories of Unit 37731 and all this. What the Japanese did that was very illegal, unethical. But then, generally speaking, what the Japanese people remember about Asia-Pacific War or World War II is the Japanese people's sufferings at home. The reason is because unless they are interested in learning about the Japanese military activities overseas, those are almost all military people.
Right.
And they were not telling back home what was happening, and overseas. So the Japanese people in general who were eager to write about World War II experience were all at home, the civilians who were misled, but also became the target of later American air raid or atomic bomb and so forth, or starvation in general, like my parents' generation. So what the Japanese people who were living in home islands, what they remember were sufferings by and large. And the military who went there and then did terrible things to Asians and enemies in the Pacific, they would not talk about it, unless they were forced to, or those who were conscientious enough to write about it. So that's how history is shared with the current generation.
That's a very interesting insight about.
We're going to stay to your right, towards the back, please.
Okay.
I had two quick questions. Did any of the top militarists or their top staff commit seppuku? And were they rounded up by MacArthur to prevent that from happening? And the second question was, who was the last Japanese soldier to surrender or find out that the war was over? I think it was 1977 or 78. Someone came out of the woods, I think in the Philippines.
You want to talk about the last Japanese soldier surrender?
Well, we know that's, like we were saying, Onada, that was in, I think, Bataan Island.
You're right.
Yeah, in the Philippines, had survived for a long time. Killed a lot of people, I think.
Yeah.
To survive, and a lot of people have labeled him more as a serial killer than anything else.
Right.
The guy just didn't think the war was over and just wouldn't surrender until late on. About the people committing seppuku, yeah. I mean, Tojo tried to kill himself right before he got arrested. Shot himself right in the chest and missed his heart. I think didn't Ugaki fly out?
Ugaki, yeah. Admiral Ugaki, he was very much heavily involved in the kamikaze effort, particularly at Okinawa, when the surrender announcement was made. He wrote his last little comments, and then he boarded a plane as a passenger that took off to perform one final kamikaze mission against U.S. forces. And we don't really know for sure exactly what happened, except the plane and Ugaki and the crew disappeared. It crashed. There's speculation about that, but we don't really know. This fellow that came out of the woods in the Philippines or whatever here, he was sort of a time capsule when he went back to Japan. Lots of interesting stories about, because he became a media subject, because the Japanese, contemporary Japanese like to ask him questions to sort of put your nickel into the machine and see what answer you got with respect to what Japan was like in the 1930s and 1940s, and he'd supply the answer. And there was also a very ill-conceived idea that somehow he was supposed to carry his final rifle and hand it over to the emperor. And of course, Japanese officials said, no. This is not how we do things in Japan now. But there were of top officials, there were, 8, or less than a dozen, I think, real suicides by responsible people.
The most famous one is General Korichika Anami, the war minister, the top military general. He's the one who fought until the very end in the Big Six, the Supreme War Council, representing the army's position, that's to fight to the bitter end to protect Kokutai. And so the night before Emperor Hirohito made the famous radio announcement of surrender, he committed suicide, and really ritual suicide in his residence. And that became a famous movie twice. It's called Japan's Longest Day, made in 1967 and then remade in 2015.
And Anami is just, he's like a prototypical classic example of Japanese drama and novels. Conflicted obligations, that's always the center part of the thing. And to a degree, he did fight to the end to continue the war, but at the end of the day, we were very fortunate. He put his loyalty to the emperor above the militarist view that the war should go on to the end, and if necessary, Japan suffer extinction rather than surrender. I mean, there were literally Japanese militarists who believed that it would be better for the whole nation to die than for Japan to ever surrender. So, as I mentioned before, to me, I can't say often enough that rather than look at this and say, well, it was a near miss, it could have gone this way, could have gone that way, to me, the thing really ultimately is sort of a miraculous deliverance. Everything had to sort of go right and not go wrong at various moments, and it could have gone much, much worse than the way it actually went.
Next is going to be farther to your right towards the back.
Thanks. I'm curious about what Hirohito's attitude was towards the people who did go on trial for war crimes, and especially the people who survive, right? So there's a few people who are executed at the Tokyo trials, but there's a lot of, like even Kido, for example, lives until the 1970s. So what's Hirohito's attitude towards the war criminals, especially as they're released in the 50s?
His attitude towards those who were being tried as war criminals, he had a lot to say about that.
Well, he, as a commander-in-chief of Imperial Japanese Army and Navy, he actually did not want to give up any of his generals and admirals to the occupied force. And at one point he even said, can I just offer myself and then so that I can save all those generals who took orders from me? But that didn't work out. So that tells you about his feelings. He did not like the army. He did not trust the army, and he, at one point or another, even asked the top officers, generals, are you lying to me? That's the extent of his distrust of the army. But in the end, they were all his men, and so he had really conflicted emotions about them. He trusted the Navy more. And if you look at the Grand Chamberlains, they were all former admirals. And so there is that, his sort of bias toward the Navy, not the Army. But then within the Army, people like Tojo, he trusted Tojo, and at one point he even said that, Tojo was one of the men who followed his orders very closely and acted, promptly rather than kind of going around the system. And so he was defensive of Tojo, but in the end, he gave up. And one thing he said, even in his recollections, was that about the Pearl Harbor, the Hirohito wanted to make sure that Japan will declare a war or something of an equivalent, like ultimatum, before attack on Pearl Harbor. But Tojo did not really follow Hirohito's wish. So he had to tell publicly later to the press that, Tojo tricked me. That was not a good way to say it, but maybe he said it to some extent of that he was disappointed in the way Tojo cabinet handled the non-declaration of war before Pearl Harbor.
If you could do alternative history, after spending a lot of time with this, I think knowing what was known then, you can justify keeping the emperor on in 46, maybe into 47, to get through the immediate crisis and the post-war period with the epidemics and the famine and things like that. But at some point, it was essential, I think in retrospect, that the emperor does accept war responsibility, because the long-term effects of that, the fact that throughout the rest of Asia where Japan occupied, the notion the Japanese never truly apologized for what they did is a poison pill which has lasted for 80 years. It's never been forgotten.
Right.
And today, in terms of arranging alliances in the Asia-Pacific region, one of the things we encounter is the fact that even when you're trying to get, say, Korea and Japan to work together, it's not been forgotten in Korea or the Philippines or China or whatever here. Yeah. World War II is still very much with them, even as much as it's been forgotten by Americans. It's very, very much remembered by peoples of those nations, and it has not gone away.
Can I add Tajima's the new discovery? Emperor and the Tajima worked hard to publicize Emperor's apology for his war responsibility. And they wrote so many drafts. And then Emperor was hoping to publicize that at the time of the ratification of the San Francisco Peace Treaty. And he, for a long time, thought about even advocating until MacArthur made him promise never to step down in 1948. And so after that, he was not thinking of abdication much, but he all along thought about apologizing publicly for his responsibility of failure of his virtue. But then unfortunately, Prime Minister Yoshida did not allow that to happen, and that was 1952. Yeah.
We're going to have one final question all the way to your right, about halfway back.
Yeah, thanks. This was wonderful, guys. I just was wondering how the food distribution, because that was so essential to MacArthur. How did the food distribution...
I'm sorry, we're having trouble hearing you clearly.
How was the food distribution handled from the Americans in occupation to the Japanese civilians?
How was the food distribution?
What was the plan of the food distribution? What can you go into the detail of how they did this? How did they keep this island nation from starving?
The short answer is no, I can't. Look, they knew it was the urban areas. They knew that as soon as the food was unloaded, they needed to get it to urban areas as rapidly as possible, usually by rail. And the Japanese, because the occupation footprint was so limited in Japan, this was heavily done with cooperation through Japanese officials locally. And how that was done was really a Japanese responsibility to get that organized. But it was definitely done. The food was distributed, and literally millions of Japanese were alive afterwards who wouldn't have been without U.S. food. You all have been a wonderful audience, not only today, but through this whole conference. We appreciate you very much. I just can't tell you how often I'm told by historians that we bring in from the Academy, and one of the most common things they say about their experience here is, I wish I could get my students to ask questions like that. Thank you very much.
Round of applause. Thank you. Well, thank you to Rich, Noriko, and Jim for rounding this out. I think as I started this morning, I referenced what you all already knew. It was the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Nagasaki. This panel sort of helps explain why we've been pretty good, not always perfect, but pretty good partners in peace, which is one of the lasting legacies of World War II, that two of our strongest allies in the world are Germany and Japan. Thanks to all of the speakers. Let's give a round of applause to all of them. You guys are great. Thank you so much for bringing it and just making this a wonderful and impactful day. Thanks to you all in the audience. To Rich's point, this makes it a bit funner for all of us, starting with the panelists. They really like the engagement, and you can see we have quite a bit of time in our sessions blocked for Q&A because we know you guys really want to interact and get your questions answered. I want to thank those watching at home, both on our live stream and on C-SPAN. I want to encourage everybody in this room and everybody watching at home, go on Facebook, Instagram, whatever the latest social media is, and just tell your friends and family, hey, you can check this out. It was a pretty good show. So we want to encourage that. Quick question, show of hands. Who had a good time? Great, great. We want to encourage you to come back. We have our 3-day international conference on World War II right here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's in the back of your program. The weekend before Thanksgiving, November 20th through the 22nd. It is the theme, I'm always asked, what's the theme of the conference? World War II is the theme of the conference. But we do have a pre-conference symposium that is themed. This year it's on special forces and special operations. So do take your program home, look at the website or the QR code, and if you cannot make it back, you can always watch it online with us. If you enjoyed one day with about 14 speakers, imagine what you'd enjoy 3 days with about 35 speakers and a lot more books that we ship home to you. So I want to thank our AV team for running smoothly, running on time. Thank you, Steve, and everybody with Royal. I want to thank my partners in the travel department. Many of you came here for your first time or your first program, but because you had already traveled with us overseas. The travel department is integral in executing these programs with us, as is retail, as I just mentioned, selling a lot of books, but also the Higgins Hotel staff and our partners at C-SPAN, Delia, Justin, team, thank you all for being here. Thanks for letting us share our content with your viewers. And let's go buy just a few more books. Join me, join Rich, join Noriko and Jim out in the retail outlet, and we will see you hopefully in November or sooner. We are adjourned.